What is life? Your life isn't just about what you're doing now. Your life is the sum of every hope you ever had and everything you ever wanted to be. Life is about the situations you deal with, how you get to where you want to be, and how you become who you want to be. Life is a collection of moments and memories. Life is about being alive, feeling alive. Life is about dealing with whatever fate throws at you. Life is about staying on top when things are challenging. Life is about enjoying yourself, about finding yourself, about leaving a legacy. Life is about looking and feeling good, about staying ahead. It's about being the best you. What you want, what we all want, is a life without limits. So why don't you be the best you?
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Are you in the personal development world trying to reach a larger audience? Are you a motivational speaker, an author, therapist, coach, or business guru tired of pushing out content with little results? Gain more clients and expand your business today. Get your show or content on The Best You TV. Are you sick and tired of struggling to get your career to where you want it to be? Working with the right coach can be a life-changing experience, and Bernardo Moya is changing lives all over the world. Learn how to create revenue streams, attract higher qualified clients consistently, market your brand, and promote your business to a global audience. Bernardo is one of the biggest names in the world of personal development. He is an entrepreneur, an author, a speaker, and a founder and chief inspirational officer of the Best You Corporation. So fast track your career now.
The Best You Expo has a history of connecting inspirational speakers, authors, and leaders with those looking at becoming the best version of themselves. Speakers like Dave Asprey, Jim Quick, Marissa Peer, Les Brown, Jack Canfield, Brian Rose, Paul McKenna, Barbara De Angelis, Harry Diamond, Dr. John DeMartini, Baroness Michelle Moan, and many more. The Best You Expo has promoted over 1,000 speakers and has been attended by over 100,000 people. International events have been held in the UK and in California, and the Best You Expo is coming back in LA in March 2023. Bigger, older. The Best You Expo will also be streamed on the Best You TV. This event is for anyone and everyone that wants to connect, reach, inspire. So act now. Get involved. For more information, go to www.thebestyouexpo.com.
Welcome to Break. This is the Love Event, and you have been hearing some great and amazing people, some real difference makers and world changers. And you might be asking yourself, how do I get involved? Well, this is just the first of many events to come along. And as you know, Bernardo Moya is putting on some big ones, including what he's best known for, the Best You Expo, coming 2023. Get involved.
I just love it. I love it. I was saying that I love it because it's just, it's non-stop. It's non-stop. There's no time to eat. There's no time to drink. Who wants to eat? Who wants to drink? With so much love happening at the Love Event. Anyway, here we are. We've got a fantastic panel. And yes, Mr. David Fagan. We work him hard. David, how are you? You're on camera. You're off camera. You're everywhere, man.
Yeah, no, it's great. This has been great. I know both of us just want to give everybody so much time because we get into all these fun topics, but I love the diversity. I love how we keep things moving. So this is good.
Yeah, we've got a schedule to keep, and we try to keep it. It's not easy. It's not easy because we would love to talk more. We definitely would, and we would love to have these panels going on for hours. But I'm very excited about your panel. I'm excited. So I think there's a couple of people that you know here that you're bringing together.
A couple of people I know. All right, good.
Okay, well, let's bring them in. I'll bring them in. I do want to say hi, and then I'll just let's prioritize here. There's a pecking order, as they say in English. The pecking order is Isabel, Donadio, Fagan.
Hola, hola. Buenos días.
Buenos días, Isabel. Thank you so much for all your great help and work behind the scenes. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful.
I love it. I love being part of a team, and I'm super excited to be here. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, let me bring in Jennifer as well. We got Moya as well, but she's got no camera. I'll bring Jennifer in. And hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Oh, so wonderful to be here with you, Bernardo. Thank you so much for this amazing event.
Thank you so much for being part of it. Well, David, I'll let you run it, and Moira, I'll let you in as soon as you're there. Thank you, David. Take care. Floor is yours.
Good. Yeah. So we're doing something around the topic of leadership, and there's a term that gets thrown around, tough love. There's a lot of terms that gets thrown around. If they get thrown around too much, they kind of lose a little bit of the meaning, right? And we kind of become numb to it a little bit. But I think the reason why tough love became a thing, it is sort of that, opposites attract, silk metal, it's these two things that were these opposites sort of attract. But tough love is kind of like a nice way of saying hard things, right?
Yeah.
It's like, brutal honesty. Well, do we have to be brutal with our honesty? Can't we just be honest? But it really gets your attention when you say brutal honesty. And brutal honesty is kind of somewhat close to tough love. But I just want to sort of set this up of, what do you think of when you think of tough love, and how do you execute tough love? And that's why I brought in these three to talk about that. They all have quite a bit of diversity in the world in terms of who they lead and how they help and how they serve and how they are servant leaders. So we'll jump in. We'll do a little bit of bios and a little bit of explanation, but I really just wanted to save most of our time for tackling the topic of tough love. We're going to be putting up some different QR codes, and a lot of people have their websites and information, so we can find out about these people fairly quickly. But Moira, thank you for joining us. You're out there in Nantucket Island, off the eastern seaboard there. And then we've got Jennifer Mahoney, also on the East Coast, down there, not quite southeast, but not too far out of Washington, D.C. And then we've got Isabel Donadio. She looks familiar. She's over here in Arizona with us. So, we're kind of spanning the United States here, at least. And of course, we have people listening all over the world. Isabel, among other things, a published author, speaker, host. We actually met on the set of my cable TV show. She's the editor-in-chief of Top Talent Magazine. Jennifer Mahoney, she's done it all, everything from winning or being a recipient of the Bronze Star, Soldier of the Year, running foreign campaigns, speaks fluent Arabic, a couple decades in the U.S. military, now a leadership expert writing her book. And then we've got Moira over here, Moira Leveille, somebody that we've helped create Mindful Yes. She is a mindful expert. It's really become a big thing and big buzz, but she was doing it before it was cool, guys. That's how long she's been doing it. All right. So Mindful Yes and her new TV show, Mindful Yes. She is an expert working on her doctorate. She's the real deal. He's been helping real people every day. She doesn't just kind of talk about it or theorize about it or host shows and write about it. She literally is in the trenches every day, helping people with regular scheduled appointments, helping with the counseling and therapy that people might need. Moya, thank you for joining us. Isabel, Jennifer, how about that? I just kind of ran roughshod over all of you guys there.
I think you did pretty good. I think you may have some experience though with introducing people.
Okay. So Moya, let's start with you. The way that you lead is maybe a little bit different than the world might think of leadership. And I think the way that you lead is kind of how we can all lead, right? It's not necessarily by having dozens and hundreds of people, that are at your command every day. But how do you lead? How do you lead, and what's your style of leadership?
First, thank you, David. Thank you to God for allowing me to share this platform. Thank you to Isabel. Thank you to Bernardo and all the staff to put this event together about love. You guys, doing the best I can to serve. How do I lead? For me, leading, it's all about service. Leading, it's all about putting people first. How do I go inside of me and find the energy to get myself in an humble place, to know that the gift that was given to me when I was born was to share with the world. So my gift is the one that is opening door for me to be able to lead, but to lead in my humbleness, but to understand that the responsibility of leading come with also acquiring a lot of skills and also understanding it's a big responsibility to just design yourself to be a leader. But everything that I do, David, I strive for excellence. I try for excellence to lead other people, whether it's mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically, to their best. And I like the TV from Bernardo. It be the best you TV. Can you be the best you also? Being in the part in the top panel, I was thinking, how do I get to be chosen to be in the tough love panel? Because for me, love is that energy you share. And I question this, David. Can love be tough? And how do you express toughness if you just love? We have a tendency to condition love. We have a tendency to share things, but based on our conditioning.
Yeah.
So I don't really feel, based on the work that I'm doing right now and the kids, the adults that I'm leading, tough love is applicable anymore. As I'm becoming more wiser and as I'm listening more and more. And I was listening to you, David, today, and you say something that caught my attention. Everything you were saying, everything worth saying must worth saying it to your best.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I would apply tough love if we think it was saying, right?
Well, I'll tell you, it's funny that you don't see yourself that way, but I'll tell you why you're on this panel in that sense is because at times to truly help somebody, we have to say things to them
Yes.
that are hard to hear. And you have this ability to just say things that could be hard for some people to hear, but for some reason, I don't know if it's your big smile, I don't know if it's your angelic energy, I don't know what it is, but you have the ability just to say things that, maybe if I said them, people would be like, well, you're a jerk. Take a leap, man. But like you say it, and they're like, okay, all right, I can hear that. Right. And that's kind of a little bit of the tough love thing. I'm going to come back to you here, Moira. Let me jump over here to Jennifer. We've already kind of been talking about tough love and telling people things that are hard. How do you execute tough love, Jennifer? I mean, and you don't think you think of the U.S. military, you think, you do so much more than that, but you come from the U.S. military, maybe they created tough love. I don't know. Does the military believe in tough love, or do they just believe in tough? We don't care about the love.
David, absolutely wonderful question. And I want you all to lean in right now and listen to what I'm about to tell you. Thank you, Isabel. Tough love has the ability to change lives. And the reason for that is because each of us has greatness inside of us. And sometimes we need different things to pull it out, whether that's motivation, someone to just love us and hold us while we're in the moment, or someone to push us and say, hey, you are not living up to your standard right now. I see the greatness in you and I want to bring that out. And that's why I say tough love is so important. So please lean in and listen to this. So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm coming from a place of over 20 years of experience. I've got over 3,200 hours of experiencing executing tough love. And I have over 533 hours of planning how to execute tough love. And I'm going to tell you how to do it right now. Pick up a pen, write this down. All of you have someone in your life that could benefit from tough love. Think of that person right now. Now, seriously, write this down, because if you don't have that person that needs this in this moment, you're going to have this moment later on where you say, man, I wish I would have wrote down what Jennifer Mahoney said, because she literally mapped out what I need to do to show tough love. Real quick, 4 steps. It is my own personal method called the Tactical Tough Love Method. Again, 20 years of the Army. I'm trained in human intelligence. And then the most important part is adding the love component. So number 1, you have to have a foundation of trust first. If you don't have that trust, don't even bother, because they're not going to hear it. They're not going to want to listen. And instead, you're actually going to cause more damage to your relationship. So number 1, you have to have that established trust and rapport between you and the person that you're trying to execute tough love with. Number 2, you have to plan it out. It is tough. It's love, but it's tough. And so what does that mean? Anything that is hard in life, we have to have a plan for it. So you actually have to sit down and think of, what is my intention as I'm trying to execute this? What am I trying to show this person? And what do I want us both to walk away with on the other end? Number 3, you have to start from a position of love. If it's an employee, somebody that you're struggling with, find that one thing that you love about them. Find that thing that you know they have the potential, and start with that. Focus on that. And then when it comes to letting them know what needs to be improved, this is really important. Do not label their action. Do not label it. You can label them as an amazing person, as someone who's capable of greatness. But when it comes to the thing they need to improve, you need to talk about how they're not reaching their potential. And you need to make sure to show it in that light, so they understand you're helping them to reach their potential. And the last part is, you have to set expectations. So when you meet with them, you have to let them know that both of you have skin in the game. You care about them and helping them to achieve what you know they're capable of, but you're also going to be there with them throughout the journey. And you have to literally say, I'm going to check back in with you. And this is my role. My role is to support you in X, Y, and Z, whatever that is for your situation. But if you follow those 4 steps and you do them with love, starting from a place of love, I'm telling you, I've seen this. I have used this method with hundreds of soldiers, and I have seen someone who's gone from struggling with their performance to exceeding their own expectations, and the organization flourishes.
Wow. Okay, that sounds like you're ready for that. Okay, Isabel, let me switch over to you here, and thanks again, Jennifer Moirar. I'll be coming back to both of you for more questions, so be ready. But Isabel, when you've got to do tough questions or tough conversations, or even training that might be tough for someone that kind of reports to you, works for you, what's your approach? What's your style? How do you go about it to really nail it and be most effective?
Yeah, when it comes to having tough conversations, whether it's someone who reports directly to you or someone that is just on the ladder of your team, the best way that I've understood to have those conversations or to bridge those moments are to really understand where it is that they're coming from. If they're brand new and they have no idea really what it is, the flow and format of your company is, then having that one-on-one time and really helping them understand, showing them examples of the work that has already been done. But if there's someone who have been on for a while and you're adding new information to what it is that they're doing, more things for their tasks, again, just drawing something up on a whiteboard and getting on a call with them and visually showing them what it is that you're trying to do, because you don't want to give them any confusing information, because not only is that frustrating for them because they're not able to really understand where you're coming from, but it's also frustrating to yourself because you feel like you are either lacking in the leadership qualities to really help them out with what it is that they're trying to do for the final result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that you've got a few T's that you talk about in your book, Finishing is Happiness, and kind of how you want to set up your team. And I'll circle back to you to kind of go over those T's here in a second. But Moira, when you think of tough love leadership, I know that you first thought of it like, well, does it even really exist? And how does it exist? And, you're kind of playing around with it a little bit there. As you're hearing Jennifer and Isabel talk, what other thoughts come to mind about your style of leading by example? Like when I listen to you and I hear what you're saying, to me, what triggers my mind is you just lead by example. Like you show people what you want to see out of them by being it yourself. Is that right?
You are correct, David. And I was raised by a father that was very tough. Mm-hmm. But also I was raised with a mom that shows me complete love, unconditional love, no matter what. So when I take in balance now being a therapist and working with hundreds of individuals, young kids that come from that tough love aspect without counterbalance from their other side. Guess what? All I know I can do. It's modeled for them, to the parents, to the kids, to that individual, what love can be, how love can change, because love is nuance. This is what actually, tough parent, you come from a perspective. But what I hear actually Jennifer also mentioned, and also Isabel, it's a question of intent. Yeah. What is your intention when you are showing tough love? And how you showing it, David, it's all in the presentation of it. And that's what I changed right now, my approach in raising my child. I have one daughter. I raised her to some degree very tough. However, she will say to you, my mom loved me because the way I produce, the way I present the information, the way I let her be herself, the way I let her express herself to be her own being, her own human. I allow her to be free while she really.
I hope you guys get to know Moira more. You may not know this by looking at her, but Moira, you also spent close to a decade living in a convent. Do nuns know a little something about tough love?
Oh, no about tough love. Actually, in the tough time when I was raising up, this is so funny, David, because I play violin now, but I had a tough time to cut my nail when I was younger. And one of the things the nun used to do, you have to put your fingers, your hands, when you show up at school. And if it's not clean, beautiful, you will get a spank with a ruler. So that tough love for me, being
that's a whole different kind of thing. Hey, let me jump over here to Isabel, just to kind of balance out the time a little bit. Yeah. Isabel, I know you have 4 T's or 5 T's. Give us a couple of these T's on leadership from your book, Finishing is Happiness.
Yes. So I have 4 T's. And so I'm going to, duplicate what Jennifer did. Take out a pencil or pen and write this down. My 4 T's are talent, tools, technology, and team. What is the talent that you have? What are the tools at your disposal? What is the technology that you're able to best utilize? And who on your team is best qualified to do a specific task or job? You may have a well awareness of all the different aspects and ins and outs of your business, but you can do a lot of things, but you can't do everything. So being able to trust in the opportunities at your disposal of people that you have brought in, the technology that you're paying for, the books that are sitting on your shelf that aren't doing you much good unless you're reading them, unless you're applying that to your life, your business, the people that are looking to you for guidance. If you're not properly utilizing them, then it's just an unfortunate waste. But when you can truly hone in on those things, that's when you will really see a difference.
Yeah. Well, as somebody who's read that book, we all want to expect things from people. And before we start expecting, we have to ask, did we give them those things? So, did we give them the tools that Isabel's talking about? Did we give them the time to do the job? Did we give them the technology that they needed? Did we give them the training? There's all these different T's. And so, Isabel, I like that. We're going to start wrapping up with kind of the last word here. This goes fast, doesn't it? Jennifer, give us your last word on leadership here. What do you want us to kind of know? And more than just leadership, I do want a little emphasis on the toughness. And all of you kind of start thinking about this, but the reason why we say tough, and I really want to hit on this because this was something that a lot of people commented on leading up to this event. We even did some surveys on some of the topics, is there's tough conversations, right? So Jennifer, I think sometimes in the military, in some ways it might be easy. And I know that you do a lot beyond the military, but some days it might be easy because it's just an order, right? We don't have to convince them. It's their job. We own them. Go do this. But we also want people to buy into things, right? And that's kind of where the tough love leadership comes in. So, maybe speak to that a little bit and give us your last thoughts on tough love leadership.
Yeah, David, I love that comment about leadership and about orders in the military. And let me make it very clear to everyone who's listening right now. I can give an order to my soldiers, but that doesn't mean that they're going to execute it fully and to the best of their ability. And that's why we have some units in the Army that aren't very good. It comes down to leadership, and it comes down to understanding what your subordinates, your employees, your teammates, whoever it is that you're working with, what they need from you as well. And I really want to make this point about leadership, David. It is a lifestyle. It's a choice. It is not something that you are given. It's not a title. It's not a position. It's how you choose to use your influence. And for anyone listening right now that thinks they're not a leader, you are a leader, and start using tough love with yourself. And I'll give a perfect example, David, as I wrap up here. I had a miscarriage after trying to have a baby with my husband for years, and it was devastating, absolutely devastating. I put on 40 pounds. What did I do to get over that? Well, I showed myself love and compassion, and I allowed myself to grieve and heal. But at a certain point in time, when I knew I wasn't living up to my best life, to my best standards, I said, Jen, it is time. It's time now to be that person that you know is inside of you, to be healthy, to be vibrant, to have the energy you need to move forward, that greatness I told you that's inside of each and every one of you. Yeah. And I was tough with myself. But again, it wasn't tough as in you suck, you're a failure, you're so fat. No, it was I love you and you are worth more than how you're treating yourself right now.
Wow. Yeah, lead by example, right? Moira, give us your last word, and then Bernardo's going to start to pull the hook out.
Since I mentioned earlier, love is nuance. Mm-hmm. There are certain areas where tough love, if you apply it, is beneficial. And I remember the time that I was struggling with my autoimmune disease, grave disease, and I had to apply some tough love to my own body. And I had to completely change my diet and working out. And I had to go, run for a mile when I really didn't want to. Running for a mile and longer was hard, but it was necessary. It was self-care. It was tough. But I also changed the concept of being tough to be loving because I apply it to myself. So I'm challenging people out there to be a little bit more patient, more kind and empathetic. Because when we are too tough and if we come from a background of tough love, we can actually misinterpret how we apply it. Are we giving it to others? So we have to get the intention together. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. Empathize. And if you're sitting across yourself, love can be tough, but make sure it is right. That's what I want.
I love it. I love it. What energy, David? What energy? Seriously, I was feeling the love. It wasn't tough. I love it. Bring it on. I loved the tough love panel. This was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love that you're sharing here today. Thank you for some amazing insights. Thank you so much. And yes, I've got to be tough on time. So thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Isabel, I think you're joining us in a minute. We'll have you right back.
Isabel will be back.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Isabel.
Don't go anywhere.
Come on. No, don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Bernardo.
Thank you, David. I'm going to leave you here.
Yes.
And you're going to do, you published Sarah Davison's book, Our Friends. Yes. So I'd like you just to give her 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops, because you've got another panel.
running up. But let's talk about how great she is and how many books she's published. I don't even know how many.
Easy. That's easy. That's easy. Yes, we've mentioned this before, but I actually met Sara from your event, the Best You Expo. That was in Long Beach Convention Center, and that's how we met. And yes, I did get to help publish one of her books, but every time I turn around, Sara's doing another book. So it's just one of them. Oh yeah, there you go. She did the Uncoupling book, the book The Split. Hold those up again. Let's hold those up again. Let's get those specs up there.
I'll leave you two to have a chat. Sarah, love to see you, darling.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye.
Just look at those covers, though. Which one do you? I was going to ask Bernardo, which one do you like best? Of course, it's the one with the picture of you on it there. Which one do you like best?
Oh, well, I have to say Uncoupling. That's the one you published, isn't it? With
I thought you would go with the one with the picture on it of it. You had a 50-50 chance here, Bernardo. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, it's enough. Get out of here.
I love them both. Love them both.
You're tired. Sorry. Look, I've heard people call you Sara. I heard people call you Sarah. You like to be called Sara, right?
That's my name, Sara. Yeah, but I get
it
that
is.
in
So
different
for all you
countries,
guys
it is
talking and
difficult
listening,
to pronounce.
interviewing, it's Sara.
It's Sara, yeah. But Bernardo has known me for about 25 years and still calls me Sara. I don't know. I don't mind. Whatever works.
Well, he does it with that fun accent, so he can get away with it. He's got, he can say anything.
Sorry, I'm going to have to butt in here. I'm going to have to come back in, okay? Because I'm Spanish, okay? And in Spanish, it's Sara, okay? But I can't say Sara Davison because I have to say Sara Davison. I can't say Sarah Davison. I have to say Sara. So that's my problem, darling. But anyway.
Okay.
I love it. I love the way you say it.
It's good to know you're listening over there. We okay,
We'll be back in a minute. Watch what we say.
Yeah.
He's always watching.
But all joking aside, you deal with a very sincere and important topic, helping people with not just divorce, but even just breakups. There's a lot of people who don't get married and they're living together and maybe they're not even living together. They're just deeply attached and, they become a part of each other's lives. They define each other. And when that split or that breakup happens, it's losing a part of yourself. It's saying goodbye to a part of yourself. Sometimes abuse is involved that you didn't even know really existed. And I'm listing a few things, but, for you, what do you see as somebody who helps people with this? What do you see as maybe a consequence or a reaction that comes out of the breakup that maybe people don't think about very much? What maybe is the surprising part of some of these breakups that hurt people?
Well, do you know what? I think the surprising thing is when you're coming out of a toxic relationship and you're scared because your confidence is lower. Your self-esteem is always going to be lower coming out of pretty much any relationship, especially if you've been cheated on or if it was toxic. And I think one of the surprises actually isn't a negative. It's actually a positive that people come out and they actually feel an overwhelming sense of relief, a sense of peace. Because actually, once you're out, that doesn't mean that the abuse stops, unfortunately, but just removing yourself from that consistent 100% of the time, 24/7, difficult conflict, actually, or even where you're trying so hard, but someone's not in love with you anymore. I don't know if anyone's listening who's ever experienced that, when you just see in their eyes that they don't look at you the same way. And that can be really painful to see day in, day out as you try and connect, try and get it back. Very often that's super hard to win back, if ever. So actually just living in that environment, whether you're being rejected or you're not feeling fully loved, or if it's toxic, you're getting out. The benefit quite often that surprises people is, yes, I'm heartbroken. Yes, this is tough. But I actually feel a lot more at peace and a bit of relief because the decision has been made one way or the other. It's made.
Yeah. Yeah, you've done a lot of media. We've even had you write and featured in the Los Angeles Tribune, and that's probably just a small thing compared to all the things that you've done. You've got a great podcast that's ranked very high, and it's been an honor to be a part of that. So you're just doing a lot of different things. I don't want to stretch too much here, so this may not fit, and if this doesn't fit, just tell me. But is what you teach even helpful to somebody who maybe has a business partnership that has to kind of get out of it, or even somebody that kind of works with people and maybe they have a certain boss? I mean, does the things that you teach fit other types of relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. Because what I teach is life skills, and I've adapted them to cope with breakup, separation, divorce. toxic relationships, trauma recovery. But actually, what the main thing I teach is that we all control the remote to our brain. But most of us don't realize that we're not born, unfortunately, with a manual and step 1, here's how we walk, and step 2, here's how you talk. And, we're not given that. So we figure it out by practicing and watching other people and learning. So a lot of the strategies we learn in life to be successful, whether that's in business or with intimate partners or bosses or work colleagues, they're things that we've picked up just by doing. And they're not always the best strategies. They're not always the most successful ones, but they're just the ones we know. So actually, the skills that I teach enable us to sort of take a step back, look at our communication skills. And also, if you're in a tough relationship with someone at work, or you're finding a relationship difficult, it enables you to look at how to dial down those negative emotions and really shoe shift into somebody else's shoes. Because quite often, people don't see things the way we do. And we assume they do because we're all born with our map of the world. And when I say this, I mean this. But it means something very, very different to other people.
Yeah. So you had a pretty extreme scenario yourself with divorce, and probably more common than people realize, but it was pretty extreme. How much of your personal story is inside your books, if any at all?
Oh yeah, there's a fair bit, although the lawyers stripped out quite a fair bit too, just before it got published. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important because the fact that I've been through this and I created the tools that I share with people around the world now, due to my own experience, I know these work. They work for me, and they work for hundreds of thousands of people around the world too. And so that's why I share my story, because I think some people think, oh, well, if you go to a therapist, well, they're teaching you something that they've learned. I'm teaching you something that I've learned from experience, and I know what works, and I know how to tweak it to suit different personalities, different types of people, different situations. And the coaches I train in my coaching school, also I train them to do exactly the same. So these tools can help you no matter who you are and what your breakup scenario is.
Yeah. So last question, then we'll leave this with, because we got to keep moving. But, you have a son, an amazing son. And, sometimes we don't need just these tools for ourselves, but there's kids involved. So how has the tools that you teach or that you've put in your book helped your son or helped other children?
Oh, I just think that as parents, we can empower our kids, and that any tough situation, whether it's divorce or over here in the UK, we're all in mourning. There's a lot going on right now. And as you know, because you've been here and I took you to Windsor Castle, that's pretty hectic around here right now, sadly. So it's, and even dealing with those, the tools that I teach about body language, I've taught them to my son. He uses them at school. He's amazed that other kids don't know these things, that your body language, you can change it and cheer yourself up in like 2 seconds flat. And he often comes home and said, Mummy, they don't understand. And so I showed them how to do it. They're like, oh, it really works. That's kind of crazy. So, I mean, I'm a big believer. I mean, I don't work one-on-one with kids because I want to empower my clients and the people that read my books and listen to my podcast to empower their children themselves, because that's our job as parents, as a role model. So all this is useful for all age groups. Absolutely.
That's great. That's great. I think we crushed this interview, Sara. We just crushed it. That was just...
Did we crush it, Bernardo? What do you think? You're the big boss here.
You guys are the pros. Okay, so listen.
Me and Sara could have our own show. Like I'm watching this banter and this chemistry. We could have our own show right here.
Well, listen, I want to do an event with her, so we'll have to discuss this. I'll get my people to speak to your people so they can speak to David.
I am her people. I am her people. I am her agent. You're in trouble now.
Okay. All right.
Exactly. There you go. No, I'd love to. And I'm coming over to LA anyway. I'll be at the live in LA. So, and I'm going to do an event with Michelle Dewsbury the weekend before as well. So I love her to bits. So that's going to be fun. So maybe we could all hook up and have a chat then.
Perfect.
If not before. Right. I'm going to San Francisco in November to do some TV, Bernardo. So if you're around, and Miami and New York, where are you?
I'm still in Argentina. I'll be in Europe on Wednesday, and then I'll hopefully.
We won't let him back in the country yet. We have not. We have yet to approve his visa.
Oh, it's still not approved. Oh well, when you come to Europe, come see me then.
I will. Take care. Lots of love.
Thank you, David. Great questions, by the way. I'm lovely to see you both. Lots of love, guys. You're doing such a great job. I'm loving this. So see you soon.
Thank you for your help and support. Lots of love. Okay, David. No rest for us. Let's start bringing some guests in, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we've got an amazing panel, and this is a panel that David suggested. And the reason is, David, because we just think that it's needed, isn't it? We just need to have more good news going out there.
Yeah.
Well, let me add Isabel, who's there.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. Let me bring Doria Cordova.
Yes.
And there's Jim Poole.
Jim
Hey,
Poole, Mr. Poole. All right, good.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for being here. David, I'm going to let you host it, but welcome, Jim. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And Doria, well, listen, you're pretty much everywhere. You wanted to be in the Tough Love panel, I heard as well, but
I did. I'm famous for that. Most of you don't know that, but I'm the Tough Love queen.
Okay, David, take the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we were hoping to have Moirar on here too, so we'll see where he's at as well. But yeah, guys, I just wanted to, we're attacking, how do you like that? Attacking love from all these different angles. But one of the things that we wanted to talk about is people putting out some good in the world, good media, good platforms, good messages. And sometimes the goodness doesn't always make the news, right? There's a saying in news that, if it bleeds, it leads. I know it's a terrible saying, but it's true in the news and media. They say, if it bleeds, it leads, right? That's kind of what they want. Well, why does the news and media do that? I'm going to cut them a little bit of slack. The reason why is because that's what typically gets watched and viewed and discussed. And so, as the world changes what it wants, people kind of change what they put out. But what if we did it the other way? What if we just, changed what we put out and so people could enjoy it? And nothing has been needed more over the last couple of years than, good news, good vibes, good messages. And so, we've had Isabel on and Doria on, and we're going to get to all of you, but this is the first time we've had Jim up. So, Jim, I'm going to come to you first. You are a part owner and all in on the NewCom neurotechnology patented program. And everybody from Tony Robbins talks about it, right? He just wrote his book Life Force, and he talks about NewCom, and Jim Quick, a good friend of Doria's and other people on here like Bernardo. But you're putting a lot of good out in the world with NewCom. Maybe tell everybody a little bit about what NewCom is, who maybe haven't heard of it yet.
Awesome. Thank you. Good. Putting good into the world. Well, you bring up a great point. The media follows the economic path because they have to make money to stay in business. We get that. What many of us don't get is that it seems like we're watching a train wreck, but when you use fear mongering, you are eliciting a 40 million year part of our brain. So fear supersedes over every other emotion except for hope. And doing stories based on hope take time. But I can elicit a response from you, from your amygdala and your fear response in a nanosecond. So that's kind of the trap that we're in. So the good and bringing good. Well, we are bringing good through science, through the physical side, through vibration, through frequency. And the whole path of what we do is really simple to understand. We are down regulating or guiding your brainwave function into a state that is commensurate with calm, peace of mind, relaxation. So you could look at our technology and say, wow, okay, that's hardcore left brain neuroscience, but it plays in the right brain and it plays in the meditation aspect of the world too. We are simply down regulating the human stress response and allowing you to be liberated from this reptilian part of our brain that's really greedy. It takes a lot of our resources. And when we are liberated from that, we actually have access to our awareness, our self-awareness, our patience, our presence, our character, our personality, our joy, things that we like to do. We wake up every morning and the first thing that arises when our eyes open is the amygdala. And the amygdala is the kind of champion of our entire reptilian primordial midbrain. And it's looking for all the holes you're going to step in today, all the fires you're going to have to put out. Instead of saying, hey, today's going to be an amazing day. We're going to be at the love event and people are going to love talking about love and all these amazing things are going to happen. It doesn't work that way. So we have been bringing very advanced science to help most human beings that can't downregulate themselves. It is a known fact, self-evident to all of us, that meditation is very hard. The physiological benefit and long-term effect of meditation is amazing, but the process to get there is really difficult. This technology uses biochemistry and physics to guide your brainwave function into alpha and theta and simply slow you down, much like the opposite of caffeine. You know, you wake up in the morning and you're mentally lethargic and you have a glass of coffee and you're like, whoa, I'm feeling good. Well, it's not magic. It simply increases the frequency of your brain. We are going to decrease the frequency of your brain into alpha, which is 12 hertz to 8 hertz, a certain frequency. And that's commensurate with creativity, being in the zone, being relaxed, and transcendental meditation. But then we go slower. We go into theta, and theta is known as the healing zone, because in that state of lucid dreaming, your body is fully oxygenating, your cells are cleaning their toxins out and doing their cellular maintenance, and your mitochondria is being restored. So this is also synonymous with the second stage of sleep. So we are basically using science to mimic how we used to relax and how we used to live a far more balanced life. That's what we're doing, David.
Yeah. And it's doing a lot of good. I know that, you're helping military veterans, cancer patients. I mean, everything from professional athletes to stay-at-home moms. I'm definitely going to come back to you here in a second. Doria, there's a lot of things that you can talk about and focus on. You are a wealth expert. You are redefining wealth. There are lots of ways that you talk about money and you. But you've spent a lot of your time and resources with the Ho'oponopono, I like to say it wrong, so you can correct me. But you every week you're kind of doing this, and you're using this platform to kind of get the good out and kind of heal the world. Tell everybody a little bit about the magic of this phrase, this Hawaiian term.
Oh, thank you so much. It's so funny because I am known about entrepreneurship and and just creating, a whole new paradigm of having money do good. And the wind between the wind beneath my wings is actually the work that Jim was just talking about, because I have been a meditator, transcendental meditation for the last 13 years, almost 14 years. Have never missed it. Twice a day for me, it's like brushing my teeth. Meditation is key for me. And also doing prayers like Ho'oponopono. That is a beautiful Hawaiian tradition, and that is about making things right. And this beautiful woman by the name of Morna Simeona in the late 60s and 70s put it into a very simple prayer where it's about aligning the inner family. And it's all related to what Jim started to bring up, which is to really begin to get our nervous system to begin to slow down and to not be so at the effect and our reptilian mind constantly reacting. So the Ho'oponopono prayer is something that I have been doing since November 1984. And it's all about just aligning the inner family, letting go of upsets, resentments, and hurts, and allowing ourselves to be more receptive to success, to wealth, to peace, to love, and to being more understanding of other humans. I think all the work that we all do around this is around being able to just understand that we're all in the process of making mistakes, that life is about making mistakes. So making ourselves wrong about making any mistakes any day, it just brings up our inability to be able to think straight. So all of these beautiful things and the experiential trainings that we do at Money and You is also about getting people to become aware of their own blocks, their consciousness, and then making new decisions.
Yeah. Thank you, Doria. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to come back to you and we'll talk about some other thought leaders from the path, like Marshall Thorogood and some of these people that, have been promoting these positive messages. Isabel, let me jump over to you. You've had a magazine for years now. You've done really well with that magazine. You've even helped other people, launch magazines. How are you choosing your people or choosing your messages or stories to kind of promote good? I know that that's a focus for you. So how do how do you kind of go about that or leverage that?
Yeah, the ideal people for Top Talent Magazine are those that are servant leaders, people that have exceptional talent that are doing true good in the world. People like Doria that actually has her own edition of Top Talent Magazine. But several clients of ours as well have been featured inside of it because they have shown that not only are they doing good, but they are truly servant leaders. They serve from the heart, and they want to continually see positivity reflected in the world. One of those being, I use an example, Rose Santiago. Not only do we do a book for her, Live Your True Essence, but inside of her article, she talks about how her holistic practices have truly helped not only individuals, but families, children, and seeing wonderful results because she implemented those things herself as a woman who is mostly blind. She's still making a huge and impactful difference. But that's just one example of the kinds of people that you can expect to see inside of Top Talent Magazine that I strive and look for to have them, be discussed and to put into the front running.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're talking about is how do we use our platforms to promote good? How do we use our platforms? Sure, there's money and there's metrics and we have people that work for us and, we've got to be productive members of society, but there is this giving back and sharing our resources. And it's not just our time and our money, but it's our platforms, right? It's our social media platforms. It's our shows, it's our magazines, it's our events, right? So here Bernardo is, putting an event that provides people a chance to, share that voice. Bernardo, did you come back on to say something important or?
No, I was part of the panel.
Okay, you're part of the panel. That's what I was going to say. And so that's my transition to you then is this event, and you've had your own magazine yourself. So you're best known for your best U expos that are spreading love and good in its own way, but you had this vision of saying, hey, David, what do you think of doing an event that we literally call the Love Event? And thinking about all the time and money and man hours. And I mean, this is okay, but this is probably, this is not going to be your big money maker, right? This is your contribution to society. And so I kind of tip my hat to you. So why did you decide to spend so much of your resources and energy and refuse hours of sleep at night just to do this?
That's a great question. I have no answer.
Fair. That's fair.
Next question, please. No,
next question, please.
The thing is, David, is that this was an event that was obviously very close to my heart. It isn't and has never been a moneymaker, and but it's just one of those things that once you put your head behind it, and obviously this is an event that comes from the heart, and I love that you jumped on it straight away. You didn't even have to think about it. I said, I think it was just one of those random conversations. We were talking about doing stuff together. And I said, I got this idea about doing this Love Event. He said, I love it. So the thing is that it's just because it's needed, I keep seeing and identifying and meeting and connecting with so many great speakers, but a lot of them are missing the point. They're missing the point that we need to bring kindness. We need to talk more about love. We need to be talking about deeper things and how I can help you, get a book deal, or how I can help you, make six figures, when you go next on stage, and all these with love, things that just don't necessarily help or change the world.
Yeah.
Whatever we do, whatever we're doing, whatever we're trying to achieve in the world has to be part of the process of helping others, and bringing love to the forefront, So, what I'm looking for with the Love Event is just to simply find ways for us to be able to connect and to have deeper conversations around love. But to a degree, David, these conversations are really important. And for someone that has had 15,000 people attending an event, with 180 speakers and a lot of stress and potentially, yes, making some money, this has been, to a degree, and I'll be honest with you, a slight disappointment. And I'm saying is because I would have expected tens of thousands of people to be interested in this conversation. I would be tens, but as you said, because it's not sensational. Now people are finding that excuses or reasons to not be here today or not listen. Hey, hopefully they'll listen to the recordings. But the bottom line is there isn't a more important conversation than how we can become better humans and how we can elevate our consciousness. And it's all, you know, to a degree with all the things that we're all talking and we're all contributing at this event. So look, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, we'll keep at it and we'll keep going and we'll keep going because we can never stop. We can never give up. So yes. Anyway, we've got Mo here. I'm going to bring him in.
Okay, sounds good. Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm going to be with you in just a second here. I want to jump over to Jim Poole real quick. And at the risk of putting the answer in the question here, Jim, you know, Newcom started off as a very expensive product, you know, thousands, you know, maybe even tens of thousands, depending on how much and how often you want to use it. It was used by celebrities, celebrity doctors. It was used by professional athletes. Golden State Warriors, you know, NHL, you know, Blackhawks. I mean, like, you know, really big. And you went and brought it down kind of to the everyday person. And I know that everybody from stay-at-home moms to cancer patients to you know, military, you know, are using this. And I don't know, I guess I just want you to speak to where you want to take Newcom in the future and why you decided to take it out of the, you know, bigger dollars, if you will, into maybe the masses and the general public. Was that really a good business decision for you? Maybe it is, but talk about the new direction you're taking Newcom.
Lowering your price 99% in COVID with not enough money to have a runway to do that is not a good idea. But, you know, when the neuroscientists who invented Newcom, when you gain an understanding of the complexity of the brain and the power of this solution, you have an inherent obligation and a responsibility to get this to the masses. And to Bernardo's point, love should be a really attractive offering. And the point really is this: we are all far too stressed. The energy pattern is between our ears, and the energy pattern is through fear, stress, anxiety, depression, worry, and the media and the toxic environment. And this, I was on Indiana University campus this week trying to bring this to the kids. You know, think about back to school. Think about all the excitement that a college campus in the fall used to bring to us. This is probably the first generation where our kids are growing up in a worse environment than we had. It's disgusting. So we have to do something. Now, selling a $6,000 medical device to the military and professional athletes and doctors, yes. Is there a business model to be had? And yes. Could we have been very, very popular and very successful and very wealthy? Yes. That's not what we're here to do. There's many ways to make money. When you can liberate a human being who has stage 4 cancer and all their energy is based on fear, and you can liberate that and allow the body's immune system and resilience to improve, when you can work with the FBI and you can work with special forces operators to take a very high reactionary type of lifestyle. They don't choose who's going to rob a bank or take a hostage. It's all constant foot on the accelerator. When you go to the police force today and you see the attrition, you see the suicide, you see the drugs and alcoholism, you see the third families, it's not right. We have to find a way to downregulate that stress, balance the autonomic nervous system to allow accessibility to love. So for us, it was a 6-year journey of invention because we were obligated, because we had a very advanced stimulation device that was brain science. We were a FDA class 3 medical device. Okay, that's a euphemism for really expensive. That wasn't the goal. So once we liberated ourselves from that, we went on this path and COVID did not stop us. We went from 8,000 customers selling a $6,000 device to 90,000 selling a subscription model that you can now access our tech for $1.37 a day. It wasn't intention like, hey, I wonder if this business model is going to work. I never woke up one day thinking about that. It's our obligation, and we are here to liberate humans from that stress response. And if there's one thing I can contribute to this audience, stop judging yourselves and stop being so hard on yourself. You are literally behaving the way your neuronal circuitry is developed. There's a 40 million year reptile brain in your head and a 4 million year prefrontal cortex. Oxygen, taking a break, reflection, sleep, rest, you have to start making that important, otherwise stress is going to manage you, and you're never going to get to a place where you're liberated and you actually feel good about yourself. So that's why we're doing this.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to go over to Moirar. I'll come to you, Dame Doria, here just 1 second. But Mo, you know a bunch of us on here. Good to have you on. It's funny, I really kind of met you and Doria about the same time, 2015, 2016. It's fun to kind of think back to that journey. But, you know, you play a massive role in the Los Angeles Tribune, a leadership role, an ownership role. And I'm kind of curious, what responsibility, if any at all, do you feel to kind of put out good in the world and to kind of cover the good stories? You got a news platform that was established in 1886. And I definitely feel like I already know the answer to that, but I want to set you up to kind of tell everybody listening.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure and privilege to be here. Thank you for having me. I was listening to Bernardo and listening to Jim, and it's an honor to be among such thought leaders. To me, you know, David, I'll get a little esoteric here today on the panel and say that when I heard about the love event and when we're discussing the love event, to me, I don't really see too much of a distinction between the words love and God, right? And so when we talk about whatever the work is, whether it's in the media, which today we're specifically talking about, or whether it's the work that Jim is doing, I think helping people have peace of mind and helping people come together, to me, is a way to express love, right? And so I think that is God's work, to get just a little esoteric, if I may, today. And so whatever that may mean for you out there individually. And so I really see a lot of the work that the folks on this panel do as sacred work, whether it's the work that Dame Doria Cordova does, whether it's Jim Poole and the work at Newcom in introducing this kind of technology to the masses and giving everyday average people who need peace of mind an opportunity to have that. Whether it is the work of Top Talent Agency and their ability to help folks get their important messages out there to the world. And of course, Bernardo, who in my view is really somebody that deserves a lot of credit in the world of media for being basically one of the pioneers of somebody that for years now has championed positivity and love, not just through this event, but through a lot of other work that he's done in terms of media. And so for us, David, we're in a unique position because we're classified as a legacy brand. We're one of the few national brands that have the kind of history associated with it that are still independently owned. We haven't been swallowed up by one of the big conglomerates. And so we're very proud of that, because what it allows us to do is it allows us to steer into the direction that we want. And so it gives us the opportunity to collaborate with folks that we believe are doing incredible things on the planet. And so hopefully that's a satisfactory answer. I see you put me up here on the solo screen. I'd prefer to have my friends with me here. But yeah, hopefully that's a satisfactory answer. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Very sad. No, I'm very thankful to you, and the people that I work with are very thankful to you, because you know, you have your own personal passion for personal development and self-improvement. And so, you know, you've taken, you know, the power that you have through such a reputable brand like the Los Angeles Tribune, and you've said, hey, look, you know, I'm going to make my presence felt here. You know, we're going to make sure that, you know, this kind of news gets covered. So thank you. I'll come back to you. I want to shoot over to you, to Doria. You know, I kind of left off with talking about some of the leaders that you've worked with and the good messages that they've had. And sometimes part of us putting love in the world, positivity in the world, which, you know, kind of gets a little bit oversaid, or we become a little bit, you know, callous to, is really important. And part of that comes from just keeping the legacy going. And you've done an amazing job at, you know, not just encompassing the work you've been around into your own, but really giving credit to people like Marshall Thurgood and, Jim Rohn and some of these other people. So, maybe share some of who your mentors are that you're continuing their legacy because they had a legacy of love and positivity. You're muted there.
Sorry, Marshall Thurber and Bobby DePorter were the people that created literally the industry of transformational experiential entrepreneurial trainings, right? And one of the things that we learned from the Buckminster Fullers of the world, and Buckminster Fuller was pure love. But this is the thing, we didn't talk about it. He has a quota of love, but he hardly ever spoke about it that way, because humans immediately think that they know what love is. And we all know that true love is love in action. So, and then we have people like Ilya Prigogine that won the Nobel Prize, for the theory of dissipative structures, which has to do with explaining perturbation into the world. And that was a physics. He actually won a Nobel Prize in chemistry in 1977. And what we do in our programs, we have learned how to quote unquote trick human beings. What we have a thing called money and you. And people keep saying, that's not quite what we do here. And people do get very clear about money. People do get very wealthy from using the principles. But we literally have to trick people because we apply generalized principles that are true in nature and use science the way that Jim has been speaking about, and all of us actually use in many ways. And then we have to go ahead and kind of trick people into, you're going to make a lot more money, you're going to get wealthy, you're going to be doing this and that. And whenever from 1978, we have wanted to talk about love in action. We wanted to talk about love in business. And it was highly recommended that we don't do that. So it's a very interesting thing what our beautiful Bernardo was talking about, because when I did reach out to many of my leader friends, oh yeah, we know about love. Oh yeah, we know about love. The thing is though, that there is a lot of people that don't know that. They go for the wrong things. So, the billionaires that do a program called Money and You come out and go, oh my God, all I ever wanted to do was have love. All I wanted to do was be forgiven. All I wanted to do is be loved by my children and my family. And all that money in the world did not help. And what they really wanted was love.
Yeah. We're kind of told in Marketing 101, we kind of have to promote what people want and give them what they need. And you have brilliantly for decades said, hey, money and you. And people get into money and you and they start realizing, oh, it's not really about the money. It's about something else. It's about something more. And sure, money's a part of it, but it's energy, right? It's energy. Let me
the tools. We give them the tools to make tons of money. And we have had, Tony Robbins probably, when he did Money and You in 1983, he was very interested in the money part. He didn't have any. But at the time, then he realized that if he focused on his purpose, if he focused on something much greater than him, and look what he has done. And he's not the only one. He's just one of the famous ones. But it's about love.
Let me switch over. Last comment to Isabel here. I cut her short on the last panel with no last word. But Isabel, you are one of the Money and You graduates and students of Doria. And I just wanted you to speak real quick to magazines. Not only do you do one, but you've helped other people do one. But maybe just speak to the power of that. And Bernardo, you cut her off whenever you want. Whenever you feel so good, you cut her short. Go ahead, Isabel.
It's great to write books. You're able to share your insight and do more with your knowledge and able to replicate and get into other people's hands. But something that might be a little bit better is having your own magazine, whether it's digital and even eventually turn that into a print format. That way you're able to really give a platform to the people, not only that are directly your clients, but individuals that you truly feel that need to be spotlighted more often than not, because there are so many opportunities out there and you could be one of those people that can help them do just that, regardless of who it is exactly that they're trying to help, because what we all are centered in on is love and service. Some people that we have gotten to help with digital magazines outside of Top Talent Magazine is the Los Angeles Tribune and a few others. And it is absolutely amazing the content that comes out, not only just generally in the world, but also in our own communities, to really spotlight and impact and implement and put right in front of your face the kinds of changes and opportunities that are available to you.
Yeah, Matt, it's great being a best-selling author, but imagine being editor-in-chief of your own magazine where you can put out columns and have columnists and, you know, if you have a column. So, Isabel, you've done a great job with that. But this panel was on the good media movement and the good messages in the world and how people are using their platforms. So I wanted to kind of end with that. Go ahead, Bernardo, take it away.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the comment, you know, Doria was saying that, you know, I invited a lot of people and a lot of people, you know, kind of, hey, you know, I know everything about love. The thing is I ultimately know, because we're all, you know, I always share this fact that our reality is our mortality. So we're all going to end there. And when we end there, we're all going to want the same things. We're going to want to be surrounded by people that love us, and we hopefully have done something to leave the world in a better place, not, you know, packed and with regrets. So I think with these kind of things and a lot of the things that we're doing, and, you know, based on what Jim's saying, that, you know, we've had millions and millions of years of, you know, with our brain, you know, being tuned into fear. I think we have to change. We have to change, you know, the reality that is out there now. I mean, part of my talk I'm going to be talking about tomorrow is the fact that there's too much tension, there's too much division, there's too much stress, there's too much about what makes us different instead of what brings us together, which is this whole idea of this event, which is the whole idea of life in general. So yes, you know what, people don't get it, but that's what happens. You know, sometimes at the beginning people simply don't get it, and I really believe in that. I believe in the build it and they will come, because it's happened in life, and all of a sudden they say, oh my God, that was you know, it just came out of nowhere. No, it didn't. I've been working at this for 10, 15 years. You know, people, where did that come from? Well, work, you know, work and just keep at it and keep at it and keep at it. So when I said to you for the first time, this is the one of many love events, I mean it. I don't care if only 2 or 3 or 4,000 people showed up. I don't care. We'll be doing it again next year and the following year and the following year. Because as long as we've got people like yourselves, and there's people that believe in the same story, that love is important, kindness, caring, as long as we start spreading that, because we have to, because the world needs it. There's never been a more important time for us to do what we're doing. So we just have to keep at it. Okay.
Yeah. Bernardo, you're a 30-year overnight success.
Yes.
Overnight success. Way to
Good
go.
things come to those who are super passionate and super consistent.
Yes. And may I just say, and this is the event where we get to see David Fagan with a purple aura the whole time. I am so proud of you.
Purple, blue.
I mean, my God, you came out of the closet.
Those aren't lights. Those are just me. That's just me after Newcom. Those aren't lights. That's just me after Newcom.
I'm so impressed.
All right, guys. Well, sorry, David, when I popped to my head before, says, what are you doing here? Because I obviously come to say, hey, time's up. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say time's up.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. We got more people showing up there in panels, but I wanted to thank you all. David, I'll let you close it up. But Mo, thank you so much. Thank you for all the great work that you're doing, for your kind words as well. Very grateful. Jim, thank you. I know we're going to be talking to you later on this afternoon. So excited about that. Doria, te quiero. Thank you very much, darling, for everything you bring. Isabel, thank you for making David look so great, because he doesn't, you know, thank you. He looks good. He looks good thanks to you. I know that. Even the purple aura. And David, thank you so much.
He actually did set up the lights. So yeah.
We know.
No, that was the perfect wrap up. We don't need any more. I know we're going to be talking to all of you again real soon. Don't forget the Neuroscience Summit with the Los Angeles Tribune, nsciencesummit.com. Yep, Jim Poole will be up later on. Yeah, just nothing but good stuff here.
Yeah, there's the link again for the free pass to the neuroscience if you want to get it.
Jim will be speaking there as well. So, all right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. Take care. Los hola. Bye, Jim. Bye.
Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, so here we are. What a great panel. What a very, very passionate panelist there. I think I may have gone over the top. But anyway, listen, thank you so much. We're just a couple of minutes, and we got another great guest speakers that are going to be joining us. Thank you so much.
The Inspiring People interview series is a collection of exclusive interviews sure to inspire and motivate you. I'm Bernardo Moya, the founder and chief inspirational officer of The Best You. And in this series of interviews, I'm in conversation with industry leaders, thought leaders, self-made millionaires, Olympians, and global sports personalities, the influencers of today's world. I find out about their start in life, their early days, their rise to success, and both the good and the bad times. We discuss their opinions on education, business, money, and just how to be happier. Join us to find out more about these fascinating and inspiring people.
My passion is to set people free by helping you transform any area of your life more effectively and faster than anything you've tried before. I do this by unique abilities gifted to me through 2 near-death experiences that allow me to help you change your frequency, changing your life. But there's hundreds of thousands of people that are already living this way. It's been a proven method, and now I'm going to share it with you. So I'll see you on the Moss Experience.
Okay, here we are. We've got another fantastic panel, and it's just non-stop. This is a panel that Sajady is going to be hosting. It's called the Do We Find Love or Cultivate It? So, Mas, let me bring you in. And how are you?
I'm doing well, Bernardo, and I love the passion. And I was just listening in last call with David and everybody else, and yeah, I love the passion.
Yeah, sorry, man. Sometimes I get carried away.
I love it. I get carried away like that too.
Yeah, I love it. Mas, well, listen, the floor is yours. I know you've got quite a few guests already here. David's here. I think Emme, your daughter. Robert Mack is here too. So do you want me to bring them all in one go, or how do you want to?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do that. I don't know if you know this man, David Fagan.
Oh, man, him.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
I know, we didn't have anyone else. He's just everywhere. Let me bring Robert Mack in. Robert,
Hello.
Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Robert, love the glasses, man.
Thank you so much. Trying it.
This is a good looking group right here. This is
so far.
This is a good start.
Thank you, David. That's normally a comment that I say, and I'm really grateful. This is a very good looking panel. Luckily, I'm leaving for you guys. Anyway, so let me bring Emme, which is Mas's daughter, which obviously, brings it to a different level. Emme, how are you?
Now it's a good looking group. Now, I don't know. We look kind of tainted, David, compared to her.
I'm gonna hop off now.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm definitely hopping off. Over to you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Well, this is a panel, and David, can you see the comments on people, or I can't read the comments. So if you see comments that
we're not focused on the comments when we're on StreamYard here. Most of the comments are on Zoom or Facebook, but sometimes I'll glance down at my phone and look at them. For sure.
Okay, awesome. So if you see comments that are like intriguing,
I'll glance at my phone from time to time.
Yeah, that's awesome. So again, some of these individuals, like is it Siri? Simi? Simi. Hey Simi, how are you? We haven't met formally. I don't think we haven't met, right? And Robert, we haven't met formally either. So it's nice to meet you all. And then obviously my daughter Emme, Emme, just amazing. An amazing young woman. She's only 21 now, hon? And just an amazing. I guess that's all I can say is that she's amazing. She's following my work. She actually helps me. She helps my clients where, I'm basically that surgeon. I go in there. It's like, gosh, there's a frequency tumor in you that's not doing you good. You've got relationship issues, or you've got health issues or finance issues. Let's just pull that out. And then Emme just seems to be that person that goes, she's the like post-op. She's that person that's really loving, that's really caring, that brings in that frequencies that that helps you heal the proper way. So that's why I brought her in here to help not just a lot of younger women understand love, but it's turned out, her focus was on working with younger women and so on, but it turns out that a lot of her clients are actually older women that are like reinventing themselves through the work that we do with XI and going, wow, how can I reheal, or how can I heal myself of my younger days so I can be a more vibrant woman today? So that's what she would be an expert. Emme, you can say more about that, and then we'll get into the group discussion.
Yeah. So what I do, the way I describe my abilities, I bring you into a higher and loving space where everything that needs to happen just kind of happens. It allows you everything that doesn't benefit you to kind of just come out, give you that safe space where you feel comfortable with yourself, and you're kind of able to work through what doesn't benefit you, kind of see those patterns in you and help you kind of realize the next step, or how to be that support for yourself in order to get over it. Whereas what my dad does, as he was saying, he's kind of that surgeon, and he takes everything out. So I kind of give you that love and that support to allow you to realize what you need to do in order to help yourself and be that love for yourself.
That's beautiful, and that's what we need. That's what the world needs. That's what Bernardo is talking about. So, Robert, Simi, how do you guys feel? We'll just jump right in. Do we find love, or do we cultivate love? How do we, what's your thoughts on that? David, I'm going to save you for last.
Oh, I'm not even going to do anything here.
Okay, you're just here?
Everything to you guys. No, seriously. Robert, why don't you go first, then we'll go over here to Dr. Simi.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably important to define what we mean by love. I think a lot of us assume that we know what we mean by love, and I'd say most relationship problems ultimately come down to a question of how each of us defines love. And so I guess that's the first question I'd offer up to the group. I have my own thoughts about that. I'd say that for me, love is life felt. So it's an unfiltered, unedited experience of that thoughtless, wordless, faceless, formless, infinite, eternal, peaceful aliveness that I call life itself. It's just felt oneness with life itself. And it's the same one life that exists within all of us. But I'm offering that up to the group too, because I'm not claiming to, know it all.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Actually, I like the way you said it. Because Robert, as you were saying it, I could actually feel you feel it, which is beautiful. And that's what love is, right? When you talk about it, it's just like it comes into you and you start to feel it. Dr. Simi, what are your thoughts on what love, cultivating love, what love is, finding it, cultivating it? How do we, what's going on?
Yeah, it's such an expansive word that we tend to use very sometimes flippantly throughout the day. I'm sorry, I'm in actually Costa Rica and we're outside, so there will be a lot of noise. My apologies for that.
No worries.
So for me, love has been showing up in all different ways. It has been connecting with someone. It has been watering a plant. It has been loving myself as the day doesn't turn out quite the way I want it to. So there's different expressions of love, and it's a hard definition. So for me, I realized that love needs to be cultivated. We are love. We are liquid love. And how do we begin to tap into that liquidity so that we can harvest all the goodies that come with it?
I love that. The liquid love, that's pretty cool. Being dynamic, and I think for me, it's really important, that aspect that you talked about, Simi, is that love being more liquid or being more fluid. Because a lot of times, when we say fall in love or stay in love, we tend to get, from my point of view, we get stuck like in a moment in time where back then we were in love, and then we're always trying to say cultivate that love. And that happened, like, say, for some couples, like, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and they're trying to cultivate what happened there over here. But I think what, Dr. Simi is actually saying is like, if it was liquid, that love that you had back there can cultivate and be more liquid, and you can experience that love like forever. It turns into a timeless love. I might be putting words into your mouth, Dr. Simi, but does that sound about right?
No, go ahead and put words in my mouth. That was a beautiful description. Thank you.
No, that's so beautiful. I love it. I love the way you described it. That's awesome. Emme, she's a tender age of 21. Obviously, she's looking at love differently. Not a whole lot of, say, intimate experiences or anything like that. And you know, so what do you think of love, or what do you think about what love should be, or do we cultivate it, do we find it, or whatever else that you think it is, or maybe it's none of those? I don't know.
Well, I agree a lot with what everyone has said. And when I think of love, I think of it as very fluid and kind of just different boxes that it can go into. But when I think of it as really that deep connection with yourself. The deeper connection that you have with yourself and a better understanding, and the more familiar and more comfortable that you are in your own space, the deeper that you can experience that love. With how that applies to your relationship. When I think of, a healthy, loving relationship, I think of my partner being able to grow with me and being able to kind of help cultivate that space for myself where I feel comfortable with myself and I'm able to kind of dive deeper into who I am and how I experience things and how I experience love. And I think for a lot of people, especially in relationships, they don't know necessarily what love feels like, or they don't have that deep connection to themselves. And then their idea or their definition of love is kind of created by other people, or what they think other people think love is. So it kind of gets very muddled. But when you take that step back and you just look at how, when do you experience love, or how do you experience love in your life? I think it's very fluid, and I think it's in everything. So I just see it as the more connected that you are with yourself, and the more that you can kind of learn to get your validation from yourself and get that support and learning how to be that support, then the deeper that you experience love in all parts of your life.
Wow. I don't know what to say after that. I think she kind of summed it all up for me. Quite amazing. Again, as a individual of youth, and I want to keep bringing that up because a lot of people go, well, what does she know about love and so on like that? If you really study children, if you've got kids, if you study them, they know what pure love is about. It's unadulterated, and it's just love. It's just raw love that they have for you. Even if you've messed up, even if you've been, say, that worst parent and so on, they still look at you with those eyes. And it's like, so if you start to pay attention to what young people's definition of love is, it really allows you to, say, pull away from the definitions that we might have inherited, from our parents or from society or from the movies or from social media, that love is X. Love is like, wearing certain clothes. If you're not that, what is that conditional love they talk about? Right. And most people, to me, from my point of view, would say cultivate conditional love. I don't know if you can talk about that, Robert, conditional love, or if you've experienced conditional love. And I'm not reading you, but I'm reading you, and how then you stay away from it. Sorry. I just have this tendency just to read people all the time.
It's so good. I love it. This is a conversation I live for.
Yeah.
I agree with everything that everyone said so far. I'd say that, in the Tao Te Ching, it said the Tao that can be defined or described or told is not the real Tao. And I'd say that's true of love as well. The love that can be defined or described or told is not the real love. And I would say conditional love is not real love. It can be 1,001 things. It might be entertainment. It might be lust. It might be ego. It might be ego gratification. Ultimately, love is that peaceful aliveness that we feel when we stop at simply experiencing the I am presence, just I am, and children, to your point, Mas, are a lot closer to that in lots of ways. I mean, we're all sort of one with that, but we have lots of thoughts, a lot of discursive thinking, a lot of obsessive compulsive thinking and analytical thinking that gets in the way of our experience of that, so to speak. But it's always there. It's like the sky, or the sun in the sky. Sun is always there. Sometimes we call it a cloudy day. We might call that a conditionally loving day. We might call that a sad day or a lonely day. But ultimately, the sunshine is always back behind those clouds, shining through brightly as ever.
Absolutely. Yeah, you bring up some great points. Obsessive compulsiveness. People, they get obsessive over love, and then they want to cultivate it. It's like, damn it, I need to cultivate love. Well, when, and then you don't have the fertile soil. You really don't have that fertile soil. You need to cultivate it within yourself, like Emme was saying, and Dr. Simi was saying. Again, you have to cultivate within yourself, understand it within yourself, and then you go out and reach love, or you go out and grow love. And I think that's what Robert was saying as well, is that love is within you. Dr. Simi, I want to ask you something about It just seems, and again, forgive me, I just read people if you don't mind. You've gone through some, say, experiences that have really gave you some hard lessons on love. Can you share a couple of those experiences if you want to? Not to put you on the spot if you don't, or what you learned from them. And then again, what you cultivated or how you again grew from those experiences rather than being destroyed. Because I see you as a winner. You know, those things, those experiences might have destroyed others, but for you, it turned out to define love and define, say, peace and harmony within yourself very differently. Like I said, other people would have been destroyed. How did you get to, or how did you cultivate the love within you so you can be a better version of yourself? It's an intriguing story, actually. I don't know you that well, but I can read you. But, so please tell.
Thank you for the read. And yes, you're absolutely right. I just actually reached the point of self-love, honestly, not maybe a month ago. And so now I'm all excited and say, hey, I did it. And now can I help others to do it? So hence my appearance here today.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So severe. And I say this from a place of a storytelling. So not to identify with it in any way, shape, or form, because I just became disidentified with it. But severe abuse starting from 6 months to 12 years of age. And led me to believe that love is also fierce, because at one point in time, Kali embodied me and showed me that I, even at that age, had the power within me to stop my perpetrators. I chose not to do it. And that realization right there was like, wow, I created that situation at a very deep level. And to become aware of that and conscious of that, I mean, I couldn't help but then say, I love myself for protecting myself and doing what was needed in the moment to survive, to not only to survive, but to become the person that I am today. And really immense love for both of my parents. So grateful for what they had to do at a soul level to help me to become who I am today. And really, when I think about say a certain situation that comes up now, and I kind of start feeling a little down, my mantra to myself is, I love myself anyways. And it's so fabulous and so amazing that it shifts within seconds. It really, that feeling dissipates, and I'm back in my peace and my playfulness and in harmony, back to all the work I did. But I won't say the work was easy. It took a lot of persistence. It took a lot of tenacity to be able to get to where I am today. I mean, not to take up too much of the time, but I do want to share that I went to med school having been severely abused, as I just shared. And I had a daughter who was a year and a half. And I was in a marriage that was just falling apart. Yet I went through med school without any therapy. People like me honestly end up in psych wards. We don't end up in med schools.
I was just going to say that. But what, and that's what I saw in you is like, well, what was it different about you where you either go to a mental institution and therapy and stuff, and then how you turned out to be? And that's the point that I was seeing in you. So again, beautiful presence, hon. And this is what we do. And I'd love to connect with you to help you really clean out, because you're not using those patterns anymore anyway, right? So it's like it's in the background for you. You're not using it. What I do is like, well, shit, if you're not using, it's kind of like an app on your phone, right? You haven't used it for a while. It's not beneficial for you. It's just taking up resources. How about if we just completely delete that app? And, your daughter might be younger from what I'm assuming. It's like, if you delete it off your genetic structure or makeup, she automatically disconnects it, and then she doesn't have to perpetuate the abuse and so on like that, or she doesn't have to attract that. So,
beautiful. Yes, would love to connect. Thank
so I'd
you.
love to connect with you. Emme,
Likewise.
for you, hon, I know it's kind of interesting, but I think a lot of older individuals would love to get advice from a younger person that hasn't been tainted by all the experiences that people have had in love. So what advice can you give them to cultivate love deep within them? I think we're all in agreement that we actually cultivate. So it's both. We actually cultivate love within ourselves, and then, we find love or we attract love. Are we all in agreement with that?
Yeah.
It's not one or the other, but most people try to find it, right? So what advice would you have to older individuals who've been tainted, so to speak, especially with, personal love, but not just personal love, but just love for themselves, or even love for a God? It's like, God, why did you do this to me? That kind of love. Because I think that's where it all starts. I think you could have some really good insight on that.
Yeah, and so for me, I've experienced a lot of conditional love from my mom. I've been through a lot of abuse. I've been through a lot of stuff, and for me, it's just taking that step back, becoming familiar with what I want and what I want to experience and how I experience love, and not taking on other people's burdens as my own. So having gone through those situations, not taking their faults and making them mine and saying, oh, well, because they couldn't love me, that's my fault. So I need to be better. How can I be good enough for them to love me? I think a lot of people fall into that, and especially in personal relationships. So taking that step back, and it's like the more effort that you put into becoming familiar with yourself and how you think about things and how you feel about things, and getting used to standing behind who you are and what your opinions are and what you feel drawn towards. It's a lot harder for other people to kind of knock you off balance, or to say bring you into their space with their burdens and their issues. So kind of getting that separation and that understanding with how you work and how other people work, and not taking on their burdens because you feel bad or because those are the experiences that you've had before. Taking that time to really sit with yourself. I think that talking a lot in front of a mirror and talking to yourself is really beneficial for everybody. Just getting used to being in your space, and again, how you experience things. And just for kids growing up in those situations, you get, with conditional love, you get so used to having to earn love. And then those patterns come into yourself, and you feel like you have to, be productive enough to be good enough, or to love yourself, or to be okay with yourself. So taking those steps back and trying to understand those patterns, why are you so hard on yourself? Where is that coming from? So for me, I think the biggest advice is just to always break things down. Whatever you're experiencing in the moment is just what you're experiencing in that moment. It doesn't have to have weight unless you give it to it. It doesn't have to have meaning unless you give it to it. So just always trying to connect with what you want and where you experience love and how you do that.
Wow. She brings up some amazing points on that. One, taking responsibility. Like she said, most people take the responsibility by taking the blame for the relationships. That makes sense, right? You don't want to take that. You want to take the responsibility to go, okay, that shit's yours. That shit's mine. I'm going to fix my stuff. What are you going to do to yours? I think that's what Emme was saying. So that's really key. Most people, again, they just take the blame. Something's happening. It's not, relationship's not working. It's my problem, right? Again, you guys don't want to do that. You want to take the responsibility and understand, one, what frequencies, and this is, I tell my students this, if you're in a bad relationship, or if you're in a relationship that could be better, right? You ask yourself, is like, you get into this situation or you get into this argument, you have to ask yourself, because again, this is about taking responsibility. You have to ask yourself and go, hey, what pattern is it in me that's allowing that to happen? If you're having abuse happen in your life, again, I'm not blaming you for the abuse. I'm not saying that you're the cause of the abuse, but there is a pattern in you that's allowing abuse to happen. It's kind of like a puzzle piece. What puzzle piece in you, or what program in you is allowing that abuse to happen? Ask yourself that as you're arguing, and as you go through the process, you start to see the underlying patterns that you were like. And then when you look in the mirror, like Emme was saying, or talking in the mirror, people shave and people put on makeup in the mirror, but do you ever look at yourself right in the eye while you're looking at yourself? Hardly anybody does. It's scary. So Emme was talking about doing the mirror meditations that we teach on, exponential intelligence. And it's a great opportunity for you guys. Just sit there in front of the mirror and just look at yourself. At first, it's scary as hell. But the key is that's what other people see in you. They see your weaknesses. They see all that stuff. They might not know it at a conscious level, but they're experiencing that. So what you want to do is look in the mirror. And as you do, you see your weaknesses and then you can resolve it. Okay. Don't shy away from it. Just keep looking. In a very short time, you'll start to see the love and the beauty and the grandness you are, no matter where you are in the world, no matter where or how far down you are. And that's where you start to love yourself or cultivate that deeper love. And then the other aspect too is doing something for love. We're all conditioned. If I do X, then I'll be loved more. Right? Robert, maybe you can talk about that.
I love it so much. Oh gosh, just so much of rich, wealthy conversation here. Yeah, I'd say so there's two things I'd say. First, you're absolutely right, Maz. I think we're all kind of in agreement that sort of from the sort of illusory separate self, so from the limited human mind, love is something that we cultivate, that we grow and develop from the one self that we all ultimately are. So from the spiritual self, there's no cultivation, growth, or development at all of that which is already unlimited. Right. So it sort of depends on what angle we're approaching the conversation from. And to your point, Moss, it's I think of love as sort of happiness shared, like your happiness shared, my happiness shared, or our self-love shared. When I'm tapped into and turned on to who I truly am, to who and what I truly am, I'm a bit like a rain cloud, right? And so a rain cloud is just full of moisture. I'm just full of happiness and self-love and joy and peace. And I become so full of it. We all become so full of it that we recognize and acknowledge that we've always been full of it, that we can't contain it any longer. And so we sort of unconditionally and indiscriminately and without an expectation of reciprocity shower that peace, love, joy, and self-love on everybody and everything else on the planet. And we do so without an expectation of reward, without any quid pro quo. There are no politics involved. We do it simply to relieve ourselves and unburden ourselves of the peace, love, and joy that we're just carrying around all day, every day. So that bliss shared is what I'd call love. And it's not something that we do necessarily for the other, although it benefits others. It's something we do for ourselves because it feels so good when you're simply just existing in your natural state, your true nature, which is love itself or happiness itself.
Absolutely. Uh-oh. Hey, guys. Can you still hear me? I kind of lost Robert for a second. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. That was fantastic, Robert. I really loved it. Some points that he brought about was it's like, what do you do? Or, sharing happiness and so on like that. And I just want to define like sharing happiness, because a lot of times we go, well, we got to go to the movies. We got to go do this. We got to do that. We got to do that. Right. For love. And that's how we do it. And then, as the relationship ages, a year or two, and it's like, how many movies can you watch? How much stuff do you have to keep doing to perpetuate that, to cultivate that? What we're talking about here in this group here is like cultivating love is on the inside. So you're growing love. And to me, love is about your higher self or your limitless self here, your limited self here, your time-bound self here, merging that two together. That integration that's what we call pure love. And it comes from, again, as a source outside of you, although it's inside of you. It sounds kind of strange, but when you merge together, I say it comes from a source outside of you because it's like you feel encapsulated in love. It's like a bubble of love that you live through. And it's really kind of a cool feeling. And that's where you're protected. That's where you're secure, because most people want love to be protected, to be secure, to be in a space where they can be their best possible self. But most people, again, they cultivate love on the outside. Again, there's nothing wrong with going to movies or having fun and stuff like that. But what happens is that what the kind of love I'm talking about is like there's an old, like you see the old couples, they're sitting on a park bench, they're just holding hands and they're just like happy. They're just experiencing the love that they're growing inside of each other, and they're just thinking, they don't even have to talk. They're going, gosh, I can feel the love that just expanding in you. And the other person going, I can feel the love expanding. And they're just like watching the movie inside themselves. And it's really beautiful. If you've ever seen those older couples, that's their secret, guys. They're cultivating that inner connection deep within. And then they hold hands and they share it. And then they're just like, wow, they're in that bliss state. But when they do go to the movies, or they do whatever that they do, it's even more expansive. It's not because, they're on a treadmill and they have to do something to maintain that level. They're already maintained. Whatever they do outside of that, right? They keep, going higher and higher, which is beautiful. I know we're kind of, I don't know how much time we have. I kind of lost track about, I think we got another 10 minutes or so. Dr. Simi, anything that you want to say, really give advice to on how you went through the process of, again, no offense, not being like in a psych ward, okay, where you could have been, to where you are now, actually feeling love for people and wanting to share it in a proper way. That's which is really impressive, because most people that have gone through that process, they want to latch on, they want to tell their story, because it's kind of interesting. But when people who have gone or been devastated like that, they turn it around and then they want to share and talk about it. Most of them, they come from a place of like wanting to latch on to other people to maintain where they are. If that makes sense to you. The difference, and that's what I love about you, Dr. Simi, I know I don't know you, but I can read anybody, is that it's like, no, guys, I'm here to share how I did it. I'm here to share, the 1, 2, 3 steps on how I did it. I'm not here to, grab onto you and like latch onto you and like, oh, I'm not here to have you feel sorry for me or anything like that. I'm just here to go, this is the 1, 2, 3 steps on how I did it, and it's successful for me. It'll probably be successful for you. So if you can talk a little bit about that, Dr. Simi.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mass. It's been an incredible journey into taking responsibility, as Emme was alluding to rather. Sorry, and also really self-acceptance and self-compassion. So when I did see my own patterning, instead of, yes, momentarily I did go into, oh my God, what the F I'm doing, and then
Right.
what followed, if I just stayed with it, and meaning being with that storm, is what helps to integrate, which is what you were alluding to earlier. It's getting that higher self and the lower self, and accepting every part of you. It's that wholeness when we evolve into that. And it's been a journey into self-acceptance and really compassion for myself. Okay, so looking at my own, frankly, my own narcissistic traits and going, okay, I'm being this way. And when I began to truly have compassion for myself, saying, my goodness, look at what I went through, right? And anyone would, in that situation, would react and act the same way. Their psyche would be the same way. We get conditioned based on our experiences. So when I truly began to look at that and just detach myself from myself just enough to say, okay, this is Simi, this is a soul, and just because I have this behavioral patterning, it doesn't make me who I am. I am still that divine being. And one of the Course in Miracles teachings always came to my mind, and Jesus always reminded me, that I am still me. I am free, for I am still as God created me.
Yes.
And that quote really helped me through. And when I truly looked at it, it helped me to develop really that compassion for myself. So rather than waiting for somebody else to give me compassion, when I began to tune into that, this is why I'm so passionate about talking about self-love, because that's what's helped me to dissolve the patterning that was coming in the way of my relationships, especially the one I have with myself.
Beautiful. Just from my point of view, and again, just seeing it from, say, the science of it, so we understand it. Accepting. You brought out, Dr. Simi, accepting yourself. So what most people think that's about, accepting yourself, is like, I'm broken, I've been abused, I'm going to accept myself in that format, and then I never change. Okay. What I think Dr. Simi was talking about actually is like, I'm accepting myself where I am, because that's where I am. kind of like a GPS, it's like you want to go to, place X, but you're not accepting where you are in life right now. Right. So that GPS will never take you because you're lying to yourself on where you are right now. You're saying, hey, I'm over here and you're not over there. So how can you find where you want to go? Right. So what she was saying is literally like, okay, I'm accepting where I am. I'm accepting, say, the tragedy or whatever that I went through. Okay. But it's not part of me. She detached herself. So from my point of view, time-bound self going through the tragedy or the abuse, timeless self. Here, she transfers herself or detaches herself. And again, we do this in the 18-day hyper meditations and a lot of the programs that we do on exponential intelligence. We separate ourselves. She literally walks from her time-bound self, seeing herself abused and all that, and then walks away into her timeless self and goes, wait a second, I'm looking around and I'm a brilliant being. I'm a beautiful human. What am I doing in this experience? So you accept the experience that's been created for you pretty much by your parents. Again, because most of us are just, say, the latest version when you were born of your parents. If you were a software program, you literally are just emerging and then you pop out, and then you're running their latest version, right? And then you add your stuff onto it, and then you pass that on to your kids. So what Dr. Simi was going about is like, no, wait a second. I'm going to step back. I'm going to detach myself. You don't detach yourself from the situation, but you detach the point of reference that you're observing yourself from. She wasn't observing herself from, and again, I'm just reading you. No, I'm so sorry about that. But she's just observing herself, not from the physical, Dr. Simi. She's actually observing of herself of a pure potential that she's labeled Simi. Does that make sense? And that gives you, say, fantastic opportunities and abilities to cultivate what's the real you into the physical form. So it's like planting the seeds that never got to be planted when she was younger into her physical form. And that's where they start to blossom. So it's a beautiful thing. We've got just a few minutes. Any last words, Dr. Simi, before we move on? And then we'll go to you, Robert, for any last words.
Truly love yourself. Nobody else is going to.
There you go.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Robert, any last words?
Just so much love and appreciation for you all. Just to mirror back what you said there, also, I thought just phenomenally profound and poignant. Ultimately, I think the kind of self-acceptance we're talking about here is really self-abidance, right? So there's the perspective of being a human being, having a spiritual experience. There's that. Yes. And there's the spiritual being having a human experience. And to the extent that you identify with the spiritual being as opposed to the human being, you find that not only do you accept and welcome all of who you are, but you also more deeply discover who you truly are, and you find change happening more organically and seamlessly and easily and effortlessly and even enjoyably. And so it's a much sort of healthier, happier, lazier, smarter path to getting what you want and to making the changes you want to make in your life.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder, guys, what Robert was saying, sometimes it hurts because you see, and I think all of us have gone through this, you start to see the things that really are painful, what's causing the pain, and then we start to observe it, and then we start to say, pull it out of us. And that's the important thing. Again, so sometimes it's a little painful going through this process, but it's the fastest way possible because, well, you just don't want to walk around with all those burdens and all that garbage that you inherited from your parents or wherever you did. You want to take a look at it and get rid of it. Some of you are a lot faster at it, by the way. Some of you don't have to go through years of problems, especially with what we do in XI. You don't have to go through years of stuff. You just go look at it and like, that's not for me. And you just throw it out the window and then you're done with it. Emme, any last words before we run out of time?
Yeah, well, just going off of what you said with it being painful, instead of getting stuck in the pain, looking at where you are now and being proud that you're finally in a place where you can make those changes, where you can kind of understand the support that you need to be for yourself. And just for advice, I think a really big thing for everybody is just always going back to that younger version of yourself when you were a kid. You know, bottom line, who do you want to be for yourself? Outside of physical things, you know, whatever you yearned for, whatever you needed from a kid, you know, you're in an emotional place to give that to yourself now. So instead of getting stuck in the trauma and saying, well, why did that happen to me? Why did that happen to me? Now being proud that you've grown enough and found the strength in yourself to be aware of it, to be able to look at it and not get stuck in that pain and finally move forward. So I always just look at myself as, you know, that little girl. Now being in a place where I can have my back, I'm always going to choose that. I'm always going to leave that up to me rather than looking for love or validation in other people. So always just bring everything back to yourself. How do you want to experience it? What do you want your life to be like or feel like? And how can you kind of cultivate that love in yourself?
Beautiful. Yeah, it's and you know, I'm really proud of her. She's got Emmy's got 2 little sisters. She's got a younger brother, but you know, he's 18 or 17. But the 2 younger girls, you know, we went through some of the same things that she went through. Where she's lucky, she can actually reparent herself. In exponential intelligence, I call it reparenting. And you can do this by having little sisters, is that you see your younger self in your little sisters, and then you go, shit, when I was now that I'm older, now that I know better, I can help them not go through the same process. And even if they are going through the same process, you know, with their mom or whatever it might be, your situation, you can still redefine the situation that they're going through. So although it could be a tough situation that you might be going through in family value structure and so on, because you go, my family value structure is terrible. How can I ever be, you know, find a place to love myself? Well, you start to learn from the family value structure. Most people who have been successful, and again, this panel right here, highly successful, what they've done is they've reevaluated what that issue or what that experience that they went through. That's the difference between people who can actually start to cultivate love and then people who are seeking for others to cultivate love. So whatever they had, whatever soil that they had to plant with, they used it, they cultivated, they made it, say, love worthy so they can grow. Most people, unfortunately, they go, you know, I had a bad childhood. A lot of people have bad childhood. I'm not knocking anybody down. But again, a lot of people have bad experiences in their childhood. It's not because your parents are bad, or maybe they are. It doesn't really matter. It's just that it is what it is. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to learn from the experience that you're in? That's what real cultivation is. What are you going to turn into? Whatever that you have, what are you going to turn it into so you can grow and expand in the future for yourself and your kids? By the way, it's not magic. It's called evolution. Animals do that automatically. Whatever that they went through in the past, hardships and so on like that, they learn from it, they expand from it, and then they pass it on. And that's why animals evolve. Humans carry all their baggage and then pass it down to their kids. So again, we want to evolve, right? And that's what Bernardo is all about, evolving into, say, a higher level of consciousness or a higher level of love for the planet, not just for ourselves, but when we start cultivating it within ourselves, we're going to see it for the planet. And that's how we really change, say, this consciousness. Again, it's that consciousness evolution that we're looking for. Bernardo, thank you so much for allowing us to.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you. Robert, Simi, I'd love to see both of you, more of you. I'd really love to connect. And Emme, well, thank you, hon. So
thank you so much. What a great panel, Mas. Thank you. That was beautifully hosted. And Robert, thank you for your input and insight. Emme, you're a very, very smart lady. You know, so young, unbelievable, scary good. Scary good. Yes. You're very proud. You should be very proud, Mas. I'm sure you are. And yes. Dr. Simi, thank you so much. Well, thank you all, and we'll continue. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you all. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, here we are. Dr. Darcy, how are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm very good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's great to have you here.
Thank you for having me, Bernardo.
Well, listen, we didn't even have a break. We wanted to bring you in straight away, because, well, the title of your talk has just got a lot of interest. And, there's a lot of people that believe in Santa Claus. So here they are, waiting to listen to you.
Okay.
Let me just do a brief introduction. Dr. Darcy Sterling, she's a licensed clinical social worker and was the host of E-Network's Famously Single. She's also the former global ambassador of Tinder. And Dr. Darcy shares her New York City practice with her wife, Steph, a couples therapist, where they specialize in helping people thrive in their relationships. In addition to providing individual therapy to her private clients, Dr. Darcy offers a host of online courses to help people navigate the most important areas of life, love and relationships. Her newest course tackles one of the most toxic relationship issues, jealousy. Absolutely. Darcy, well, thank you so much. I'm very grateful to have you here speaking, sharing your expertise and your knowledge and your wisdom. Thank you for, introducing me to Robert. We've had him very busy. He was talking yesterday. We had him in a panel. As you saw, he was in a panel now.
Good. Keep him out of trouble.
I'm keeping him out of trouble. Don't you worry about that. So we've been doing that. And yes, it's been a couple of really exciting, great days with great talks, great panels. I know you're hosting a panel for us after your talk as well.
I sure am.
Excited to listen to that.
Looking forward to it.
The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, as Bernardo indicated, this conversation is about what trust and Santa Claus have in common. So Webster defines trust, and I am paraphrasing here and I'll indicate when I do that. They define trust as the extent to which I am able to rely on your character, your ability, or your truthfulness. That sounds about right to me. I can get behind 2/3 of that definition. I think it's reasonable to base my trust on how often you have done the things that you say you're going to do. You tell me you're going to pick me up at 8. You don't show up at 10. You show up at 8. I also think that it is reasonable that my trusting you is predicated on you being honest and truthful with me. The stories you tell me about your life are fairly accurate. And to the extent that they're not, we can basically chalk that discrepancy up to perception or faded memory, right? You told me that you went to grad school, and it turns out you actually did go to grad school, and you got the degree that you told me that you got. Now, where Webster and I depart, and that is the qualifier of my entire discussion, which is intended to persuade you away from that definition, is this idea that in order for me to trust you, I have to be able to rely on you to do certain things in the future. Now, I'm not talking about you helping me apply for a job. I mean, you offer to help me apply for a job. I absolutely expect you to show up for me. I'm talking about promising things that most of us expect our romantic partners to promise us if we're in a long-term relationship. Things like, I'll be here for you forever, I will love you forever, and I will never cheat on you. Those things, which most of you would agree are fairly normal expectations of a partner. That is where I draw a line in the sand between Webster and me, which is saying a lot because, as Bernardo indicated when he introduced me, for almost 30 years, I have been a relationship therapist in private practice in New York City. I am essentially the person who works with, my specialty is like working with women who are very high achieving. And I teach them the relationship skills that they were never taught so that they can be as successful in love as they are in life. My clients and the community that I am in, they basically consider me Dr. Love. So for me to posit that it is absolutely unrealistic for you to promise someone, a partner that you're in love with, that you'll be there forever, or that you'll love them forever, or that you'll never cheat on them ever, is a pretty contradictory thing. I'm from New York. I'm just going to tell you it's fucked up. And I know it is. but it's kind of not, you know? I am grounded in science, in reality. I'm what I like to call myself a cautious optimist. I require science or evidence to inform my optimism. If I don't have hard evidence, I just cannot get it up for optimism, no matter how hard I try. And the reason is because for 30 years, I have been teaching people relationship skills in some capacity or another. It's all I do all day, every day. It's what I went to school for back when I was in my 20s, which was a million years ago. It's what I then went back to school for when I wanted to get a PhD. It's all I've ever done. And while I have anecdotal evidence from the clients that I've worked with for almost 3 decades now, moreover, I am grounded in the research that tells me that this way of thinking of trust is just not sustainable. If your romantic happiness is predicated on you being able to predict the actions of your partner for the rest of their life or yours, you are fucked. There's no other way to say it. Your partner can't even come close to doing that for themselves. Please believe me. Best case scenario, they can predict 3, maybe 5 years into the future. The rest is all wishful thinking. It's magic. It's the tooth fairy. You can say it with me. It's Santa Claus. That is why I say if you're part of the majority of human beings who struggle with trust issues, you're actually onto something, because no one can predict the future, not for ourselves and certainly not for anybody else. So then, if Webster's Dictionary of Trust is wrong, and we have an entire society and culture that's built around this wrong definition, what the hell is trust? Trust is a skill. I want to repeat that. Trust is a skill. It's something that we need to understand first conceptually and then begin to practice regularly until we can do it in real life situations. Trusting your partner begins by aligning with a new definition of trust, not one based on your partner being able to predict the future. Life and humans are full of uncertainty, which is why we can't predict the future. We are riddled with uncertainty. That is a reality of our world. The Buddhists get this. Eastern philosophy gets this. They teach this to their young. In the Western world, our children are crippled by mental health issues, in part because they think that by birth they are guaranteed to find happiness as though it were a permanent state, which is not to say that one can't have moments of it throughout the day, almost every day. That is absolutely a different kind of practice. But this idea that we can avoid pain and uncertainty is part of why we have an epidemic in this country of anxiety and depression. Uncertainty is a fact of nature, like gravity. It simply is. I mean, just look at the past 2 years. Who could have predicted this pandemic? For millions of people, the pandemic changed their lives, which changed them. Lots of people got divorced, lots had babies, and even more quit their jobs. So my point here is when circumstances change, people change. But I'll go a step further. When circumstances stay the same, people still change. There is no certainty among human beings, and there is no certainty within relationships. That is a simple fact of life, which is why I want to propose a new definition of trust. Here it goes. Tolerate relationship uncertainty skills training. TRUST. Tolerate relationship skills training. I'm sorry. Tolerate relationship uncertainty skills training. Now, imagine that we decided that the first few months in a romantic relationship is where someone either qualifies or disqualifies. for your trust. They qualify if they do what they say they're going to do. Look, this is not scientific here. 8 out of 10 times. I think if someone does what they say they're going to do 8 out of 10 times, you got a pretty good batting average. That's somebody who walks the planet with a sense of integrity that I can get behind. So imagine that you spend the first few months of your romantic relationship assessing this partner and keeping a loose mental average of how often they do the things they say they're going to do. And if you, remaining alert to the warning signs, find that most of their stories make sense, like they grew up where they say, they have the job that they claim to have, they know the people that they say they know, which all of this is easy enough to verify so quickly in the world that we live in today. And the stories that they tell you they more or less hold up. You know, they're leak proof with a margin of error for perception and memory. Then after you've met some family and some friends, you make a decision to trust. You make that choice. Having done your homework, staying alert for enough months, and knowing that, look, you're not blind to what could happen. You're also not stupid. And you're not someone who lives in denial, especially if you struggle with trust. Denial is not one of your problems. If after doing all this due diligence and the person comes out, 8 out of 10 times they say something, it pans out, you make the decision to trust a partner. Knowing that instead of chasing a myth, which is what certainty is, you make the decision to trust, knowing that you're going to survive whatever happens, as we all do, and as you probably already have in the past. Here's what happens. What happens is very young, early in life, when we're super young, too young to know how to manage our emotions, we are wide open emotionally and we lean into vulnerability. It's a beautiful time in our lives, and many of us get hurt. We get slammed. We get slammed at an age and a time in our lives where we don't have enough world and life information to understand what happened clearly enough and to make sense of it with enough nuance. And instead, what we do, which we're hardwired to do through evolution, neurologically, is we attach meaning to that bad experience. And for most of us, that happens when we're teenagers, or it happens when we're very young adults. And the meaning that we attach to that experience is that people aren't trustworthy. And that is what sets so many people up for having trust issues throughout life. It's that sense of, and if that could just happen a decade later or a decade and a half later, that same person, for example, would not. So my first boyfriend, I will say, cheated on me. He and I still fight about this to this day. We're friends today. He says he didn't. I was told by his best friend's father that he did. I was devastated by this. It was my first relationship, 1.5 year long relationship. And I went to my mother. I was 17 years old. And I said to her, I can't believe he cheated on me. And she said to me, Darcy, all men cheat. I aligned with that belief for many, many years. Had I been a decade older, 27, I might have had some more world experience, certainly a lot. I would have almost had a decade of therapy under my belt, so that I would have been able to see the nuance within that, which is to say that all men actually don't cheat. I know this for a fact because I work with many men. Although I specialize in working with women, over the years I've worked with many, many men. And I know they don't cheat. There are many people who don't cheat. There are many people who do cheat. So the meaning I attached to that experience was entirely too generalized. It was too broad. It was too binary. It didn't allow for the correct learning takeaway. And that is the thing that happens to most of us when we're young and we have a devastating experience. We very naturally assign meaning to the event that is too broad, it's too binary, it's too extreme. And it's very natural because what we're trying to do is protect ourselves so that this doesn't happen again in life. That was my mother's well-meaning, well-intended lesson that all men cheat. So if you can get behind a definition of trust that has less to do with you expecting your partner to have a crystal ball or be able to predict what they're going to do decades into the future or years into the future, which they can't do. And even if they say they're going to do it or they can do it and they promise you, what they're promising is, this is what they're promising you. For as far as I can see into the future, based on how I feel and think and am right now, I love you forever. They're just not giving you those qualifiers. And that is the thing that makes so many people feel crazy who have trust issues. Because according to our current definition of trust, we're supposed to just blindly accept that our partners know who they are and who they will be for the foreseeable future and never deviate from that. We don't even know how to do that for ourselves. This new definition of trust, this is something that I think you can get behind. Tolerate relationship uncertainty, skills training, because uncertainty is a fact of life. If you can align with that definition, now you've got something that you can hang your coat on, you can rely on. Once you can align yourself with that, people are so interesting. Once we try on a philosophy or a belief system, just about nothing can change it. And I mean, I can draw from current day examples like your sports team that you like, your favorite performance artist, your political views. Very hard to swing people once they land in a belief system or have aligned with a favorite or something that they know is true. So once I have your mind aligned to this new definition, the new trusting feelings will naturally and organically start to flow. They almost always do, because your brain will start finding evidence to support your new belief system. Now, to me, that's a version of trust you can believe in while remaining sane. And I'm all about remaining relatively sane as I go through this very complicated world. That other definition where you're expected to hope that your partner doesn't change over years or decades, to me, that is a recipe for mistrust and suspicion. And for those of you who've lived with that definition, let me just ask you, how has that worked for you so far? If it's worked, then by all means, rinse and repeat. But if it has left you feeling like you're chasing rainbows and unicorns, let me offer you a paradigm shift. The only person you need to trust in your romantic relationship is you. That's it for me. I'm Dr. Darcy Sterling, and you can find me at AskDrDarcy.com. Thank you so much for your time today. Bye.
Hey, thank you so much, Darcy. That was amazing. That was just so to the point, so great. So you know your craft. Absolutely loved it. We're getting some comments in here. Yes,
beautiful.
Trust. Yes, that was brilliant. Darcy, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to having you back in the panel, and that's going to be a blast as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Congratulations on all your great work. Thank you so much for your support. Lots of love to you. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Wow, that was amazing. You got to love a New Yorker. How can you not love a New Yorker? I mean, it says it as it is, but obviously with a massive experience, so young. Anyway, so we are going to continue. We're spotlighting an author, Doria Cordova, and her book very soon. But we're going to play these very quick commercials, and we'll be right back. Thank you so much. Take care.
The Best UTV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Are you in the personal development world trying to reach a larger audience? Are you a motivational speaker, an author, therapist, coach, or business guru tired of pushing out content with little results? Gain more clients and expand your business today. Get your show or content on the best UTV.
People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors, leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV.
I'm Vivian Guzman. Life hasn't always been easy. I have felt alone, displaced, like an outsider. The world needs a place of belonging, which is why I created Dishing It.
Cheers!
On Dishing It, I cook foods from around the world. My guests share their stories, and we inspire the world.
The reason I save marriages past, present and future is because I want it to be that lovely, cute 80-year-old couple that you see still holding hands is the norm.
Welcome to Dishing It.
My passion is to set people free by helping you transform any area of your life more effectively and faster than anything you've tried before. I do this by unique abilities gifted to me through 2 near-death experiences that allow me to help you change your frequency, changing your life. But there's hundreds of thousands of people that are already living this way. It's been a proven method, and now I'm going to share it with you. So I'll see you on the Moss Experience.
The Best You TV, available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play.
Hey, David, how are we doing?
Doing good. Yeah.
Doing good. Great. What a great talk, Dr. Darcy. That was amazing.
Yeah.
We got some comments actually from Doria, who you're going to be interviewing now, Doria, and talking about her book. So let's bring her in, and I'll leave you too. Doria, how are you doing?
I'm good. I love that talk. That was so good. Wow, talk about access.
Yes. Brilliant. She's absolutely brilliant. Listen, I loved your comments anyway. Thank you.
Hi,
yes.
David.
Hey, how's it going? We're back again. We wanted to do a quick focus and spotlight, 3, 4, 5 minutes just on the book, access to cash. I've been telling people for at least the last year that, working on that project really kind of won me over and made me think about, quite a few things differently. And I these are my words, not yours. And I'm going to interview you here in a second, but I just want to share my experience and kind of testimonial of the book. I think that a lot of people ask the question, there's kind of this clever question, how do you define wealth? And a lot of people, they talk about time, having the time, having the freedom, having the agency. And that's a great answer. There's nothing wrong with that answer. But there's a lot of people that I know that have time, but they don't have anything else, I have really grown into the belief that, more than time and money, the greatest definition of wealth is access, access to medical care, access to, connections. And, I'm kind of starting to go into this, and maybe I'm still in the thunder here, so I don't want to do that. I'm going to stop. But, I want you to kind of share this book that was Access to Cash that came out all these years ago. And then we kind of did a reimagining of it, right? We kind of curated new content and sort of reimagined it. It was great, but maybe you can share a little bit of the history of Access to Cash.
Thank you. And I was going to say thank you so much for the great job that you did in pulling out of me things that I didn't even know that I could say it that way. It was a beautiful version of a curated book of something that is in my DNA. So I was just going to say, by the way, I just have a quick question for you. After you understood that access to cash is a new definition of wealth and access, I mean, I'm sure that in your mind, you began to just see how much wealthier you were than you thought you were. Isn't that correct?
It is true. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that is exactly what happened for me. And I had been listening to Buckminster Fuller since 1977. I met him even before I met my mentors that I inherited the work from. And then, of course, through the Hunger Project, we were talking about sufficiency and, and just changing all of our total experience of what was happening around wealth around the world and how we had more than enough already. And then, Lynn Twist with The Soul of Money, talking about there are no poor people, there's only resource poor people. And then it just kind of hit me, I think around 8 years ago now, that all of a sudden I go, oh my God, wealth is accessibility. And because we're like fish in water, we cannot see the water. And the water is that resource poor people don't have access. A lot of middle class people don't have the level of access that they want. The mega wealthy, and I started learning from the Chinese in China. Oh, I don't send my children to the best American business schools for their education. I educate them in business. I take them there for the networks, for the people they're going to meet, the relationships they're going to create, and then later they can do business with. And it all just kind of came together one day about 8 years ago that it was for you to really start noticing the access that you have. And if you don't, then start working on meeting more people and being here. For instance, I feel like wealthier than 2 days ago. And partly also on, this woman, this beautiful Dr. Darcy, who was talking about something that is so powerful. I go, oh, now I have access to her. If I ever need support in that area, I have access to her. That to me is wealth.
Yeah, no, for sure. You have very smart marketing in the sense of money in you and access to cash. But anybody that gets to know you or gets into these courses or gets into the book, you start to realize that that's just the tip of the iceberg. And, the idea of access is everywhere, and, look at someone like Putin in Russia, he's in power because of the access that he had. If you look at some of the past presidents of the United States, they got in power because of the access that they had. You look at Mark Zuckerberg, sure, he has a lot of money, but he has access to information. Google has access to information. Even the wealthiest people, once they become wealthy, it's not really about money. It's about, where do I go to get backstage passes? There was a scandal a few years ago where a lot of celebrities were paying for their kids to get into Ivy League colleges, right? They're paying these fees.
But again, like you said, why do these parents want, there's clout, anyway, so access is just, it's really everywhere. And we kept the book really small with you. You kept the book really small, meaning it's really easy to read. You can probably read the whole book in 45 minutes.
Yes.
We're building it out and adding to it. But the book, Access to Cash, the New Definition of Wealth, for all of you guys that are listening, it's probably one of the most impactful books we've been a part of. And it probably has some of the greatest truths that's the most TED Talk worthy. The whole idea of TED Talk is it's an idea worth sharing. That's their motto, an idea worth sharing. I can't think of an idea more worth sharing than the idea of access. If you wake up every morning and instead of saying, how do I make money today, say, how do I get more access today? Or how do I leverage the access Sorry, I'm so passionate about this. I'm doing the interview for you here, Doria.
Okay. I love it because I feel like you're going through the roof, because all of a sudden you opened up your eyes and go, oh my God, all these years, all these decades that I have been guerrilla marketing and all the beautiful things that you've been involved with, being a CEO of that organization. I can't even imagine whom you met. But I just wanted to say very quickly, people can go to accesstocashbook.com. And one of the things that I did there was that I added resources, and I added a couple of tabs that they can go and read. And, and of course, the book that is there with, with the little imprint, that one is really interesting because it has to do with the business success model to create your economic engine around your life purpose. But then if you go back to the accesstocashbook.com, there is a book. There is a chapter there to get you really organized. Most people don't realize I am a systems crazy person. I love systems. It's the only thing to me that brings sanity to my life and others. And so access, it's like, I put all these resources in there, and you can also just hang out with us, come to Fridays with Doria, come to Money and You. We're going to have people from 7 different countries. We're opening up Vietnam. You ever wanted to go to any of those countries once you are a Money and You graduate? That's one of our greatest things. Once you go into the network, you can go anywhere and attend any program for life, for no charge, except in Japan, because they charge you per person in Japan. The hotel does. But otherwise, you can just come in and have access to all these beautiful people. So a very quick assignment, make a list of all the people, organizations, and things that you have access to, and also your assets, ASSETS, assets. And also, just like you said, David, you get up in the morning and you say, how let me look at the access that I can create in order for me to leverage myself.
Yeah. Some of the greatest wealth building businesses over the last 4 or 5 years are all access. Uber, do you have access to a car? If you have access to a car, you can da-da-da-da. Airbnb, do you have access to a property? You can rent it out, and here's what you can do, right? There are so many things that are just, what do you have access to? What can you leverage? And leverage is a big part of something that you talk about in the book, Access to Cash, and not everybody entirely understands it. What's interesting for me is, there's all these things I'm doing, Beverly Hills publicity and publishing, and former CEO of guerrilla marketing. There's a lot of us that are doing it, and we don't even realize we're doing it. But once we can kind of become more consciously aware of why something worked, now we can more intentionally do it moving forward. So instead of just kind of getting lucky, with these kind of random things that are happening subconsciously, some of these things that you're teaching makes it more intentional for us. So I'm a big fan of the book, and I've been lucky to help carry on some legacies like you have. And I look forward to continuing the access legacy as well.
Thank you. And thank you for all the access you have given me. And the last thing I just want to say, sometimes people, quote unquote, give me credit for the success of Tony Robbins and Robert Kiyosaki. I definitely want to take credit for the fact that we opened up amazing access to them and many others. Because when we found Tony doing fireworks in the backyard in Carlsbad, and we introduced him to the Money and You network, he learned from Jack Holzman, the creator of Panavision, about feeding people during the holidays. He learned that from a Money and You graduate. And that's one of his biggest projects that he has been doing since 1984, I believe. So this is the thing, that access is key to creating wealth and being a loving human being and being in networks like this. And thank you again for having this beautiful event, Bernardo. I know why you did it. You just wanted to make sure you had that ticket into heaven.
I definitely did. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you. Lots of love to you. Thank you so much.
Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so here we are. We've got one of the most exciting panels. All of them. We've had so many exciting panels, but this is super duper exciting. Let me bring in Dr. Darcy, who's going to be hosting it. You've just seen her talk, so you're going to obviously want to listen to her again. Dr. Darcy, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. People still buzzing. Gotta love. I said it. Gotta love a New Yorker. All right. So Darcy, we've got Satyen, Suzanne, and Dr. Andrea here. Would you like me to bring them on straight away?
Absolutely. Bring them on in.
Okay. Here we go. Satyen and Suzanne, how are you? Lovely to see you.
Wonderful to be here, Bernardo.
Satyen, thank you so much for this morning. Hi, Susan.
Hello.
Hello. Lovely to see you. Lovely to meet you. Satyen, you were on fire this morning in a superhuman panel with Caroline Corey and Nate. I absolutely loved it, man. Great. Can't wait to connect with you. And let me bring in Dr. Andrea.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm absolutely wonderful and excited to be with all of you.
Well, thank you so much. Well, the floor is Dr. Darcy, so she's the host. She's going to be asking the questions and leading you all. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing?
We're having a beautiful day here in British Columbia. Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful. And Dr. Andrea, where are you?
I'm in Ohio this day.
Very nice. Very nice. And I'm here. I'm actually at my beach house in New Jersey, normally in New York City, but for today I'm here. So it's lovely to be here with all of you. And I did so much research on all of you, and I'm so excited to talk to you today. Do you think Bernardo was like drawing a line in the sand when he called it rated R, not X? Do you think he wants like us to like just edge up on a boundary and not go beyond it? I always want to push boundaries. I'm half kidding, but I'm also pretty serious. I want to throw out or open up a discussion, which might be a strange stat for a relationship therapist to throw out. But we know this. At any given point, the divorce rate in America is north of 50%. And the number one reason for divorce is infidelity. And from a research perspective, flat out, what that means is that our expectation of monogamy is a big fail. And what I would love to throw out to you all on the panel is, what do you make of that? What are the solutions? Do we need to broaden our definition of what a relationship model should look like? Let me hear.
Please, Dr. Andrea, go ahead.
All right. So my philosophy on how people should or should not be does not evolve or depend on what other people think. So for me, it's really about the couple, individual, and as long as they're transparent and open with their partner and they really are focused in on how it affects other people and the world around them, then they're the only ones that can make that decision based on their faith, their family, their values, and what's important to them. And so they're going to get some pushback in certain things, and whether it's intimacy or politics or money, everybody has a different viewpoint, and you can only live the course of your life. You have to fulfill your heart. And sometimes your heart isn't in alignment with what the rest of the world thinks, but that's not our place to judge. So as a relationship consultant, I also am a publicist, and I realize my publicity business is up, but that's okay because it's relationships either way, because we have infidelity in business, just like we have infidelity in personal relationships. And that really comes to that meaning of bringing things together of, if you have communication and let people know where your heart is and what you want to achieve achieve for yourself, then you're likely to live the life that you want, and the people around you will support that's right for you. So that's my opinion.
Do you think that, to any of you, do you think that we set people up for failure by expecting them to be monogamous? This is how we raise people in America by and large. Do you think we set people up? Is the bar too high?
I don't think the bar is high for monogamy. I think for most couples, that is a very powerful path of evolution. And the way Suzanne and I look at relationship is growing through different stages. We can be in the first stage of our relationship where we're getting to know each other, we're working on our codependent factors, if you will. As we mature, then we become more whole unto ourselves. Then there becomes a time in our relationship where the old models are no longer thriving. They're no longer exciting us. They're no longer evoking our spirit and evolving us deeper to each other and to spirit and to our highest service. So to me, and Suzanne, in our way that we've been together 35 years. And so since we've been teenagers and now, we have 2 young adult grown children, we've come to recognize that passion equals polarity. And the number one reason we've seen with couples, we've taught over 100,000 couples in our workshops over the years, is the number one reason couples break down is because there's a lack of polarized energy. So, for example, I'm too animated in my feminine or balanced, or she's too animated in her masculine or too balanced. But when we naturally evoke each other's natural energetics, and I'm grounded in my masculine power, my integrity, my purpose in the world, it evokes within Suzanne her natural feminine essence. And that energizes our relationship, not just physically for passion, mentally, emotionally, and evolution-wise.
Suzanne?
Yes. So there's a quote that's been sitting with me for a long time, from the moment I heard it, and it's by Rumi. And the quote is, fall in love and close your eyes, fall in love and stay there. And I think that when we speak about monogamy or other, we're missing the mark. And it's interesting, the word, or how do I point to that? Love is up there. The point is love. The point is that when we deviate from the place where we all know to be true, that is home. That place where we know there's a sense of fulfillment, there's a sense of deep unity and connection, which is what is so missing in the world right now. Mm-hmm. And we're remembering connection, and connection is what we're looking for. We're ultimately wanting to be in union with each other. Mm-hmm. And the moment that we step out of that in ourselves, first and foremost, out of ourselves, then we look to the outside, we look to our partner, and we say, where are you? Where have you been? Why are you not connected with me? And it's nothing to do with that. It's coming back to the love in your heart, remembering that place, uniting with that. And then the rest of the world will start to look like the very love that you're remembering or forgetting, depending on where you sit.
What are you guys seeing among the people you work with in terms of sexual taboos? What are people afraid to discuss or bring to their partners?
Wild sex, sex outside of your own marriage, outside of your own circle. The desire to open up is becoming more and more prevalent in society as we start to recognize that, hey, perhaps our own partner, maybe people have tried all the tricks and all the games and all the toys and all that, and there's still some type of deeper yearning for something. Now, the error we find is not addressing that yearning with each other and aiming to get that yearning met, but in clandestine space, which a lot of which immediately starts to wreck and spoil and hurt ourselves, guilt, shame, and then starts to poison the relationship. But when we can honestly say, hey, I need you to sit down with me and open with me. So Suzanne and I use this very simple question. We look at each other and we go, open with me. And then she'll say,
yes. Then I'll say, open with me.
And we keep opening with each other until the separation, our minds drop, and what there is our hearts are in union. Then we can speak about the most difficult thing, our passions, our sexual desires, And sometimes just expressing those fully, it evokes our partner to want to help fulfill them, want to get more spicy.
Oh, Andrea, I'm going to pass it to you for a second.
Sure, I'll jump in. So
Please.
I wanted to address that. Okay, so let me go back a little and then go forward. So regarding, monogamy, when so to me, monogamy is an expectation that the other person or in your life is going to fulfill your needs. To me, monogamy is really about self. You're monogamous with yourself. And then if you're in your highest purpose, your highest feeling of vibration, you feel loved, important, and confident and sexy and important and seen and heard, then your partner, you're not looking at them to fulfill any part of you. And so within that aspect, when we put people together as partners, it's because they choose to be together. And if you're in full enlightenment and they're in full enlightenment, then I think it's possible for you both to be monogamous together, especially if you have really good communication. And the taboo part, what I hear from people is the taboo of not being able to talk about things like saying, wow, that girl at the bank was so beautiful, whether it was the man or the woman or in a female-female relationship or male-male, or saying, I always was curious about whatever it might be that you're curious about. And the thing is sometimes you just want to talk about things or explore what that means or who's doing that or what is the definition of that. It doesn't even mean that you necessarily want to do it, but maybe you do. However, until you talk
so
with
true.
that person. Yeah. So, Dr. Darcy, it's really about exploration, and jealousy goes away when you feel really good about yourself. Then you're not jealous anymore. And so, what I found through my practice over the last 30 years is people come to me wanting to be having the permission. It's almost like I'm a referee in the room for them to be able to talk about topics without anybody automatically going to, what? You think
Closing
that?
down.
Yeah.
Closing down, being open to bring it full circle.
Yeah, and that was beautiful what Satyen and Suzanne Suzanne were sharing with each other about that ability to be open. If you can be safe to say whatever it is that you want to say, whether you engage in that behavior or idea or thought or dream or fantasy or not, the fact that you can even have that word come out of your mouth is a really big deal to somebody.
I think antithetical in my mind to taboo is freedom. And when you can, what I hear everybody saying is that when we can just express ourselves and have permission to be wholly who we are and be transparent with our fantasies and our desires and explore things with our partners, for many, what I'm hearing the rest of you say is that what you're experiencing among the people you work with is that in and of itself is such a wall that people are so thirsty to overcome. And with that, I mean, it's such a simple thing. We just want to be able to express ourselves. That's basically what I'm hearing you say. I just want to be able to tell my wife about my partner, about my fantasies. I just want to be able to tell her my hopes and dreams and concerns. And I want to know that I'm safe within the relationship to do all of that. And that if we allow people to do that, are you thinking that some of the desire goes away? Is that
no? The desire doesn't go away.
It gets unlocked.
It gets unlocked and unleashed, and it gets stronger between the couple. So there's something that happens when we say "open with me," because what is going on is you're not just getting across what your desires are and just sort of land on your partner. You're including your partner in your desires. You're saying, open with me, together with me. You're part of this with me. You're integral to my evolution, my next stage, whatever it is that we do together, we are opening together. And in our own relationship, I mean, I can give you an example. When Satyen says, open with me, there is a level of intimacy that goes even deeper.
a subtext.
Absolutely. Such a depth of intimacy. So I am turned on in the moment because ultimately I want to be connected with him. And as long as I feel that, as long as I feel that plug in, there's nothing he can say to me that's going to send me into another direction as long as we are connected.
I love that.
We may decide that this is not for us, or we may decide based on the connection that I feel safe enough to open to open to that.
That makes so much sense to me. And Dr. Andrea, you said something that really started my wheels turning. You said we want to be able to say when we're at the bank, oh, wow, that woman is really hot, or that guy is really hot. What amazes me is that we raise people, whether it's overt communication or covert communication, to believe that the minute we make a long-term commitment to one another, it is no longer okay to find other people attractive. And I have such a visceral desire to disabuse people of that myth, because people are attracted to other people. We are human beings. We are alive. We will be attracted to other people. It doesn't mean that we have to act on it, want to act on it, or have some pervasive need to act on it. But the freedom to be able to acknowledge that somebody else is attractive instead of pretending to be a horse with blinders on, that feels very freeing to me.
I'd love to address that. So the word even attraction makes me giggle, because we're talking about something visually being attractive to us, or sounding, or the mental stimulation from someone who's like for example, I was talking business with a gentleman who owns a huge company for 3.5 hours. We were throwing business ideas, and oh my gosh, I was just so alive and so enamored by his brain and his mind. That is an attraction. It doesn't mean necessarily it was a sexual desire. So just like fear, we become, elicited with emotions and feelings of, heart palpitations because the scary guy coming or whatever in the corner, somebody in the corn, in some movie. Those excitement, that's that same feeling that can go along with sexual arousal, but doesn't necessarily have to cross that line. And what happens is I see a lot of couples who they have jealousy issues over things like, well, they liked so-and-so's post because they were doing that in business, or they did that with their children. And all of a sudden that somehow meant they want to have an intimate moment with them. No, they just thought that person was being a good mom, and they liked it. It didn't have anything to do with them as a couple or as an expression of love. And then sometimes there are other things, an attraction of things that people do that your partner is maybe not even interested in fulfilling. It's not your obligation. So if you're a high-level artist and you love to talk about art and creating things, and your partner's not into that, well, hopefully you found a partner that allows you to have other people in your world to explore that part of you. And to me, that could be even more intimate than sexuality. So it's just your view.
Right. I love that. I call that a talent crush, and I have them all the time on people I meet in business, people whose talent I admire, whether it's visual or performative. I think that it is so important to be able to acknowledge that and to name it. Give it a term that is non-threatening, that lets your partner know that this is not somebody who you're looking for an exception to monogamy with, but that like you really admire their, whatever it is. There's an X factor sometimes just in meeting people. We feel this pull to people, sometimes platonically, like you said, in business. And that is the fuel of my life. I love feeling that chemistry with other people.
That's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
You know what, Suzanne and I, we have a practice that we came from very traditional Orthodox backgrounds, Hindu, Catholic, growing up. And, we grew beyond those, if you will, the conservatism of that. And one of the things that really helped us is to honor, revere, and celebrate each other's sexuality. and sexual passions. Like truly, as Suzanne was sharing, we connect in the heart, which has got that sizzle. Tell me, what turns you on, babe? Babe. And this is where we go to the X, the R and X rated dimensions. We're like, yeah, tell me more about that. Yeah, get it out. And then celebrating her whatever wild desires are, fantasies. And even though my masculine sort of ownership side might go, I got to learn to relax that, open that, and get into the groove of her excitement, of her passion. Because guess what? After she's fully expressed it, I become the happy recipient of her passion.
That's
right?
absolutely true.
And vice versa, right? So it's we have a practice of celebrating and honoring the wildness, because each one of us, every one of us, are far more sexual than we can ever imagine, that the world wants to know, admit, or even own. But the world is all animals, all life is basically having sex right now and looking to have sex. That's everything is doing right now. If we recognize that the whole experience is the fuck of consciousness and light, and we're the embodiments of that, then we can play that game in temporal ways and play it with fun, joy, but also with that sizzle, and respecting and loving our partner gets turned on by life and by whoever. That is an egoic cultivation to move beyond. But when you do, bam, it's like amazing.
Yeah, and so how do you do that? Because how do you separate yourself, oneself, from the ego, from the pride of she is mine?
It's a combination of she is mine, and in our relationship,
I
she
just
is
got chills
mine.
from that. No,
She is my woman. It's that not ownership, but it's that loving claim that we're walking together, my beloved. We're going to cleave together till death do us part, whatever the hell happens in life, whether we get rich, poor, illness, health, but we're cleaving together and we're moving that way. That is the train. That is the sacred horse that we ride upon, which gives us the safety to express the full gamut of sexuality and to enjoy the shares after a while. But it is a journey. But you got to hop on with that energy of we cleave together. No matter what we say, we're going to get stronger through this.
Absolutely. I love that. I love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was really, really, I'm like speechless. I'm just like in the conversation with you. I don't have a next thing to say. Who wants to talk now? Because I was really present.
I'll share because so I love your expression of it. And what I love about this is that we can have different views of opinion and they're all right. There is no right or wrong. So me, I don't consider as everybody necessarily having sex. I see sex as an act, where I see sensuality as a sense of being. And so they both are correct. There's just a perception of view of what works and what fits in with your values and what's important to you. So, being able to have a conversation like this, where we give people permission to be playful and fun and see this beautiful couple who is able to express things together and to be present in a space where when we're talking about the love event, it doesn't mean that people are less in love if they choose a different form of monogamy or do not choose monogamy at all. That actually might be their love expression, but it's their love expression, their definition of the word, not ours placed upon it.
That's beautifully said.
What a great panel. Thank you so much. I absolutely loved it. And I love the combination of all of you and what you all brought. And the reason I wanted to jump in was we were going to go over a few minutes, but that's okay. One of the books I read recently was Christopher Ryan's Sex at Dawn, which he literally obviously disputes and with facts and information about monogamy is obviously something that's been created and invented by men in these last couple of centuries. So my question to you was, and we've got a panel about non-monogamy tomorrow, and we're talking about that tomorrow, but my book I've just published now is called A Man Evolving, and it's Confessions about Monogamy, Passion and Broken Hearts. And I obviously come from a generation where we would get together and we're forever and ever, okay? So, and I was with my partner for 30 odd years. And the reason it ended is because I was living a lie, like many men, especially my generation, kind of, you had to stay with your partner forever, and we never discussed kind of the deep subjects that we should have discussed. And as I said, as many men, as many of my friends, I cheated. I confess this, and I state this in my book. And I was saying that I was living a lie. So the reason I wanted to write the book was because I wanted to dispute to a degree how many couples are living lies now, because I didn't want to live that lie anymore. I didn't want to be that person that continued to, and I didn't feel complete. I didn't feel a man. I didn't feel a good father. I didn't feel obviously like a great partner or a good partner at all. So I needed to break up from that. And that's where obviously I'm in a different phase now, where I am evolving and exploring, is it monogamy? Is it non-monogamy? Would I be in an open relationship? So I'm just saying this because I'm from an older generation. So my question to you all was, is monogamy dead? Are the younger generations now 30 and beyond? Because you, Satyen and Suzanne, obviously, you've got something that's worked for you for many, many years, but it is for the younger generations and coming out, is monogamy dead? Is that something that doesn't really exist anymore? Because there's no long term anymore, is it?
I think that monogamy is very well alive and kicking for a lot of people. I think options are open in ways that they weren't. And with each additional generation, I think the youth push, each generation breaks some boundaries, which makes room for the next generation to break new boundaries. And so I don't think monogamy is dead. I think that people are questioning more and following what they're told less, which I think is great, regardless of what that shapes out to be. But I know that makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think what you said before, Darcy, was great. Is at this time, at this moment where we are right now, I love you and I can see myself, but this is right now, and that's the fact, isn't it? And unless you have those open communications where you want to open to new things and really carry on together, that's it. So anything else you would like to add just to finish the panel?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to say that what I think is lacking in the world right now is people remembering the part about connection and staying in connection no matter what happens, because I feel that right now it's a throwaway society. And what I mean by throwaway society is that if it doesn't work out in terms of us opening together, for instance, we do the practice and one of us is not opening with the other, well, then I'm gone, or then he's gone. No, it doesn't have to be that way. We can have our desires. We can want to be with others, and we can celebrate each other being alive, because it's about aliveness. Saying that you're going to be together for the rest of your life and only look this way and never see the flowers, never see the ocean, never see the mountains is crazy. What is even more it's a disease that runs through the world right now, is that we forget that we can be in relationship and that we can continue to open with each other, whether I'm opening with my partner here and I'm staying open, I'm staying plugged in, I'm listening to him, I'm hearing his thoughts, his dreams, his desires, and staying with him in that. That is the thing that's missing. It's not the monogamy, non-monogamy. It's are you willing to sit in the fire, the sweet fire of transformation with each other and commit to that? And if you are, then and only then should you be able to go on and connect with others. If you can't with one,
I agree.
As our teacher has said, then
Amen.
Would you go out and be with, why?
I love it when clients come to me and say, so, I've been having a lot of trouble with my partner. So we had a conversation this weekend. We're thinking of opening it up. I'm like, I can tell you how that's going to work out, but you're not going to listen to me. So you just go ahead and do that. I'll write down how it's going to work out. I will seal it in an envelope. We'll open it in 2 months. And you let me know how that works. And it's not about me being right. It's about the naivete. A ring is not going to fix a broken relationship. A marriage is not going to fix a broken engagement. A baby is not going to fix a broken marriage. And an open relationship sure as fuck is not fixing a broken relationship. The level of communication and transparency and relationship skills that people need to be in an open relationship are are not to be minimized. They're monumental. And if
And the
you
amount of
can't do it,
time.
and if you can't do it with one person, as you said, Suzanne, best of luck. You just go try. Tell me how it works out.
Yeah.
You know, my Tantra teacher, he told me years back, he goes, Satyen, if you can't open one woman to God, you don't deserve two.
There you go.
Wow.
What I've learned for the younger generation is they're more open to healing and releasing,
Yes.
Unlimiting belief, limiting beliefs. There are things that have been passed down, different viewpoints. And when Suzanne was talking about, looking around the world and seeing other things, boy, what a more beautiful experience to have that someone can look around the world and they choose to be with you. And then again, people are able and go and do already have sex with lots of people and have great sex, but what they're lacking is true intimacy and true heart.
Yeah.
So if you can have the heart, that may not fulfill you. And what I often hear is that wasn't fulfilling. They thought it was in the moment, but it just fulfilled one part of their life. So when you can have that opportunity to explore together and choose that life for yourself, then it allows things to be better. For example, my husband and I, our wedding vows were, promise me that all you say is true. Love me, that's all I ask of you. From Phantom of the Opera, because I'm not going to ask him to stay forever. I'm just going to ask him to be open and talk to me and have a conversation and to love me.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Lovely, lovely, lovely people. Thank you so much. I think it was lovely. So insightful. Dr. Darcy, Dr. Andrea, Satyen, Susan, thank you so much. Lots of love to you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Okay, what a great panel that was. What a great panel. This is what the Love Event is all about. Having some real conversations. We're just going to have a 40-second break and I'm going to bring Jen Plessis on. Thank you so much. Jen, how are you?
Good. I'm in a different hotel room today.
Yes, you're all over the place. You're just like a
my
jet
goodness. Yeah.
From cruise to speedboat to boat to the sea, the beach, you're all over the place.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, thank you. Jen Plessis, thank you so much. Well, Jen is a leading expert in creating world teams. Jen works with high-achieving leaders and entrepreneurs earning six figures who are looking to up their game to reach seven figures a year. This is her specialty. Through her masterminds and private advisory, she dramatically improves leadership skills to build powerful teams that enable multiplied results in record time while designing a balanced and exciting personal life. So, Jen, thank you so much. And we played your show reel a couple of times throughout the couple of days. It looks great. Yeah, it looks great. Up there, yes. So, what are you working on now? What's exciting you? Because you got your TV show, you got your new book. I mean, you're speaking all over the place. What's exciting you now? What are you working on?
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, what I'm working on right now is growing my mastermind. It's called Make Your Mark. And it's for those who want to make their mark in the world, or make their mark with their business or their personal lives. And, just growing that. That's really what I'm up to now. It's the way that I mentor people. I don't actually do coaching one-to-one anymore. I do corporate, enterprises, and through the mastermind is where I like, mentoring people nowadays. I find that there's more power with numbers like that, because we're not alone. We're not alone. We know that. Yeah. But that's what I'm really working on now. And I'm also just trying to tame things down. The timeline, this weekend obviously is a little crazy, but I'm trying to tame things down a little bit. My husband had a traumatic brain injury last year, and I already had things booked. So what do you do? But I am looking to slow things down. Yeah.
Yes, you're very busy traveling all over the time, and it just takes so much time. And you've got a beautiful family, and I follow you on Instagram, and I love to see how
Yeah,
you.
and you don't know this, but Whitney's pregnant.
Well,
She
actually,
told me the other day.
that's so exciting. That's so exciting. No, but you were very sweet. You sent me a text message, and
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I did. Yeah.
Yes, you did, and that was very sweet of you. I felt very honored. Got a beautiful daughter. Congratulations. All right, Jen. So you've got your talk coming up now. I won't take any of your time. It's is it living a life of luxury?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that, but it's, not the luxury that everybody thinks. So hold on, because here we go. And I'm cognizant of time. I know that we're a little bit behind, right?
We're good.
Am I good? Okay. And I got my timer sitting here to make sure I don't go over
You
time.
got your time. You set your timer. We'll let you in. I won't take any of your time. Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds great. Thank
All
you
right.
so much. Yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody. Well, what I wanted to do was actually I wanted to share my screen. So let me just get to that point right here. If I can get it to do it, we'll see. We'll see if it's ready. Oh, interesting. So I may or may not be able to do this. I'm hoping that I can, but it doesn't look like it. So yeah, it might show.
If you got a presentation or something, you can send it to me and we'll show it.
Yeah, no, I wonder why I can't share it. Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go through it. Look, I'm a professional. I could do this without screens. It's okay, but it's more interesting to see screens than it is to see my face the entire time. So if you'll all bear with me as I go through this, what I wanted to talk about today, and first of all, I would just want to say thank you so much, Bernardo, for having me here. And, for those of you that are watching, I know you can be anywhere, and it's just an honor that you're here and you're listening and you're hanging on, for the time that we have together here today. And, so what I'm going to be talking about is creating and living a life of luxury, although it's not the luxury that you think it is. And I think so many people think living a life of luxury is all about money and all those things, but it's actually there's a part of that, right? And because of what I do as a business coach is that I help people get the luxurious life by building their business and expanding their brand and growing their teams. But the life of luxury that I'm really talking about is the luxury of having time for yourself, time with your family. I remember when I was, working in the corporate world, I used to say, well, she's lucky. She has the luxury of not working the hours that I work, and she gets to pick up her kids, or they have the luxury of spending time with them. And it was one of those things where I said, I need that myself. And that's when I, changed everything in my life. And I'll talk about that here in a second. But that's really what living a life of luxury is. And this really stems from a conversation my mom and I had years ago. She said, you have such a great quality of life. And it dawned on me, I didn't want a quality of life. I wanted a life of quality. And that's exactly what living a life of luxury is having the luxury of being able to spend time with your family and doing the things that you absolutely love, to do. So before we get started, I do have a gift for you all. And I know that we probably don't have the QR code because I have it on my presentation, but if you will take out your phones or write this down if you're watching this and text the word Jen, Jen, to 26786. And I think it's on my screen probably here anyway, but text Jen to 26786. And what I have for you is the ebook of my book called Launch, How to Take Your Business to New Heights. And in that book, you're going to get all kinds of strategies on how to attract clients rather than have to chase them, because it takes too much time to be chasing people, right? So that is my gift for you today. That I'd like for you to, take advantage of. So please make sure you write that down. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing that because I really want to get to the meat of everything for you so that you have the opportunity to take action. I'm all about taking action. So I am one of 36 first cousins, and all of us had a nickname. And as you can imagine, with a name like Jennifer, I was called Jenny. In fact, I was called Jenny who ain't got a penny. Now, my dad was an alcoholic. My mom was a verbal abuser. And I was an only child out of all those 36, right? I was the only one who was an only child. And so I didn't have anyone to fight with, cuddle in a room while they were fighting. And one day I heard the fighting, I was riding my bicycle and late at night, because you could do that back then. And one day I came home and I could hear that fighting. I walked into the front of the house, and there was a screened porch and then a door that led into our living room. And ahead of that was the dining room. And my father had a shotgun to my mom's head. And it was in that moment that I obviously ran out of the house, hoping that I did not hear the shotgun go off. And in that moment is when I realized, I understand the Jenny who ain't got a penny, because before that, I would carry a penny around in my shoe. And every time my uncle said, Jenny who ain't got a penny, I'd pull the penny out and it was a big joke and all of that. But now I knew that the penny had to go, and it wasn't going to be part of my life anymore. And so what I did is I ended up spending an exorbitant amount of years of my life proving to everyone, I'm going to prove to them that this is not possible. I'm not going to be like them. Hence the reason I have the television show, Tell Me I Can't, because when you tell me I can't, you better get out of my way, right? I'm going to show you what I can do. And I spent all kinds of time doing that, years and years. And yes, I was successful. And yes, I overachieved in every arena, but I was so miserable. I was so unhappy. And, I think that sometimes, or so often, we are so the glorification of busyness, right? We feel like if we're really busy and we show everyone online that we're busy and we're doing all these things of busyness. And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, gosh, I've been busy during this event, but that's an anomaly. I'm not normally this busy. But I think that that's what happens, is that people glorify busyness. And I thought, there has to be a better way to do business without sacrificing everything. And it's not about balance. I'm not a believer in balance, because I think if you look at a scale, if you're balanced, you're 50-50. You're not really anywhere. You're not paying attention to anything specifically. It's still, a balance. And so I believe in going all in, right? Being all in and being present. But gosh, it took forever for me to figure that out. But my goal was, how can I crack the code? I looked around, I talked to lots of people, and there wasn't anyone who would crack this code the way that I was looking to crack the code. And I thought, well, if there's no one, I have to be the one. So I set on this journey of cracking the code, because there were so many times that I was just laden with excuses. I was always eating a cold dinner. I was always forgetting that I had something for my kids because a client was more important. All of those things were happening, and they started eating at me over the years and saying, I don't want to be successful if it means I can't be happy. And so that's what I set out to do, is attract clients rather than chase them. And that's exactly what I do in my business now. So a mantra that I have is mindset plus methods equals momentum. And so if you have the right mindset, but you don't have the tactical skills, it's not going to create momentum. If you're really, really good at your skill, but you don't have the mindset to manifest greatness and manifest opportunities for yourself, you're not going to have that momentum either. And so what I developed was something called Imperial Leadership, EM. Imperial leadership, which is not even a word, right? But it's building, leveraging, and systemizing great teams so you can grow. And it's leading with prestige and with passion, and I think it's so important that you build this luxurious life so that you then can have the life of luxury. And I just got off stage speaking with Sharon Lechter, who is the co-writer of Rich Dad, Poor Dad and Outwitting the Devil, many, many books. I think she has 21 now. And I just got off stage with her, and she's singing this same song. We're singing this song of, that you are just as important as your business is. And we have to remember that. And we have to have enough knowledge of what our core values are, knowledge of what fulfills us, to give us the drive to want to succeed in business if that's what we want to do. And I think what is so important is that most people akin success in business to dollars. For me, success in business is being able to run the business the way that I want to run the business and live my legacy while I'm building it. And so often, if you think of a tire on a car, right? People focus so much on the center, right? And the business is being the center, and then the tire around it is shredded, right? Our lives get shredded. There's divorce and anguish and emotional and financial stress. There's all these things, and we focus so much on that steel. And if we could just invert that, right? And focus on maybe a big four-wheel drive tire with big four-wheel drive tires that's ready to go over any terrain under any conditions, then we will always be protecting our personal lives. And for me, that's what's most important. And without doing that, sometimes you feel you're circling the drain, right? You feel like, it's just never going to end. When is this going to end? And so that brings me to this entrepreneurial, imperial leadership, where we're building our empire, right? And so often we all have heard this, which is don't work in your business, work on your business. And so for me, what I do is I help my clients go way beyond that. I say, stop working in and on your business, and let's start focusing on how you can work above and beyond your business, so that you can create this luxurious, lifestyle that is of, where you're in control instead of being succumbed to everyone else. So in order to do that, there's something I do that's called smart scaling. And what this is that we all, in my perspective, we all go through 3 different stages in our businesses. And look, this is tried and true. I've proved this myself and several businesses that I own as well. And what I realize is that when we start off as entrepreneurs, and we start, even if it's a side, hustle for you, a side gig for you, when we start off as entrepreneurs, it's all about me. That's stage 1, right? We do everything. And then eventually what happens is that we run out of energy. We don't have infinite energy. And we're overworked, we're overwhelmed, we have chaos. There's all kinds of things, physical things, emotional things that are happening in our lives because we're just so ingrained in our business. And we don't even want to hire someone because we say there's nobody who could do it like me, right? I don't have time to train them. Or even yet, a lot of people say to me, I just want to have a mini me. And what we want to make sure that everybody understands is that a mini you is not functioning the way that you need to be because you're running out of that infinite energy, right? So that takes us to stage 2. So stage 2 is you hire someone, maybe a few people, and now what you're doing is you're trying to work on your business and not in your business, but you keep getting pulled back into it because you're managing the methods, right? The systems that you have. You're waking up in the middle of the night and saying, gosh, are they doing the things they're supposed to be doing? I got to double check. I have to check it again, over and over. And you end up getting kind of sucked back into it where you oscillate between in your business, on your business. And you think, oh my gosh, am I ever going to grow? How is this possible? And so here's where the rubber hits the road. And what I coach on so often is stage 3. This is where you're working above your business. When you're working above your business, this is all about the messaging. Every piece of it is about the messaging. So a good example of this, and then I'll go into the 3 V's of your messaging. The good example of this is any business that has multiple branches, multiple retail stores, etc., right? So McDonald's and Starbucks and Walmart and other stores that are all over the country, right? If they didn't have or teach a message, then all they would be doing is that same method, the same methods. And so it's exciting because when you go to these franchises, you can walk in and you feel like you're at the one that's next door to your house, no matter where you are, because everything operates the same way. And that's what is so important with messaging. So there's 3 pieces to this. One is vision, right? What is your vision for yourself and for your business, your team, whoever you're managing, whoever you're working, whoever is working for you, but what is your vision? And do your employees and your team members know that? Or is it something you've coveted and kept very close? And this is why it's so hard to hire people and bring them on, because you don't have that vision very clear. And so they don't know what they're supposed to do. And so they just go back to the method and they keep trying to work the method. And you're saying, but don't you understand? I don't want it done that way, right? And so this is because we haven't taken it to the vision. The second is values, right? So we have our vision. So now we know what the vision is for our company or our team. And now we have to tell everyone about the values. Now you have personal values, which I always call my friend, right? My personal values before I make a decision, saying, does this align with my personal values? The second part of this is, does it align with the values I want for my company, right? So one of mine is integrity. If I say I'm going to do it, I will do it. Another is stability. I won't do anything that will create instability in my various businesses or in my personal life. But knowing the difference between your core values as a person and your core values as your business is really critical, and especially critical to be able to share with your team. And the last piece, and this is the most important piece, is voice. Making sure that you know what your voice is. This is one of the biggest angst that professionals have, that business owners have, and entrepreneurs have, is that, I built it, they want me, they don't want anybody else. And, if you can get your team to understand what your voice is, then your clients, you'll know when you're successful, because your clients will say, oh, don't worry, I already talked to Susie on your team. It was just like talking to you. So what is your voice? Are you formal? Are you humorous? Do you email? Do you phone call? Do you text? How do you respond? What are some of the words that you use? I use the word manifesting a lot. I use the word consideration a lot. I need for my team to know those words so that they all come from that same point. And going back to McDonald's, if you go into a McDonald's, the first thing they say is, can I take your order? And that's by design. Can I take your order? But if you go into a Starbucks, they will say, what can we get started for you? That's voice. That is the voice, so that it's not different. When you go into a Walmart, if you're in the US, you go into a Walmart, they say, welcome to Walmart, right? And they smile. So that is by design. And so when we are as entrepreneurs, smaller companies in the world, and we say, I can't grow my business, I'm struggling to grow my business, obviously someone knew how to do it. Sam Walton knew how to do it, right? Everybody knows how to grow these businesses. So this is a really key critical part of growing your business. And by doing that, you will have acres and acres and acres of diamonds beneath you. There's a book called Acres of Diamonds. And the story is about a man who heard about diamonds and said, oh, I'm going to go travel the world and I'm going to go find diamonds. And he sold his property and he traveled all over the world, only to come back to his town, poor, no money left, and to find out that the man that he sold the property to, all he did was dig on that property right beneath him. So we have tons of acres of diamonds underneath us, and yet we have binoculars on all the time, trying to find new ways and new strategies in our world. And so this is super important for us to understand that these acres of diamonds are sitting right there for us to be able to utilize. And so when I was setting out on this path, I knew that the only way for me to get my time back and have this infinite, not have the infinite energy because I didn't have it, was to hire a team and start learning the skills that were needed to be a leader, be a manager, onboard people be a talent scout all the time. And so I had to walk the walk, you know, as I was going out there. And so what I realized is that, you know, for example, now I have 10 people on my team who are all working 40 hours a week, which means I work 40 and they work 400. So our output is 440 hours worth of work per week. And now I don't have to worry about my infinite energy, but rather I know that time is limitless. I can have more time by having more people on my team to do things that I won't have the time to do, so that I can live that life of luxury. And so I set out to do that. And I, you know, started getting visibility out in the marketplace. And I've written 14 books, and I have 2 podcasts now, and I have a television show that I produce and I'm the host of, and speaking all over the world and sharing these stories with everyone, so that the happiness that we're all looking for and creating the legacy, right? We always want to create this legacy, but what if you could live your legacy while you're creating it? And I think that that's, you know, the most important piece of that. And so my life now is just filled with luxury, right? The luxury of being with my grandkids and spending time with my husband. And I'm a competitive ballroom Latin and swing dancer. And I love doing all of these things first, and then my business comes secondary, because, and yet it still thrives, right? Because I don't have infinite energy to work the 400 hours that are needed to run my 4 businesses. Now that may not be yours, and I certainly understand that. So, and I want to tell you a little, really quickly. So the uncle who told me, Jenny, who ain't got a penny, and told me, hey, you're not going to make it in this world. You're not going to be worth anything. And he told me, you're going to be worthless, pretty much worthless. And he's now 89 years old, and I love him dearly. And I'm grateful for what he told me, because I believe if he hadn't told me that, I would probably have fallen into that pattern, right into that habit. And I know many of us have been talking about that here at the Love Event, is, you know, these behavioral patterns we have in life, the habits that we create, the emotional strain that we put on ourselves, as well as the physical. And now I'm grateful. And I will tell you this, last year, I took my family to my hometown. They had never been to my hometown. I have a 34-year-old, I have a 36-year-old, and I have a 34-year-old, and now grandkids. And I finally invited them to my hometown because I was so ashamed of where I came from. And I had to work through those breakthroughs. And I wasn't looking for my uncle to say anything to me, but he did. He pulled me aside and he said, Jenny, sometimes this gets me and sometimes it doesn't. But he called me and he said, I just want you to know how proud I am of you. And I'll tell you, I didn't need it, but gosh, was it great to get it, right? And to say, wow, look at this beautiful life that I've created. Not a business, not assets. It's not about that. It's about the luxury, this life of luxury that I get to choose when I do things, and when I do things for myself, when I do things for my business, I get to be in control. And so often we're not as good to ourselves as we are to our businesses, and so that makes our lives, you know, go a lot slower, and it isn't as fun. And so my mom had this quote that you should write down, and I'll try to say it slow enough, but her quote was, you know, we flatter those we scarcely know. We please the fleeting guests, but we deal many, many a thoughtless blow to those we love the best. And sometimes the people that we love the best are ourselves. And so again, if we could be just as good to ourselves as we are to the business or to trying to impress other people, if we could be all about saying to ourselves that I am good enough, I am great, and I have a lot to offer, and I want to live this beautiful life that God has provided for me, and love the people that I love to be around, rather than, you know, sort of loving them, sort of seeing them, biting them, right? Being growling at them. And so this has always been my mantra virtually every single morning of my life, is just I'm going to not flatter those I scarcely know and please the fleeting guests, but instead I'm going to not deal many a thoughtless blow to those I love the best and not take them for granted, you know. And in my 39 years of marriage and 42 years that we've been together, and I was listening to the session beforehand, and I'm definitely in a monogamous relationship and I absolutely love it. And we're still madly in love. But I want to make sure that I am respecting him as much as I am outside in the real world. So I appreciate you giving me the time to be able to share, these stories. And because I don't have my presentation in front of me, I would like to just tell you a couple things about what I have coming up. If you have some interest in this, we have a masterclass that we are doing, and I know we have somewhat of a link for this for the QR code, but it's called Intro to Income. I know that a lot of entrepreneurs, one of the biggest challenges is we meet people, but then what happens afterwards? And it really is a foundational piece of creating a life of luxury. And so we're going to be putting that together. We have lots and lots of opportunities for people to come into that. And without having, again, my screens and everything, it's kind of hard for me to tell you about this program. But I want to leave you with this, is that everyone wants to be successful until they see what it actually takes. And part of what it actually takes is loving and trusting on others to do the things you don't want to do so that you can create a beautiful life for yourself. And so it's time to stop working in and on your business, and it's time for you to start working above and beyond your business. And with that, I will let Bernardo come back in, and maybe if we have some time, you can ask me some questions, since I can't show my screen and my QR code to have people sign up, but maybe I'll get that to you here in the next couple of days and you can show it for everybody.
Yes, please do, Jen. Thank you so much. It was a great, I've heard your story before. It's tremendously inspirational, and obviously kind of, you've walked your talk with everything that you've done. So no, absolutely. Please do share whatever is. We've obviously got your incentives as well, which is being offered in the premium online ticket, but we'll be more than happy to display any information. But no, Jen, apart from that, listen, thank you so much for being such a great supporter of the Love Event all the way along, signing up from the beginning and helping us promote it and create awareness of it. And we can't wait to have you at the Best You Expo and give you everything you need there.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I just want to again say thank you to everybody who's, sticking this out and hearing all of us speakers. And I know we're speaking from a lot of different modalities, right? And probably there's a lot of shifting going on in your mind. It's like, why are we talking about business? We were just talking about relationships. But this is what the Love Event is all about, is, spreading love for everybody, whatever that looks like for everyone. So I want to say thank you so much, Bernardo, for having me. I really appreciate it. And I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Jen. Tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Take care. Lots of love.
Right.
Thank you. She's absolutely great. Loved and adored by everyone that I've met and spoken about. Jen is a big fan. So I've got Kim Seraffini and Gunther Muller joining me in just a few minutes. We're going to play these very quick commercials and we will be right back.
Here we are. I'm going to bring in Kim Seraffini and Gunther Muller straight away, and I'll do a brief intro. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Kim, good morning.
Hello, hello, hello. Lovely to see you, Bernardo. And it was wonderful to catch Jen. What a gorgeous human being. There's such a powerful message. I'm feeling pumped up, and I learned something entirely new. I love that, love that, love that.
Yes, it's been an exciting couple of days. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. Let me just do a very quick intro. Kim Seraffini, she's the creator of Positive Prime. She's a much loved executive coach and business advisor, and she's the inventor of the Life Therapy, a best-selling author, world-class keynote speaker, and angel investor. Being its founder and CEO of the health and edutech company, she's leading new trends in health and wellness, self-care, and technological solutions, products and services. And well, a phenomenal brand like Positive Prime. And Gunther Muller, well, Gunther is a great man who's introduced me. I met Gunther through a mutual friend quite a few years ago, and he kindly introduced me to Kim, and we've just hit it off. So Gunther is an optimal physical and mental health strategist. Gunther spent, better part of the last decades working closely with over 300 medical professionals in a variety of specialities, assisting them in bringing life-changing therapies into their patients that help them feel young, healthy, and vibrant again. So thank you both for being here today. I know it's very early for you, Kim. What time is it for you there?
It is actually approaching 7 a.m. on Sunday morning down under here in Australia. But the reality is I've been up for quite a few hours so that I could be ready and pumped up and happy and my brain switched on and so forth. And Gunther, the sweetheart, had sent me some messages about how he was here to help energize us and support us and transfer that enthusiasm. And so I actually feel like it could be prime time midday.
Gunther, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm doing well. It is midday here, 1:42 p.m. on Saturday in Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm just in the middle of my day here. So no early morning activity for me.
Okay, well, it's 5:42 p.m. for me. I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina still. And so we've got people coming and connecting from all over the world. So with the Love Event, I think it was David Fagan saying it this morning that time doesn't exist. It's just, it's one conduit. We're all here together. So listen, thank you first of all, Gunther, for introducing me to Kim and to the phenomenal brand that Positive Prime is. I didn't really get to appreciate and understand until I really had quite a few deep conversations with Kim, and obviously I started reviewing the phenomenal technology and the science that it's backed by. So I want to start with you, Gunther, because obviously you're a specialist and as far as I know, and from what I know, you've got a lot of expertise in a lot of things. But when it comes down to health, neuroscience, new technologies, blockchain, you're in so many different kinds of fields. It's always. I love that about you always. So tell me what attracted. Well, tell me a little bit first about yourself and why or how you got involved with Kim and Positive Prime, and then we're going to jump on to Kim.
Yeah, so most people, when they meet with me and they get a chance to talk to me, they ask me how old I am and how it's been possible for me to do so many different things in one lifetime. So I've been a serial entrepreneur for 40 years. I've been in the restaurant industry, food distribution, solar, in the medical space. I've reinvented myself so many different times now, but it's always been around passion. It's always been around something that was life-changing, something that could make a difference in the world. And so most recently, my current, let's say, entrepreneurial moment is in building tiny homes here in Arizona to do something about the affordable housing crisis that's going on in this country. And then I met Kim about 1.5 years ago. And so my side passion is to really delve into the quantum physical space, to understand how to manifest, how to create a reality and a life that you truly love. And, watching the Love Event this morning, a lot of great speakers speaking to that same subject and coming from different angles and different positions. And the reason I wanted to make sure Kim had exposure in this amazing event is because I believe that positive crime, having been part of the personal development movement, for 40 years now, and invested multiple six figures in all the seminars and all the books and all the courses, and have done all the stuff. I believe that positive crime is the underlying technology to actually do something about the grooves that we have in our brain, the actual neuroplasticity of the brain. And it is a technology that actually has a physical effect on the brain. So no matter what philosophy you want to follow, no matter what affirmation process, no matter what coaching you choose to delve into, what you're going to find with positive crime, that in 3 to 5 minutes a day, you can create your positivity for the next 6 to 8 hours. And what's clear from the science today is that happiness precedes success in every field. Okay, it's no longer a chicken and the egg concept. It's no longer which one comes first. The science is clear now that happiness does precede success. And positive crime is that technology that if you use it, it actually changes your brain. And I don't know of another technology that has that kind of science behind it. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm excited to be part of the Love Event and, the best you and everything like that, because I believe is a front leading technology to really help people move their identity structure, change their underlying unconscious program to what it needs to be to actually create the life that they love. So that's in alignment with what I do in my business. And I get all of my clients to use positive crime as best as I can and to create that habit in their life. So turn it over to you, Kim. Bernardo, you're on mute.
It's very generous of you, Gunther. I love the way that you explain positive crime. I would say more elegantly and eloquently than me in most cases. Those of us who invent things sometimes get stumbly over, that's a real word that I just made up, over what it is that we've actually done. For me, it's interesting that Bernardo started this with thank you, Gunther, for introducing us, because we're creating magic. And the reality is that it's worth it. And so I am in this beautiful quantum soup, swimming in this universal love, connecting with people like you, if you're listening, and people like, Gunther and Bernardo. And together, what we're actually co-creating is more magnificent than any one of us could do on our own. And the reality is we do need each other. I am enthralled at the moment about what's being revealed by our scientific research. So I'm actually going to go a little bit more into that when I have an opportunity to really speak with you. And I'm going to share a little bit of a story that is about how we can remind ourselves that we are, in fact, these gorgeous beings of light here on planet Earth right now, and what it is that we're actually really up to, which is being loved, and lovable, and spreading that so that we broadcast the really, I think it's the peace-inducing aspect of ourselves. I think we're here to bring about peace on the planet. I've had 6 near-death experiences over the last couple of years. I can't wait to tell you a little bit more about that. That really gave me some messages from my angels, and perhaps they're all your angels as well, that reminded me that I am indeed here for really the ultimate purpose, which is to be love. And interestingly enough, it was about my recommitment to continuing to develop positive prime technology and the platform and what it is that we're actually doing and all of the reasons that underpin the why. And the why is probably because I, like Gunther, have spent a long time, decades, personal development, self-improvement. I had an extraordinary corporate career in change management. And it was really about how do we make sure that not only do we fulfill our full potential, I want you to actually feel like all the possibilities that lay in front of you, you can actually enjoy, that you can capture, that you can make the most of, because that's what I wanted for myself, right? And I want you to feel like you're going to be able to do that with grace and elegance. You're going to be able to do that with speed and ease. And you're going to be able to actually not only pursue the highest version or incarnation of yourself, but you're actually going to love the process. You're going to enjoy the journey. And that you're going to realize that you are so incredibly important. You're needed on this planet at this time, right now, to do what it is that you do. And so Positive Prime is really a facilitator. It allows you to do something really rather remarkable on a daily basis. And with persistent and consistent use, we've been able to prove that, yes, you will become more creative. Yes, you will actually be able to solve your problems with a lot more, I want to say the smarts. It's being really clever, and it's actually being really smart about the way that you approach life. That's scientifically proven, by the way, that when you are positively primed, you approach the challenges and obstacles with a completely different, it's not just a vibration and energy, it's not just a frequency. You actually approach everything that you encounter in life with an openness and a willingness, a flexibility, and inbuilt resilience, so that you actually have the grit to be tenacious and to be the kind of person who perseveres. So we're going to go into a little bit more of that as we dive into the story behind what is Positive Prime. But I agree with Gunther. It sounds a bit crazy for me to say it because, of course, I'm the creator, and it sounds weird saying, seriously, it is actually one of the very best technologies on planet Earth right now for you that will help you to upgrade and enhance your life.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight, and I hope each and everyone that's watching here today takes advantage of the 30-day free trial, because really it's a no-brainer. There's no credit card, nothing. Just go and try and test it. There was, and Gunther, I like your insight on this. So when I went into the platform, I saw all these things that I might be interested. Is it happiness? Is it financial? And then I can upload my own pictures, which, and then I pick the program, and I can pick the speed as well. And then there's a combination of images with statements or affirmations that are from different people, or that you can create yourself. And obviously you got your own. Kim, you've been lucky. Well, I've been blessed for you to allow me to upload my own program there, which is all about questions. But that's the science behind it, isn't it? That by watching these images, and even at a specific speed with the combination of those images, it's proven, and this is the science behind it, that basically, you improve, and whatever it is that you're looking for will literally materialize. So I would just gobsmacked. It's just one of those things that you look at it and he says, it can't be this simple and it can't be this great, but it is. It's just phenomenal how it works. It really is. Gunther.
I think can I just say the important thing is, Bernardo, you and Gunther, you're real experts, and you've studied really in depth the power of the mind and how to make the most of this incredible power that we have, right? So I think that you and Gunther, you approach looking at what is Positive Prime with a completely different lens, which allowed you to understand just how sophisticated it is, even though it's simple. So Gunther, I looked at you as somebody who absolutely knows what they're talking about. And what did you see?
Well, what I saw is, there's a lot of things that people have engaged themselves in the personal development space, and they still don't have what they want today. And it could be decades of investing time, energy, effort into refining, whether it's your personality, whether it is your frequency or your energy or whatever you believe that you're lacking. And, in my world, I'm like, look, you're not broken. There's nothing to fix. You came here with everything you need to have, as you would say, the exquisite life that you deserve to, experience and live. But over our lifetime, we've created certain structures in an unconscious place that dictate the experience that we're having in this reality. And the science now is clear, and it tells us that unless we regroove our brain. Literally, the neural connections in the brain need to change for you to have a different result. How do you do that? And Bernardo, you brought up a key point. This is not just watching a video. I want everybody to know in their 30-day free trial that this is not watching the same video over and over and over again, because the science is clear that if the brain watches the same thing more than once, it already has seen it. It already knows it, and it's already grooved the pathways to process it. So the magic in the technology in Positive Prime is that every time you watch a session, it is in a different order. It is not the same mix. And you also mentioned you can upload pictures of yourself. This is the times when you're with family, you're happy, you've had great experiences in life. It's a futuristic thing, also things that you still want to do, things you still intend to do. You put images of that, and now you see yourself in the mix. This is like a vision board on steroids, okay?
On steroids.
On steroids. And I happen to know a thing or two about steroids. So this is technology on steroids because it is the quantum leap in getting the actual neural pathways in the brain to change. And there's actual video footage of this, of neural pathways actually disconnecting and new ones connecting in as little as a 3 to 5 minute session with one of these things. And I want you to know, when you do your 30-day free trial, it's not the same video every day. It has changed. The order is different pictures with different sound and different looks on people's faces, and all of that has a heck of a lot of Kim's blood, sweat, and tears behind it.
Yeah, well, Kim, I love it. Which Kim's nodding her head because obviously, kind of, you're just hitting it on the nail every single time, Papa. And look, we don't have a lot of time, but I did want to talk a little bit. First of all, you won an award, a neuroscience award, which we're very excited about, and congratulations. The other thing I wanted to talk about, we won't talk about today, but there's a quick preview. We'll be talking about the expo. Kim, Positive Prime, have become, well, partners. We're working together in a very close manner for the Best You Expo in 2023, 3rd to the 5th of March. Very excited about that. Lots of announcements coming, lots of news coming. But I wanted you to, if we can, please, just very briefly, to discuss some of the tech that you're developing, because it is also mind-blowing.
Wow. Okay, so in the fastest possible way, one of the other interesting aspects of this journey of understanding the neuroscience behind behavior change is we've taken or applied a little bit also from the world that is gamification, the rewarding compliant behavior. And those of you who are coaches, therapists, healers, I'm sure that you're already on the same page here. We often share great advice, wonderful suggestions, awesome recommendations with others who we really care about. Usually they're our clients. And what we really want them to do is to apply it. We want them to follow through. And the truth is, in this world, we even know that we're a little like this too. We fail to actually put into action all of this awesome, up-leveled advice or suggestions or recommendations. But what we know is that when we reward you, you're actually more likely to participate in the activity. And that activity, if it's really healthy and allows the behavior change to become natural and organic, now we're onto something. And so we've actually started to integrate blockchain and Web3 aspects into what it is that we're doing. And every single person who joins Positive Prime and then decides to actually become a subscriber, a member, and pays our annual fee, they're actually rewarded with tokens in this token economy that we have, because we're building in the background one of the greatest marketplaces on planet Earth with respect to health and wellness, and in particular wellness technology, products and services and programs that are really designed to bring about a much happier, healthier you, a brighter you. I'm very much into being brighter. And that doesn't necessarily just mean intellectually brighter, like more clever, more inquisitive. It doesn't necessarily just mean having a brighter disposition and being the one that's in the room that's cheering other people up. And it's not also just about having a brighter future where you live into your full potential. It's about the synergistic combination of all of that. So when we're brighter, and anything that helps us, supports us, allows us to be brighter, I think is worth pursuing. So part of what we're doing is we're actually making sure that inside our platform, you receive tokens, and then you earn tokens as you view Positive Prime sessions. And slowly but surely over the next year, you're going to see lots of other really amazing things like Positive Prime sessions, activities that you can engage in where you can earn these tokens. And then you're going to be able to use them in the marketplace, almost like frequent flyer rewards or loyalty points. And we're actually integrating that with something that's really amazing. And that's literally you using a very new technology that measures your brainwaves so that you know that we're not actually talking about the blah, 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 la, la, la here. You can see with your own eyes the evidence that your brain has now dropped into what we would call a synchronization of alpha and theta waves and out of high beta, which is really stress producing. But I'm going to explain to you why that's just so bad for our brains. Thank you. Bernardo, we need you to be unmuted.
Yes, sorry. I was saying thank you, Kim, so much. And Gunther, would you like to give us some insight on that before we jump onto Kim's talk?
I would just like to say, please don't miss Kim's talk, because whenever she gets a chance to talk, she's delivering the goods. And so you just don't want to miss it. This is new. This is fresh. This is something that you have not heard about before in the past.
Yes, brilliant. Kim, Gunther, thank you so much. I'll bring you right back on, Kim, just in 40 seconds. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kim, thank you so much. Well, the floor is yours. And I believe that the title of your talk is The Power and Reality of Positivity.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Bernardo. Hello, everybody. It is an honor, privilege, and pleasure to be here. I really appreciate this opportunity, and I'm sure that within the next couple of minutes, there's going to be a little aha, something surprising, hopefully something that delights you, but some delicious learning, some like, really? That's what I promise to deliver over the next couple of minutes. So where do we begin? I'm Kim Seraffini, for those of you who don't know me. Yes, I'm Australian. That accent is Australian. I actually lived and worked in both London and Paris in the United States at various points in my life. I've also run businesses in Bali, Indonesia, as well as Australia. And I've had distributorships in India and in the Middle East and so forth with respect to my business. But who am I really? I was actually born in Papua New Guinea. And that's just on the equator north of Australia. And I was born with webbed toes. And I tell you this because I was told as a child that that meant that I could swim like a duck. Duck have webbed toes as well. And that would mean that I was very powerful and fast and graceful in the water. And indeed, because I believed that, I became a great swimmer. Interestingly enough, that was something that I remembered when I was about 30. So this is my 50th year on planet Earth. And I have devoted at least the last 2 decades understanding how is it that we form our beliefs? How do we transmute them, transform them? How do we ensure that they're more empowering? And what impact that has on our physical health and well-being? in particular, how do we change? And so, you know, I can actually also now point to a couple of decades ago, I learned that our beliefs, or who we think we are, our identity, is of paramount importance to the life that we create and live. I was also told about 25 years ago that because I had cancer in my uterus, I wouldn't be able to have children. And I lived into that belief and was shocked when I found out a couple of years ago that I was in fact pregnant. Now, interestingly enough, because my beliefs were so deep about that, I actually don't have children. And I always have wished that I could have or would have or should have, but I don't. And so I'm here to explain to you how do we develop those beliefs? How do you actually identify the beliefs that you have that you want to completely have evaporate from your beingness so that you can be the kind of person who ends up doing and having all that's your heart's desire? And interestingly enough, a couple of years ago, I was actually on this journey of really understanding how it is that our thoughts impact our emotions and impact our bodies and what actually happens for our vibration and our frequency. So let me jump forward to today, and then I'll actually weave the story about what it means for you so that we can get you into the place, it's the state that allows you to have life become truly magnificent and magical. There's a lot of serendipity and synchronicity in my life and my clients' lives, and I'll give you the keys to that. So I've become now well known as the founder or inventor, the creator of something that's very specifically called a session. It's a positive prime session. It's an audio visual tool. You've seen a little bit of it. We actually just talked about it in the spotlight. It's almost like you're sitting here and you're watching a slideshow, except that it's not a slideshow. It's actually a very sophisticated neuroscience, so brain science orientated change intervention. And it has music in it, but the way that it plays, you might think it's like a movie or a video, except that it's its own proprietary piece of technology that brings about neuroplasticity. It literally changes the way that your neurons fire and wire together. But just recently, we had some very clever people at the University of Technology, Sydney, which is a little bit like in Australia, the equivalent of MIT in America. For those of you who are in North America, I'm sure you've heard of Harvard and MIT in Massachusetts. But interestingly enough, UTS is our equivalent down under in the Australasian region. Anyway, so these amazing people who work with brain-computer interfaces and artificial intelligence and in the technology lab there at UTS, they did some very formal, official research. Our scientific study was actually building on a previous piece of work that we did. And what we found was that when you view a positive prime session, your brain drops into continuous synchronization of alpha and theta waves. Now, let me tell you what that means. It means something truly magical, magnificent, and marvelous. I want you to imagine your brain is like you standing, looking at the Himalayas or the Himalayas, the mountain range, and understanding just how majestic the moment is that you experience awe. That is your brain in this brainwave pattern that is allowing you to access and receive from the divine. I'm going to say that again. In fact, I just heard Bruce Lipton, those of you who know the beautiful Bruce Lipton, he was talking about how when we are in deep states of sleep, we have theta waves, and that allows us to be in a dreaming, but it also, if you're listening to auto suggestions or binaural beats and brain entrainment materials, if you're listening to that and you're in that deep state, you actually can access the subconscious. But with Positive Prime, we go even further than that, above and beyond, and we access Also the other than consciousness, which is really your unconscious and your super consciousness as well as your subconscious. And the change is so incredibly graceful. Let me just go back a step. When you're watching a positive prime session for a couple of minutes, you sit there, you view, you breathe deeply, and you are actually having love literally transferred to your beingness. We're going to talk about the actual formula at the moment, but I need you to know that we've done some incredible studies that prove that something remarkable is happening and your brain is actually slipping into this brainwave state that opens you up to universal divine brilliance. It's really extraordinary. It's really phenomenal. And it's actually very, very, very difficult for the human brain to be in that state without an intervention as precise as a positive prime session. Now, a positive prime session has 1,000 frames. It takes a little while to load, but the wait is worth it. In being patient, what's actually happening is that this custom curated experience is being downloaded from our servers, and there's 800 images and there's 200 mantras and affirmations and self-fulfilling prophecies and positive statements on these visual backgrounds. There are absolutely spectacular and stunning photographs that are very emotionally evocative. And your eyes are doing something really phenomenal for you. And your eyes, in particular, the retina in your eyes is processing this image and sending messages to your mirror neurons in your brain, and your mirror neurons in your brain are sending messages to your endocrine system. And hormonally, you'll start to produce a lot more endorphins and neurotransmitters that are very healthy for you. They also help you to change any really deep belief that you have that is no longer serving you. So the formula has, in particular, certain types of images and a certain number of images. And then if you were listening to the spotlight, the interesting thing is that every single time you press play, every single one of those frames is reshuffled. It's shuffled and it's then in a randomized order. Because from a neuroscience perspective, your brain needs novelty in order to learn, and in order for you to be inspired, and for you to have much better quality ideas, and for you to answer the questions deep within you, and you live into a new reality, and you actually create from this state that you're in. All right, so in this research that we did, there was some amazing gizmos, but one of them was eye tracking. And for those of you who have been into either hypnosis or brain entrainment or NLP or understanding limiting beliefs, listen up. Okay. Most of us have learned, particularly those of us like me who've been and done all of the Anthony Robbins Life Mastery University and Date with Destiny and everything else like that 20 plus years ago. We learned that limiting beliefs are these pesky things that sabotage us, and often we're in self-sabotage. And we've got to eliminate these limiting beliefs. But I've got awesome news for you. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You can actually just write over them. You can just write over all of your limiting beliefs. You can lay down new beliefs that will enrich you. And you can do that when you're in this particular positively primed state of being where you're accessing the highest self version of you, and you're connected to universal energy. You're connected to the divine, right? So in this state, that's actually, you're at a vibrational or you're at a frequency elevation that puts you into this very natural place where this is possible. It takes at least 3 minutes, by the way. It doesn't happen instantaneously, but it takes at least 3 minutes. So we had something that was in particular in the research, which was around eye tracking. Now back to limiting beliefs. We've all been taught that we as human beings, we don't really like to change our beliefs because we kind of like being in control. And that's because we have a reptilian brain. We've also heard in this day and age, most of us are on high alert and the amygdala in our brain is overworking and we're being triggered by everything. And we're in these incredible emotional, physical places where there's too much cortisol pulsing through our body. And we've all got belly fat because of it. And we're being attacked, and our reptilian brain, or the ancient part of our beingness, is in fight, flight, or freeze. So you've heard that, haven't you? We have heard that from an evolutionary perspective, we've been cave people. We've emerged from the cave. We've looked out over the plains, or we're in the jungle, and we're assessing whether that thing is actually going to be life-threatening or not. And we needed to be right about our assessment or our judgment of that, which is a lot of us being in our righteousness. And it's this way of being that's very ancient. It's part of our reptilian nature. It's hardwired into us. But here's the great news. There is something that maybe is not just equal, but more powerful than that. And it's that your brain is searching for connection. Your brain is searching for love. And that's why we're here at the Love Event. And that's why the work that Bernardo is doing on this planet is so incredibly important. And you are important. You being more loving towards yourself, you being more loving in the way that you're being with others, loving this beautiful Mother Earth. The fascinating thing is that our research proved that when I showed you through a positive prime session, lots of different types of images, your brain was overriding the fight, flight, freeze. You were actually looking for friendship. You were looking for connection. You were looking for love. And your brain actually dropped into a different state of beingness when you started to see love. Now, your brain actually recognizes that in something called a Duchenne smile or pro-social behavior. So I can go deep into the science if you like. But anyway, the retina in your eyes is looking for genuine, sincere, gorgeous smiles, beautiful, warm smiles, right? And your brain sends a message to your mirror neurons. Your mirror neurons in pre-conscious processing are searching for love and connection and community. You're looking for friends, not foes. That's who we're wired to be. It is our most natural way of being. It's more powerful. It's much more beneficial than anything else that you've ever been taught in the personal development and self-improvement world. The truth is, all there is love. All there is love. It's actually what we're searching for. And interestingly enough, your brain gets this message by what you're seeing, not hearing, seeing or sensing. You actually have seeing, by the way, in lots of other places other than just your eyes, but let's not go there. That's way down the quantum leaping, esoteric woo-woo area. The message that's being sent to your endocrine system, so hormonally you start to produce more serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin and other neurotransmitters and endorphins. See, the thing is that your brain actually then thinks that you are smiling. Your brain, in seeing a photograph of a smile, thinks that you are smiling. Your brain actually doesn't know that you're looking at a smile, a Duchenne smile. Your brain actually thinks that it's you. And so you start to actually develop within you the chemical cocktail that allows you to actually be in this warm, very generous and very grateful state. And that literally changes everything for you and your health, right? So the fascinating thing about a positive prime session is, and in particular our research, is that I had long suspected that there was something that we could do that would be more powerful than eliminating our limiting beliefs. I actually always believed, and have done for 20 plus years, that we were the kinds of humans or beings on this planet, and we were searching for something that allowed us to just simply erase a belief that didn't serve us and replace it with something that absolutely does allow us to be the best versions of ourselves. And the best versions of ourselves are us in love. And I got a really interesting wake up to this. And I mean literally a wake up. So a couple of years ago, I was driving a car. It was actually, and I may as well tell you, it was a Mercedes. I think it was important because I think the Mercedes is part of the reason why I'm alive. And I had gone completely unconscious The strange part about this story is my spouse was behind me in his car, and we were driving home not very far from my parents' home to our home, and he was following me. And he watched as my car literally went across the road into incoming traffic where there was a big truck, or in the UK they call them a lorry. And I narrowly missed, and I went down an embankment and had a head-on collision with some trees. And he watched this whole thing happen. And then he pulled over and he came to the car, and I was completely unconscious. And what then happened was that he thought I was dead, but he was screaming at me to wake me up. No one knew, and no one was going to know for at least another 18 months what had happened. But I went through several of these experiences. My heart had completely stopped. When your heart has stopped for over 10 seconds, terrible things start to happen with the rest of your body because there's no perfusion. Your heart's not pumping oxygenated, nutrient-rich blood all around your body. And so then the other systems and organs are really, they're in jeopardy, right? So you can have irreversible, irreparable kidney damage when your heart stops. And I could go on and on and on. So what's fascinating is they ended up putting a chip in my chest. And it actually communicated with a Wi-Fi device that actually sent the messages to a cardiac unit at a very special teaching hospital that's one of the most advanced here in Australia. And they actually watched as my heart would completely stop. It was like, you know, when you have something wrong with your computer, you power it down, you turn it off, and then when you power it back up again, whew, somehow it seems to be fixed. You know what I'm talking about. Sometimes when you turn it off and unplug it, it miraculously improves all by itself. And then all of a sudden it starts working again. Well, that was me. The interesting thing is that whilst I was out, I was actually experiencing something truly breathtaking. Well, actually, that's a really great pun because it was breathtaking. And I would come back with this knowing. I was given some very strong messages by my angels that I must come back and continue to develop positive prime because it is one of these incredible tools that will help to bring about peace on the planet. Because when we feel more peaceful as human beings, we actually emanate peace, we spread peace, and that is actually divine love. And so for at least the last 2.5 years, I have poured, you know, when you get this moment where you're like, am I really all in? Am I really all in? One of the things that I would love to encourage you to do is to decide what in your life are you really all in for, and what does all in mean? What does truly committed? What does, and you know that wonderful quote by, it's W.H. Murray, and it's like, until there is commitment, there's hesitancy. And this was about the ascent to the top of Mount Everest. When you are really, truly committed, Providence moves too. So all of the circumstances and situations and people that are necessary for you to bring about your dream or the manifestation or the reality of your dream, it all comes to pass, and you seem to have the right resources at the right time for the right reasons, and you're in the right place, and that's where there's this symbiotic synchronicity and serendipity, and it's like, it's magical, and it's actually a really gorgeous experience. And so interestingly enough, I am going to tell you that these beads that I wear around my neck, and I do so specifically here for you today, one of them is actually a seraphinite. And my surname is Seraffini, in case you haven't seen, maybe you'll now notice, Serafini. And it's really the Italian version of seraphinite, this crystal. And this crystal, when held, is like a direct communication superhighway to the divine, to angels. And I am a Seraffini. And I am an earth angel. And I had actually been given the message by a couple of psychics and tarot card readers and all of these wacky people for the previous 20 years. I just kind of hadn't taken notice. And then I was told that absolutely I am here to heal. Now, what's fascinating is that 20 plus years ago, I was the woman who created lithos therapy, or lithos therapy, as Bernardo said in my introduction. And that is actually thermotherapy and cryotherapy. So the use of heat and the use of cold in remedial massage treatments and beauty treatments. So I'd gone back to study. I'd taken a break from being a corporate change management consultant in the field of mergers and acquisitions, which was really my career after business school. And I had gone and studied osteopathy, become a sports therapist, an exercise physiologist, and I was doing like literal manual manipulation with my hands. And I invented what is now commonly known as the hot stone massage treatment that you see in all spas and beauty salons all over the world. And I had trained nearly 5,000 therapists all over the world. I'd trained lecturers at the Australasian College of Natural Therapies. I'd written the subjects. I'd applied to have insurance for this incredible treatment, and I could go on and 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 on about that story. Because in this international spa industry, 20 plus years ago, I was incredibly well known and respected and admired and adored, and I'd love the industry that is wellness. And I had a couple of insights on that journey. But interestingly enough, I knew I was a healer. And it's interesting because with Reiki healing energy and going through those workshops and developing those skills and talents and gifts, I actually was dropping more into my ability to be a healer. So whilst we've got some time here today, I would actually love to take you through a beautiful healing that is for you. And I'm actually going to be the conduit. I'm going to facilitate this divine love for you here right now. If you would like this, hang on in here. We'll do it just for a couple of minutes. And I would love for you to actually share with us, what do you feel as a result of this? So I'm just going to guide you through it. And I'm going to help you to understand love from that divine perspective as I share. It's my energy that I'm now broadcasting. I'm literally... it's almost like I'm pushing to you. I'm having you be infused with this energy. So if you're open to it and you're giving me permission, then let's go. It's really not me. It's not Kim Seraffini, the human me. It's really this incredible divine energy that's here for you. And I am one of these people who is pure enough to actually provide it for you without any irkiness, without any interruption. So there's just this incredibly pure intention. So I'd love you to take some nice super deep breaths in and some deep breaths out. And maybe before we go there, in case any of you have got some questioning going on, I now have a cardiac pacemaker, by the way, which means my heart can never stop again. All by itself. And we actually discovered after a long time and lots of investigations, me in an MRI machine, me in a cardiac MRI machine, and I could go on and on and on with that part of the story. But suffice to say, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my heart. So all the specialists, the fanciest people who were doing this investigation found that there's absolutely nothing wrong with my heart. It's a neurological condition. It is super rare. And they are fascinated in me because guess what? I have no damage. So they're wondering how on earth I went through my heart stopping for over 20 seconds. And they could see it because of this little, it looked like a USB stick inside my chest. And they were like, why doesn't she have any permanent damage? Why has she miraculously healed? So you ready? I can tell you that I'm healthier than I've ever been in my entire life. And yes, I do have a cardiac pacemaker because modern medicine claims that I absolutely must have it. I must admit, when you go completely unconscious and if you're standing up, you have these terrible falls. Like I've opened up here and I've smashed here and I've had all sorts of other, interesting things happen. So I don't really want to go through those experiences of going completely unconscious. But what I can tell you is that in the process, as you're coming back, you have the equivalent of what is the DMT. I know a lot of people are doing all these psychedelics at the moment so they can experience what I experienced. It is extraordinary. I mean, it's spectacular. But let's go into you healing. Okay. As you breathe in, I'm sure you already know this if you're a part of this audience, that you breathe in, you hold for a little bit, and you actually exhale very gently for longer than your inhalation, and that actually allows you to relax. And I want you to invite for yourself whatever is appropriate for you. I spend a lot of time in Bali, and so I spend a lot of time with people who are very faithful of the Hindu faith, and it's just gorgeous to be around these kinds of people. And so for you, it could be Ganesh. For you, it could be God. For you, it could be Jesus. For you, it could be plants and flowers and trees. It doesn't really matter. It only matters to you what it is for you. So drop into and invite this incredible life-giving energy to yourself, and allow yourself to be infused by something that is miraculous in its healing capacity. And know this: love appreciates. Love respects. You can close your eyes and you can just allow this to resonate within you. Love masters. Love helps, affirms, and expands. Love contributes, enriches, and empowers. Love embraces, enjoys, and rejoices. Love opens, invites, and credits. Love plays. Love moves. Love creates. Love reinforces. Love heals. You are love. You heal yourself, others, and the planet. You are love. You are the most beautiful manifestation of love when you allow yourself to be you. Love highlights. You highlight. Love enlightens. You enlighten. Love harmonizes. You harmonize. Love flows. You flow. Love enlightens. Love amplifies. You being you amplifies the situations, the circumstances that you find yourself in, that you create. Love amplifies. You are the energy that amplifies. Love inspires. It's you who are inspiring. Love motivates. You motivate. Love excites. You're exciting. Love emboldens. You are emboldened. And in this emboldened state, you are the role model for others that emboldens them. Love strengthens and you strengthen. Love fortifies. You are the fortification. You're the fortification of you in this life. You stand strong and centered and balanced. You in the state of love. You're strong and you are others' strength. Allow yourself to breathe in the universal divine love. Allow yourself to be filled up with this love. Allow yourself to ooze this love. You are love. Love perseveres and love protects. Love preserves and love secures. Love translates and it grows. Love evolves and it reveals. Love challenges and it intrigues. Love fascinates and it frees. Love leads and love serves. Love grounds and love guides. Love also giggles. Love calls, love sees, and love hears. Love knows. You know. Allow yourself to know what is in the best interests of your higher self. Receive that knowing. Love enchants, love stays, and love calms. Love persists, and love tempers. Love cares, and love endures. Love also concentrates and focuses. Love reorients. Love understands, and love allows. Love surrenders, and love lets go. Love learns, and love blesses. Who are you as this force of divine love, blessing others by being you? Breathe that in and allow it right now. Allow your higher self, the divine, the angelic part of you, to know how it is that you bless others. Affirm to yourself now that you are a blessing. You are love, and love blesses. Love exists. It always does. Love warms and love caresses. Feel that divine love caressing you now. Feel these beautiful angelic wings just make you feel safe. Love values. Love impacts. Love remembers. Love anticipates. Love prepares. Love empathizes and also sympathizes. Love compliments. Love remains. Love boosts. Love liberates. Love purifies. And love gives. Love volunteers. Love springs. Relishes and cherishes. Love savors. Love rewards. Love releases. Love fertilizes, and love comprehends. Love shows, and love unifies. Love prioritizes, and love energizes. Love dignifies, and love blossoms. Love cooperates and acknowledges. Love collaborates and connects. Love bonds. You bond. Love elevates and you elevate. You elevate the situation, the circumstance. You elevate others. You elevate the opportunities by you being love. Love honors and it relieves. Love sustains and it revitalizes. Love improves and love believes. Love continues and love builds. Love stabilizes and rejuvenates. Love soothes and spreads. Love enables. Love fits. Love travels and transforms. Love nourishes and nurtures. You, as love, nourish and nurture yourself. And you are also a force, an energy that nourishes and nurtures others in your loving nature. Love beautifies. Love conquers. Love succeeds. It's a love that succeeds. And as we've heard, being truly happy precedes success. Success in all of its forms. Success in our relationships, in our life, in our businesses, in our projects, in the way that we perform as artists, as creatives. Love is the energy that enables us, enriches us, and allows us to succeed. When you do and you are being loving in your doing, in your beingness, if that's loving, you absolutely, most certainly will succeed. And you do so being blessed, being fortunate, and being lucky. That's the truth. And love is enough. You are enough. You're more than enough. You've always been more than enough. And you will continue to be more than enough. You are love. You're so love. You, the pure you, the divine you, you are love. You're here to be love. That's all you're here to be. And in that, you heal not only yourself, but others, and you heal the planet. You heal Mother Earth. You're here as a healing force, as an energy. You are love. You are it. You are absolutely critical to life. You are life-giving. You are life-enhancing. You being devoted to love is all there needs to be. And that is the energy that will literally allow you success. And we say thank you, 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 thank you. And you can be thanking your angels, your guides, your guardians, your ascended masters, God, Jesus, Mother Earth, the trees. But you know what? Thank yourself. You are divine love. So breathe that in. Thank yourself. Thank yourself for being you. Thank yourself for being you. And on that note, I actually did write a couple of books that became outrageous bestsellers. They were outstanding. And I launched them into the spa industry. So beauty salons and spas actually retailed this beautiful book called I Am Grateful for Life and I Am Grateful for You. And grateful was spelled G-R, the number 8, F-U-L. And the 8 was actually an infinity symbol for the infinite, like forever and ever 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 expressions of gratitude. And so before we leave here, I want you to do a little exercise with me that has been proven to help you to continue to heal yourself. And maybe you want to do this every single day. Maybe you want to do it whilst you're viewing a Positive Prime session. So I invite you, please, do take advantage of our 30-day free trial. You do not have to put your credit card in. And if you're loving what it is that you're experiencing and you really dive into the science, and there's all sorts of resources that you can, quite frankly, study so that you can appreciate the power and the magnificence of it. Once you're actually then also earning fractions of tokens and you're using them, we're going to launch our marketplace at a very special event in March next year. So if you come along to the Best You Expo in Los Angeles, you will actually be able to use or utilize those positivity tokens. That's actually the name of it on the Binance Smart Chain. You'll be able to use those positivity tokens in the positivity marketplace. Before we go there, this is actually the one thing I really want you to do every single day whilst you're watching a Positive Prime session. You load it, you press play, you drop yourself into this energy of reminding yourself that you are love. You are pure love. You're here to be loving, and you ask yourself, how is it that I could be even more loving today? How is it that I could actually express love, demonstrate love? How could I share love? But there's a way for you to tap into it, and it actually it involves your physical hand. You actually need your skin on your own skin, okay? And so there is actually some science around you touching. So here, if you touch yourself and you actually touch your bare skin, you can do this whilst you're using body wash in the shower or where you're using moisturizer on your body, or you can do it whilst you're actually sitting there watching a Positive Prime session. So you're saying, thank you, 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 thank you. Now look at your beautiful hands. Whose lives can you touch? Whose lives can you touch in a meaningful and significant way? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Say thank you to your hands for helping you to be the energy that touches and moves others for their benefit. Whether you heal them, you inspire them, you teach them, you serve them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to your hands. And then you can do it for your arms, and you can say, who is it that I support? Who is it that I can embrace? What is it that I can embrace? How can I encourage others to embrace the opportunities that they have? Maybe you actually want to put your hands on your legs, rub your legs. I'm rubbing mine. You kind of can't see here, right? But anyway, love your legs. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Pour that appreciation into your love. Love, 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 love your legs. Thank you, 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 thank you to your legs. Thank you for helping. I'm saying thank you to my legs. Maybe you say thank you to your legs. Thank you for helping me to stand strong and centered and balanced. Thank you for helping me to take positive steps forward. And what I can tell you from decades now of being devoted to creating Positive Prime and working with lots of really amazing positive psychologists and neuroscientists and therapists and healers and coaches all over the world, and being very integratively, intrinsically involved in the global spa and wellness movement, is that there is nothing more beautiful than you being you. And I believe that what Positive Prime sessions do, and the variety of content that we have, is that it reminds you of your own special gifts and talents. It reminds you that you being really good to you is, quite frankly, in service of humanity. And when we actually get too busy, or we're too distracted, and we're somehow unplugged from the divine, we're going about life without remembering that every single step we take is sacred. I forget too, but the way that I drop back into it is that I plug into Positive Prime sessions. I know that as I'm viewing them, quite frankly, they are so much more powerful when you personalize them. But there are some lessons around how to make the most of a Positive Prime session in the personalizing and the shuffling and the speeding up and speeding down. And every single week, our subscribers are invited that I run every single week for people who've got questions. Hey, how does this work? What session should I watch? Because the funny thing is that, and I'm going to give you an example. Bernardo has what we call a Positive Prime session. It's his brilliance, it's his experience and his insights, his wisdom that is actually the words, and there is this formula of images. And as I watch Bernardo's session, I'm sitting there and I'm viewing it, and interestingly enough, I feel his energy is actually it's transfused into me by me viewing a positive prime session, but I'm in this state, as I said at the very beginning of this, I'm in this state where I'm in continuous synchronization of brain waves that allow me to be at a higher vibration, at a higher frequency, and connected to the divine, and have, and here's the really, really like final point you want to take home. In this state, if you read something like I am love, your other than consciousness can grab onto it, can attach itself, it can absorb into your identity, and you can start to ooze out I am love. But that's because you've seen the message when you're in this particular state, as you're connected, you're physically connected to the divine. And when you watch a positive prime session, the messages bypass the conscious critical judgment factors of your prefrontal cortex and go directly into your other than consciousness. It's literally, beyond, in a more profound way than your subconscious. So when you see your name, you see your own images, you watch it at speed, it's reshuffled, and you're in this brainwave state, miracles happen. Magic happens, including your angels give you messages and allow you to come back to earth multiple times. And I'm not special. I'm just positively primed. And I want that for you too.
Sorry, I was going to say that you are special, and you definitely are positive primed. Kim, that was beautiful. We've had so many comments from everyone on Zoom and then here on Facebook, just saying your voice is so soothing and it was just so relaxing. It was beautiful. I think everyone loved it, and I find it difficult to come back to my role.
Do you know what? That was divine love.
It was divine love.
Necessarily Kim Seraffini's voice, and that's why it actually feels like it was healing, because it was.
It was so healing. It was just absolutely beautiful. And listen, Kim Seraffini, she is there. Obviously, all her sessions are available on Positive Prime. So I'm sure we're going to get a lot of people connecting. Kim, I wanted to thank you so much. Thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you so much for all the love and support I've already felt from you, and very excited about our future together and how we are going to make we're going to make some waves. So very excited about the Best You Expo next year. Anyway, so everyone watching, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you so much.
And come and see us. Come create magic with us. You are so important. We love you, love you, love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. We do. We do.
We do. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you, and have a great day. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. All the best. Kim Seraffini from Positive Prime. That was absolutely amazing. We're going to bring someone else who's also tremendously inspirational, who's created some phenomenal technology as well, Jim Poole. But before we do, and we're going to be back literally in 59 seconds, I believe it is.
Stress impacts all of us. We're all human. Part of being human is stress. It doesn't matter the external element of stress. What causes the stress response is inconsequential. The physiology of stress is the same. It's an identical physiological response inside of our body. Therefore, anybody, from monks to professional athletes, to the FBI, to pilots, to doctors, to people suffering with chronic disease, everybody can benefit from stress remediation, relaxation, and good sleep. New Calm is here for everybody. New Calm simply slows you down and allows you to do this through biochemistry and physics. You apply a biosignal processing disc to your left wrist. You put an eye mask on so that you're not visually stimulated by light. And most importantly, you're going to listen to music. We have algorithms in physics slowing down your brain, and we're slowing you down to this space just above deep sleep where your body can get into balance and you can heal, recover, and restore. This is one of those rare times where what sounds too good to be true is even better than you think.
Jim, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, Jim. Very good. Thank you so much. From someone tremendously inspirational to you as well. It's just beautiful to have so many great individuals, with so much amazing technology that's changing the world dramatically. Let me do a brief intro for you. Jim Poole is the chairman, president, and CEO of Solace Life Sciences Incorporated, maker of New Calm. Jim is an accomplished business executive with extensive experience in the healthcare, biotechnology, dental, market research, and IT industries.
Mr. Poole manages the strategic direction and ongoing operations of Solus Life Sciences, a neuroscience company focused on personalized wellness and performance. Jim, I'm very grateful to have you here, and obviously, you've been introduced to me by David Fagan, and I know that you're involved in the Best You Expo as well, because you're involved in the Love events. You're coming over to support us there. It's amazing how the technology that you've managed to create, how it's being endorsed by so many great people, and I love the science behind it. So tell us a little bit more how it all started.
It started in the mind and passion and the heart of Dr. Blake Holloway, a neuroscientist, naturopath, and a healer. A gentleman who was as intellectually gifted as he is compassionate in his heart. And I think that was one of the things that gravitated to him almost immediately. A lot of times in invention, there's an inexorable link between the inventor and the invention. And there's an ego associated with that. We call it inventoritis. And so if an inventor comes to a business and says, hey, help me launch my business and bring it to the world, it's really difficult to do that. Blake didn't have that. Blake simply was on a path, exceptional intellectual curiosity. And this product was born out of necessity. So for 32 years, we've been on this journey. 32 years. That's a long time. Why? Why does it take so long? Well, when you understand the complexity of the brain and you want to predictably and safely manage the brain through brainwave, biomodulation, it's going to take a long time because you got to figure out a lot of complexities. So this was designed to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, mostly comorbid with addiction. So of the 7 diagnosable anxiety disorders, trauma is the most difficult to live with. Why is that? The traumatized brain has a physiological shift and limited blood flow to some of the key areas in the brain. And this results in a constant state of hypervigilance. And when the central nervous system feels betrayed by life and feels betrayed by you to protect it, it loses faith in the universe and it loses faith in you. And this is a really, really difficult profile to live with. And, Bernardo, we're so comparative in our brains and we're so judgmental, just naturally how our brains are wired. We judge people and we think they're weak or they're cowards for finding alcohol or solace in drugs. When you're in such psychic pain, your central nervous system knows a little bit more about this than you. And we think we control ourselves and we have very little to do with that. Your brain knows, hey, Jim, you can get out of psychic pain right now if you go to the bar and you have a drink. And we can deal with our problems tomorrow. That's how simple that starts. So this tech was designed to treat that profile because in the traumatized brain, the ability and opportunity to downregulate yourself. People say, hey, you go into the theater of war and you come back and you're a veteran. And they say, yeah, learn to meditate. What? That's never going to happen. That's like a physiological impossibility. They can't even sleep through the night without trauma. They're not going to meditate. That's what created this technology. And one of the coolest things about it, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about how it works. One of the coolest things about it is this is a neuroscientist with a absolute persistence to figure out how to solve a problem, not figure out how do I expand upon neurobiofeedback or transcranial direct current stimulation or supplementation. I want to figure out how to downregulate the human brainwave function from a high beta stress response into that sweet spot that's commensurate with monk-like meditation. And to do that on an individual that is so scared is really a miracle. I look at what Blake created and it's unbelievable to me. The power, the predictability, and what I've witnessed is so profound. And the gravity of this technology is incredible, but it's really simple. It's addition by subtraction. When you resolve stress, you're liberated to be you.
Fascinating. So tell us, Jim, how does it actually work?
All right, it's the end of the day, and we've had a lot of really cool, inspired discussions. And I'm not going to go too deep in biochemistry and physics, but here's how this works. The brain and the body communicate in two ways only: chemical messaging and electrical messaging. In cell biology, trillions of cells, how we receive and find information is through communication of the cell. So Dr. Holloway said, I want to downregulate the brainwave function from high beta into alpha and theta and simply slow down your brainwave function. And I liken this to the opposite of caffeine. Caffeine increases your brainwave frequency, you're thinking faster, you're moving more. This is going to downregulate your brainwave frequency. To do this, we use a very, very complicated neuroacoustic software. And a lot of this is hard to understand because it's intangible. But there are algorithms, mathematics, and physics that lie in a software bed underneath music. And we're using your auditory motor cortex and your ears to present the brain with a signal that your brain follows. So the method of action of NuCalm is really in the neuroacoustic software. And it's all meticulously designed. The level of meticulous design and specificity is mind-blowing. It takes us sometimes 12, 16, 28 months to build one neuroacoustic software track, because the music, which is typically in the ancient solfeggio music scale of 432 hertz or 528 hertz, is commensurate on a second-by-second basis with the physics. So it needs to be architected and composed with this whole mathematical matrix. So the method of action is really us. Instead of doing visual stimulation, we're using your ears, and it's masked by music, and the frequencies are inaudible. So you don't even know what we're doing. You're just lying down. Now, there's two other components to NuCalm because of the complexity of the brain and the inability of simple stimulation to slow it down. There's an eye mask because we're visually stimulated by light. 80% of our cerebral cortex is our visual cortex. We get so much information from our visual cortex. And then the third element is a biosignal processing disc. This is a miracle. I don't really understand how Blake invented it, but we're using frequency medicine and electromedicine invented by George Lakowski and Nikola Tesla in the 1930s to basically imprint a recipe of frequencies inside a Tesla coil on top of a 6-layer multi-wave oscillator, basically a little semiconductor. It's placed on your pericardium 6 acupressure point of your left wrist, and then like a tuning fork, we're activating what's called your GABAergic system, the body's natural amino acid that does something really important. It interrupts the body's ability to secrete adrenaline. So think about somebody who is in high fear, stage 4 cancer, Parkinson's, addiction, the theater of war, trauma. To get them to relax just by listening to software, it's not going to be predictable. It's not going to be easy to do. Just like neurobiofeedback has been unpredictable for 80 plus years. Why is that? It's the adrenaline. So that disc negates the body's natural resistance. When you apply the disc in your NuCalm experience, there are 3 things that are going to happen: faster acting relaxation response, a deeper recovery response, and a longer lasting experience. So some of the cool things that we've seen over time and through our research at Harvard Medical School with Dr. Chung-Kang Pang and NASA and our 52 medical advisors on our board, 20 minutes of NuCalm is equivalent to 2 hours of restorative sleep. Not sleep as in the full architecture. Sleep is in that really important alpha theta crossover, deep theta cellular restoration healing. So you can, like last night, I slept for 5 hours and 9 minutes. I woke up and I wasn't all that appreciative of the day and didn't really want to start behind, but I felt it. I got up, did my thing. And before I got on at 1:30, I NuCalm for 20 minutes. That 20 minutes gave me the equivalent of 2 hours of restorative sleep, thus made up for my sleep debt. So it's biochemistry with a disc. This is chemically messaging the body to stop secreting adrenaline. We don't need to resist anything. Let's relax. Eye mask and then neuroacoustic software. How complex is the software? And is this just music? No, it's not just music. For any of your listeners who know anything about the brain's reticular activating system and the brain's ability to understand and recognize patterns, music cannot change the mental state of brainwave function. It can move it, it can dip it, but you can't keep a brainwave oscillating through music. It doesn't work like that. This is physics and math. So one track, Bernardo, is up to 1.5 gigabytes. When you open up the Newcomb app and you play a track, for example, Newcomb Rescue 50, it is 1.49 gigabytes. It's not 10 megabytes like a song, but people still don't get it because they can't see it, touch it, feel it, smell it, taste it. They're like, I don't really know what's happening. It doesn't matter if you know how it works or not, just like a microwave. Most people don't know how a microwave works. They just know it's convenient. It heats up my food. You get into your bed, disc, eye mask, boom. The experience is incredible. Your mind wanders. Your mind doesn't stop. This isn't magic. We can't shut your brain off. Your mind wanders. And then after a few minutes, you start to feel your body separate from your mind. And you start to feel, wow, it's getting really heavy. It's like the hand of God is now pushing you down into your bed. You start to notice your respiration slow down. You may even notice your fingers and your hands tingle a little bit or twitch. And then you kind of slip into this lucid dream state. That's theta. That's that lucid dream state of healing just above deep sleep, that the body does the healing on a daily basis. Your cells do their cellular maintenance and clean their toxins, and your mitochondria is restored. The problem, Bernardo, is this. If we don't manage our stress compromises our sleep. If we don't sleep, we don't restore and recover because we don't stay in the theta aspect of our sleep architecture. So over time, hey, you're in Argentina, you're doing a big event, there's a lot going on, and maybe you didn't sleep well the last 2 days. You're not going to have disease in day 3. There's a chronic long-term consequence to not taking care of ourselves. And it's really difficult for humans, as incredible as we are. We have a couple blind spots that seem ironic to me. We don't seem to understand the intangible. If I can't see it, touch it, feel it, smell it, taste it, I'm not really sure it's real. Secondarily, we have a really limited ability to understand time horizon. If you're a kid and you think vaping is cool, but you know 30 years from now you're dying of a really nasty lung cancer, you're not going to do that. If you are anybody on this earth today, don't go in the sun and sunbake, with number 8 oil on. Melanoma is a really bad cancer. Same thing with stress. Stress is going to kill every human on earth. Stress will kill every human on earth unless you're lucky enough to die in an accident. That's how this works. But no one tells us, well, what does that mean? Why? It's simple. Your cells have a job to do. The best example, Bernardo, is a cancer. We all have cancer in our body right now. 7.6 billion people have cancer in their body right now. But you also have a killer cell. And the killer cell has a defined goal and job. Go locate the cancer, introduce yourself, and kill it. Over time, high stress, poor sleep, high stress, poor sleep, high stress, poor sleep, don't clean the toxins, don't do their recovery. The killer cell, forgets its job. The killer cell locates the cancer cells and says, wow, this seems fun, and I'm going to join it. And one of the things that that cancer feeds on is what? Stress and sugar. So that's how this works. If you hear the term 95% of all diseases created by stress, it's simply because the negative consequence of not getting enough rest, sleep, and recovery.
Amazing, Jim. And kind of what you were pointing out there, the thing is obviously getting it out there. And because people maybe can't see it, taste it, feel it, immediately, or it's not something, obviously people will buy a microwave, but they won't invest in themselves. Priorities are wrong, aren't they? The priorities are wrong. But I think kind of one of the things that I'm seeing, and I'm going to bring David in a minute, I think one of the things that I've seen with you is that, well, you've been working with I think you've been doing some work with NASA. You've been doing some stuff with the FBI, with some amazing organizations that are obviously seeing the advantages of your technology. But you're also getting a lot of people that are, kind of obviously in the neuroscience world, but I'm saying in the personal development world, that are endorsing your products. And hopefully that's the way that we can get out, because again, it's what we were talking this morning, it's getting your priorities right. And there's nothing more important than, well, first of all, being alive, which in order to be alive, you need to be healthy. So we don't really appreciate that or invest in that sufficiently. And the second thing is obviously, love. So kind of like what you're bringing is just essential for life. This technology has been developed for over 32 years. Are you seeing now a breakthrough?
Oh, yes, we are. And thank you for asking. 13 years ago, we had a complicated 4-component, $6,000 medical device. That wasn't easy. It was a class 3 medical device. We sold to doctors. We've done over 2 million surgical procedures, 2 million replacing general anesthesia with New Calm. So if you want to think, hey, is this efficacious? Yeah, go do a procedure with New Calm instead of general anesthesia and leave feeling good, lucid, and heal faster because we've managed the stress response pre-op, peri-op, and post-op. We've worked across the entire Department of Defense, from Navy SEALs to Special Forces, Air Force Special Operations Command, BORTAC, BORSTAR, the FBI Hostage Rescue Team, 54 professional sports teams. All that was great. And all of we've done is proliferate through word of mouth. As a company, every red nickel we ever created went into our research and development because we were spending a 32-year path figuring out how to map the brainwave function from the slowest waveform of sleep to the highest waveform of gamma. And we did that. Last November, we successfully transitioned from a class 3 highly regulated FDA neuroscience technology to a consumer-focused technology with a subscription model. And we launched for the first time in 30 years, 3 new products: Deep Sleep, Focus, and Ignite. Once we refined, Bernardo, the actual physics and the method of the neuroacoustic software, it was really just a matter of, do you want to dial up? Do you want to dial down? So for us humans, we've kind of had a pedestrian evolution, and we know this. We know the reptilian brain shouldn't be around anymore. We don't need it like we did, right? So Dr. Holloway said, hey, I don't need to have a monster drink or Red Bull or espresso in the afternoon. I can just dial up and put on Focus. And Focus will use the same physics platform, and it'll oscillate my brainwave between 15 and 20 hertz. Because when your brain is oscillating between 15 and 20 hertz, you have no distractions, you have greater clarity, comprehension, and concentration. The challenge is humans fatigue after about 20 to 25 minutes of good thinking, and procrastinations and distractions start eating away in our brain. We have Ignite. Ignite activates your brainwave function to the highest levels of 39 to 40 hertz, and it activates your physiological gross motor cortex, your sensory motor rhythm, and prepares you for the ultimate. That has been used by the military and professional athletes for 7 years. And then we have Deep Sleep, which I think to me is the most magical. Without even using a headphone, it's an isochronic waveform. You play Deep Sleep by a speaker in your bedroom, and it puts you to sleep. So you'll notice your sleep latency is diminished to almost nothing. You don't remember falling asleep. But more importantly for me, Bernardo, at 53 years old, I'm getting up invariably 1, 2, 3, or 4 times a night to pee. And historically, I would perseverate over stupid shit I couldn't solve at 2:36 in the morning. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. I can barely find my bed at 2:30 in the morning. It's like putting you in a state of coma. It's literally oscillating your brain at the lowest waveform. So we have, for 32 years, in the last 9 months, created 4 products instead of 1, and allowed humans, for the first time in human history, to change your mental state on demand with no drugs, no side effects. You simply put on the app and a headphone, and you go anywhere you want. If I wanted to sleep right now, I'd leave right now and I'd put Deep Sleep on, and within minutes, I'm sleeping.
Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Well, Jim, I've come across to you through David. I'm going to bring David in because I want to thank him. And I'm sold, David. So I know you've got some great people already endorsing New Calm, and well, hey, listen, Tony Robbins, all the rest. But I'm in because a lot of the things that you've already been saying as far as sleep, I luckily and God bless and touch wood, I've got a lot of energy, always have. But my sleeping has just gotten worse over the years. But that's just the same kind of symptoms you were saying. My head's just going on and on and on at 4 a.m, and I struggle to disconnect. But I can work hard and strong, and I stay focused. But sleep, and I understand the importance of sleep. I don't find myself being a stressful individual, but I understand the advantage. So I'm in. I'm going to be testing it. I'll be putting an order in, and I'll be sending you some pictures. So David, thank you so much for bringing Jim a New Calm.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sometimes I can risk getting myself in trouble by, explaining my own explanation. How do you like that? Explaining my own explanation.
Well, you explained your explanation quite well there, but I think that you would have done it better than Jim. So Jim, he explained it technically and kind of in common language. So we definitely got it. It was brilliant.
Do we have enough time for me to share one quick thing?
Of course, absolutely.
You're the keeper of the clock.
Yes.
Here's what I would say, and I tell this to people all the time from kind of a self-improvement, personal development kind of ways. There's things that we want to do. We know we want to do them, right? We want to work out. We want to go exercise, right? We're not always in the mood. We need to sit down and write. A lot of us are writers. We're writing a book. We're writing an article. We're writing down our ideas, but we're not always in the mood to write. We're just not always in the mood. And a lot of us creators, we kind of want to wait till we're in the mood, and it's hard to be disciplined. That's why we need discipline, because we're not always in the mood. One of the things that I love about Newcom is it really helps me feel how I need to feel so that I can perform at my best. It's like right now I just need to sleep. I mean, we've all been there where it's like, I need to sleep, right? Newcom will help you sleep. Hey, I need to write. Hey, there are some tracks, focus, or some things you can dial into and listen to. And, you put the disc on your arm and you can do that. So it's like, think about what do you need to do right now? And how do you need to feel in order to do what it is you need to do? A lot of times that feeling is a frequency. What you're saying is, man, I felt like I was in the mood to go work out right now. Boom, throw on a little Newcom Ignite track. Maybe some of it has the voice of Tony Robbins going on with, very specific music and frequencies, embedded frequencies. Tell you what, 2, 3, 4 minutes of that, boom, you're ready to pump some iron. You're ready to go run 10, 20 miles. You're ready to go. And I'll tell you, it's kind of scary if you do the wrong track. Like if you're trying to go to sleep, there are literally warnings inside of Newcom. Like if you are about to go to bed in the next 2 hours, not even next 2 minutes, but next 2 hours, do not listen to the Ignite track. Vice versa. If you plan on trying to go to work here in a little bit, or you're trying to do the evening shift and go right, do not listen to Focus, or there's things that are going to really help you get sleepy. So what I really like about this is we kind of learn our buttons, and everybody's buttons are a little bit different, but we start to kind of learn our buttons, and we start to learn how to push our buttons. And that's that emotional intelligence. That is that whole other level of consciousness where you go, okay, I need to do this right now. So what version of me needs to show up? How do I need to feel? Okay, I need to go push these buttons. Well, nowadays I'm pushing those buttons inside Newcom, right? And sometimes I just need 5, 10, 15 minutes. Sometimes I kind of drift into it, and my expression is lean into it. I'm already feeling that way. All right, let's lean into that. And maybe it's 45 minutes later, and I'm like, okay, I didn't even know I needed this the way in which I received it. So that's kind of my own personal explanation of kind of restating it with a little bit less science. That's kind of maybe my testimonial and kind of what it's evolved into. And there's other people that have tried to mimic the science, or, you can just go out and kind of listen to some good music and get the Mozart effect. This isn't that. This is a whole nother level. And if you want the whole nother level, the same level that Tony Robbins wants, the same level, of a professional athlete wants, well, then this is Newcom.
Bernardo, can I share with you just 1 minute of my personal journey? I'm 53 years old. I was 4 minutes older than my identical twin brother. We were in the womb wrestling. I wrestled through college, did martial arts, and was a Wall Street banker. East Coast. The East is the beast, man. And 14 years later of Newcom, I'm not a recognizable soul to my previous life. And I look upon that reflection, and I thought I knew it all, and I thought I controlled everything. I was egregiously impatient, very dictatorial in my approach to anything, and just demanded a lot of myself and everybody in my life. All that's changed. And I didn't do anything to do that. I learned to meditate in martial arts, and I'm pretty sure I hold the world record for being the worst human meditator on earth. I'm terrible at it. And I was actually filled with shame about the whole thing. This isn't that for me. It's a tool that allows me to perform better, feel better, even through the chaos of my schedule. What I've noticed over time is a cumulative benefit. Just like if I were learning to meditate like a master, I am now patient. I am now present. I don't easily get sabotaged by emotions. And I have found myself just in the last few years, literally wasting no calories on worry, stress, fear, anxiety.
and I've been liberated. And I tell people, I think like a monk and I live like a capitalist CEO of a neuroscience company. It is so profound. And the technology, I think the biggest thing that I've seen, because I've been around the world, literally, and I've worked from the military to stage 4 cancer, the extremes of humanity, we're all suffering the same consequence. We think our stress is different. Maybe, oh, that person's more stressed. No, it's not. There's an amygdala, there's an HPA axis, there's cortisol. It's all the same. And we have to find a way to resolve it because we're all better when we are not stressed. And we're all better humans when we're present and patient with our children. Our children just want our love. Kids are amazing. They don't have the social mores and constructs to know, and they just manipulate to get what they want. And we become impatient with that. We're like, hey, you little brat. No, they're just being kids, man. Take a breath, enjoy your life, and love starts with the humility and acceptance of who we are. And take a breath. Stop putting so much pressure on ourselves to achieve our to-do list that has no consequence to our life.
No,
you know, September of 1993, did your to-do list change your life? No. So take a breath, take a break. If you can accept yourself and just say, hey, this is where I'm at. What do I want to achieve? And to David's point, this is a tool that helps you facilitate the state that you want, because there is a state associated with love. When you're stressed, you're not feeling much gratitude. When you're stressed, love isn't really coming at you. So let's do this. Let's take care of ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. Very well said. And really, I think the summary of all, really, I mean, I think with your technology, apart from obviously pausing, stopping, and it's priorities, you know, what is your priority in life? And you have to be your number one priority. You have to be, because, you know, a better you, you know, everyone around you is going to feel better. You know, your company, your environment, your city, your town. So it starts with you, and the priorities is again down to the same thing. What is my priorities? My priority is spending $400 in a dinner with lots of alcohol, or spending some money on technology is going to make me live another 20 years and I'm going to become healthier, and my family's going to benefit from it. So priorities. Jim.
Bernardo, can I just say thank you very much?
No, thank you.
Early on, when David was talking and you were saying, hey, love doesn't seem to have this affinity it should have. Maybe a hate conference would have more people. Who the hell knows? It takes a lot of integrity and passion and purpose to do what you're doing. And this has been extraordinary. I've really enjoyed all the speakers. And this is amazing. And we shouldn't see love as soft and sappy and all this weird intangible stuff that our brain is simply tricking us, because love is where it's at. And I have a great amount of gratitude and appreciation for the work you put in to put this on. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. It means a lot, you know, because you do question sometimes. We were there when David asked me, well, what made you do this? Well, I don't know. But
next question.
Next question. So it is down to people like you and David and and every single speaker that's been involved in it, giving their expertise, their energy, their work, you know, squeezed into a 15-minute presentation, 20 minutes. Take that on board, you know, and so yes, listen, I'm very grateful, and I'm just simply a conduit that is here to help people like you and like David to wake up, to prioritize, and to stop and pause, so we can all make the world a better place, which isn't cheesy, it's just a reality.
Well, I love you, David Fagan, and I love you, Bernardo, even though we just met. So there you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I can't wait to get that recording clip. I got to get that recording clip. That's going to be so valuable.
Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, thank you so much again. What a great day. Yeah,
Yes,
thank you so much. Okay, well, you're going to take the afternoon off. I'm going to take the night off. So I'll see you all guys tomorrow. And everyone watching here, thank you so much. May the best
See you
be with
tomorrow.
you. Lots of love.